famous for being the home of the Rolling 60s, but also for being one of the main locations where the classic movie Boys in the Hood was filmed. Growing up, Biggie would first become part of a small local clique in the immediate neighborhood called the AG, or Arlington Gang. Led by Biggie's cousin Chili Capone, the group would eventually merge as part of the larger Rolling 60s, who became infamous around the city of LA.
We was at every party, we was at every club, we were with every function we was in. And it was funny because dudes would be like, where y'all from? And we like, we from the AG. They're like, man, what's that? We're like, man, it's the AG, man, ain't no what's that. They're like, well, where is that at? Man, it's on Slauson and Arlington. Oh, well, y'all from the 60s. All right, man, what is it, a problem? And then we go from there.
Biggie would get into trouble with the law from a young age. Already as a kid during the 70s, he claimed to have run with a car robbing crew, eventually getting sent to juvenile detention, spending a period of time on the run from whatever he'd done in LA, going back to live in Chicago with his father. But some years later, in 1979, one of the longest and bloodiest gang wars in LA history would start between the Rolling 60s and their former allies, the A-Tray gangster Crips. Sometime later during the early 80s, Big U's cousin and the leader of their AG clique, Chili Capone, would sadly be killed. Now the more mature Big U would return to Los Angeles to seek vengeance, with Big U saying that at this time he graduated from fighting to guns, and he believed that a gun could be in anywhere you need to be in life. Standing at 6'2", Big U was an intimidating sight. Even without a gun, he would still excel at fighting, which was the main way that the early gangs would settle their differences. One of the infamous places where this settling of scores would take place was at the World on Wheels skate rink, which was far away from the Rolling 60s hood, but where the members would nevertheless go to make their presence known. One particularly big brawl would make the Rolling 60s infamous throughout LA County took place on August 1986 during the Run DMC concert in the Long Beach area, where Rolling 60s would, according to Big U, attend purely to start a fight and establish their dominance. The fight would injure dozens of people and cause the LA Palladium to cancel Run DMC's next concert in fear of escalating gang tensions. During the 80s, the county jail would also become a familiar place for Big U as he was racking up some pretty serious charges, which according to the criminal complaint even included multiple first-degree murder charges and attempted murder of a police officer, but it seemed that these charges back in these days would never stick. But his time in jail would also help him further spread his reputation as a fearless fighter and charismatic leader. According to the FBI, it was during the 80s when Big U would rise to a prominent position in the Rolling 60s, earning a reputation of a violent enforcer who was willing to kill. One article about Big U stated that he became the lead man for the Rolling 60s and got shot 7 times in the process. During this time in the late 80s, this was when the crack epidemic was beginning to reach its peak.
Today, there's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock bigger screens and better controls. All for the crown. Go play on mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
It is an uncontrolled fire.
Big U and the Rolling 60s would also partake in the lucrative drug trade. They would even begin to move dough from LA to other cities such as Minneapolis, Atlanta, and Chicago, where Big U would use his leadership skills to set up shops, take over street corners, and influencing other out-of-state sets that banged under the banner of the Rolling 60 Crips too. It would also be a time when Big U would get his first experiences in the rap industry, as a rapper called Popper LQ would ask Big U to manage her, thinking that while Big U had no experience in the industry, he did have the qualities to be a manager and the respect of the streets. Big U's friend would also ask him to help managing a young, promising Rolling 60s rapper called Warcraft, who's now known for such West Coast classics as Seawalk, Freak-It, as well as being one half of the duo Doghound with Dad Dillinger, the group founded by Snoop Dogg. Big U had also become a family man at this point. According to himself, he was beginning to be one foot in, one foot out. Hustle game, but unfortunately for him, he would become wanted by police. And in December 1991, he was arrested as part of a sting operation after attempting to rob 33 pounds of cocaine from an undercover agent, with Big U pulling the gun and attempting to rob the fake plug, leading to the cops that were watching nearby to rush in and bust him. For this, he was given a monster sentence of 23 years, with news reports at the time describing him as a leader, if not the top man of the rolling 60s. This meant that during much of the golden years of hip-hop, Big U was behind bars, but he would spend his time inside continuing to develop his skills as a fighter and leader. One story even circulated that he apparently knocked somebody's eyeball out of their socket during a prison fight. Photos of Big U behind bars would circulate online as the years went by. During the Breakfast Club interview, Big U would even say that he was running the drug trade in the prison yard during this time.
I basically took over the whole little drug trade from New York because I had money. So I came in and I bought all the guards he was bringing in.
Though he wasn't squabbling or selling drugs, apparently he was knuckling down and trying to also find positive influences behind the wall. During his long stint inside, he would meet people who would inspire him to evolve in his lecturely, such as Michael Harry O. Harris, a powerful LA figure who allegedly played a key role in helping Suge Knight found Death Row Records, and also played a part in the career of Denzel Washington. As a result, Big U would begin to read and write, as well as studying subjects like theology. He would later recount in interviews. Meanwhile, on the outside, Corrupt would keep Big U's name alive in his music, shouting him out in songs like one of his biggest hits, Freak-It. Big U would also keep losing people close to the streets while he was inside, like his brother Dwayne Dupree, who worked as a bodyguard for the Doghound duo of Corrupt and Daz Dillinger and was sadly killed as gunmen opened fire outside of the recording studio. But Big U would eventually end up only doing 13 years in prison, getting out in 2004 at 37 years old. Conveniently, right as the rolling 60s had become, quote, the largest black criminal street gang in the city of Los Angeles. However, Big U wouldn't lose sight of those positive influences that he had gleaned behind bars. He decided to reinvent himself as a community advocate, starting his non-profit called Developing Options. Their website would claim that Big U started the organization because he wanted to provide the youth of the neighborhood the support that he didn't get when he was growing up. In 2025, the program claimed to have served over 6,000 people by having partnerships with hundreds of agencies. The website even boasts a 90% reduction in community gang violence, and the program has some major supporters, such as perhaps the most famous group in the world, Snoop Dogg. But Big U would also keep building his career in the music industry. After getting released, Corrupt would introduce him to the head of Death Row Records, Suge Knight, who would help Big U financially to get back on his feet, take him under his wing as a mentor. The two became without a doubt the most respected, or at least the most feared duo that the hip-hop industry had ever seen. But Big U's ferocious attitude to the music industry would mirror Suge's approach. Unfortunately, this meant that for the artists that entered Big U's orbit, some would have runaway success, others would seemingly suffer sudden, tragic downfalls. Which brings us to the tragic story of Nipsey Hussle. After getting out of prison, the notorious rolling 60s neighborhood crip, Big U would learn how to play hardball in the music industry from none other than Suge Knight. The infamous blood who had ruled the West Coast rap game with an iron fist was rumored to have used murder and extortion tactics to get ahead of the music biz. From violent altercations in the lead up to the death of NWA's Eazy-E to the rumored incident where Vanilla Ice was allegedly dangled off a balcony and forced to sign over his lucrative royalties. Eventually, though, the law and enemies would catch up with Suge Knight's hardline tactics and crack down on his operation. But by the time Suge Knight's downfall had begun, Big U was already in the game, decided to spread his wings to do his own thing. Apparently, whilst inside prison, Big U, along with his right-hand man, Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, founded an independent record label, Unique Music, in 1996. Big U would use the label to scout potential up-and-coming music talent, and deep street connections would lead him to the paths of some of LA's most legendary rappers. It turned out that Big U's nephew actually knew a young, talented, rolling 60s rapper who went by the name of Nipsey Hussle. Big U would begin to help Nipsey using his method of street contacts, ultimately landing in a major spotlight with a verse on Tupac's 2006 posthumous album, Tupac's Life. Nip featured with Young Dre and Tupac himself on the song International, which gave Nipsey's career a massive boost.
Him and Big Draws put that together, and LTA. They really had a resume at that time to justify it, but we gave it a shot. And a lot of that was based on the relationship we had with Draws and Steve. And I remember buying the footage, the CD, seeing Tupac featuring Nipsey Hussle on the back of it, that was huge for me.
Big U later reposted a clip from a Diverse Mentality documentary on Nipsey along with a caption saying that it was an honor to give him a shot. Big U was playing a major role in Nipsey's come up, leading Nipsey to drop his first real single and music video titled Bullets Ain't Got No Names in 2006. Nipsey would get support from Big U through the creation of an entire Bullets Ain't Got No Name full-length mixtape series. The story has it that Nipsey wanted to leave a bad deal that he got into with Big U's unique label.
So I signed into it. We signed to a 10-year production contract that started in 2009, which was the year.
Big U, on the other hand, has explained in the Drink Champs podcast that he stopped managing Nipsey after a promotional tour when police discovered drugs in one of their vehicles. And although someone would take the charges, Nipsey and others began acting differently towards Big U, which he interpreted as a breakdown of trust.
Radiator cap on, took the part, stuck us in, I can't remember where we were for 3 days. They took the and scanned it from the rooter to the found what they wanted on it, put it back together, gave it to us. I flew back home. When I fly home, we get hit. I get hit home. They had 21 people, they think they got him. Anyway, make a long story short, he ended up turning himself in and taking the case off all of us. He get life, right, for the drugs. When that happened, my team is acting weird. So I'm looking at Steve, I'm looking at him, man, get a paperwork for Sony so they can see that when we started, they acting weird. So, me, I'm still kind of like, I'm hot, kind of heavy, but, I'm like, I think I'm in charge. So you never see me on the tour no more.
That's a problem.
No problem never happened. We didn't have a problem.
Okay.
Well, nobody making no money.
Right.
But particularly after Big U's arrest, many have theorized that it may have been Big U who was using Nipsey's tours as a cover to smuggle drugs to different cities, and this was possibly making Nipsey nervous and looking for ways out.
I think Big U was using the tour bus, Nipsey's tour bus, to at least sometime or possibly do drug drop-offs, pick up money, and it was making Nipsey hot. He was seeing himself about to take off. He wanted no parts.
Whatever the case, after the two stopped working together, Big U wanted back some of his studio equipment so his son could also use them to record music, something which apparently angered Nipsey.
That's when they got upset, and he made the song. I don't rap, so it never came up. It did come out. It did come out. It wasn't never pushed as a song, but it came out, and I don't rap, I swear.
Disagreements would lead to Nipsey making this song about Big U, a song titled You Don't Got a Clue from the 2010 mixtape Marathon, where Nipsey got some things off his chest, rapping how somebody, likely Big U, doesn't have a clue about what they want to do in Nipsey's career, saying that he's not going to stop for them, that he doesn't want somebody controlling him, rapping how he came up tough, so he's never looking at Big U for a solution to his problems, and suggesting that his former team never really helped him push his career forward. Nick would rap F the middleman, and he would end his verse saying don't expect any favours from him because he wasn't given any favours. According to Loose Cannon, who's probably not the most reliable narrator, Big U would confront Nipsey about the track and challenge him to a fight, where Nipsey would then supposedly move and dance around Big U so fast that he would leave him exhausted, almost like a scene from an old school action comedy.
And he was like, hey, cuz this song about me. So Nipsey stood up or whatever, and I'm just like, yeah, because it's about you. So he was drinking some water out of a water bottle, and he pulled on Nipsey, right? He was like, we're going to have to go get in. And whatever. So he thought Nipsey was going to back down. And Nipsey stood up and he was like, okay, fellas, let's go get in. They were just dancing around or whatever like that. He was trying to get Nipsey. Or but Nipsey was just moving, dancing and stuff like that. And he couldn't hit Nipsey, so he got tired. So he knew he didn't get Nipsey the way he wanted to get Nipsey, right?
Unsatisfied Big U then allegedly got the whole gang involved, calling Nipsey up to get disciplined, allegedly beating him up before Black Sam fired into the air, stopping the fight, leading to police being called and breaking things up. White 100 would later claim that Big U actually knocked Nipsey Hussle out during that fight.
First time they first fall out, when he first got Nipsey signed, to come back to fall out, they went down there to fight, what will happen? Big U knocked Nipsey out. Black Sam comes out, fires 3-4 shots in the head. He's fresh out the penitentiary. Police sitting right across the street, they see it. They come in, they arrest everybody. Black Sam broke the rule.
Now, there's some conflicting reasons circulating for this exact fight. It's been rumoured that Nipsey Hussle has a daughter by a mother that was allegedly Big U's niece, or at least a close family friend. There was allegedly an incident circulating in a Reddit post where it was claimed that Nipsey actually beat up another man who had been dating his baby's mother after they split up, with Nick administering this beatdown because the man was apparently creating an unsafe environment for the daughter. With it being believed that the woman might have even got harmed herself in the scuffle, leading Big U to be furious at Nipsey. Ultimately, though, Nipsey and Big U would eventually squash their beef. He didn't have any more public animosity in the years that followed, but Nipsey's brother Black Sam always had an issue with Big U. Apparently, this was reciprocated.
I'm gonna keep it 100. Me and his brother wasn't cool. Me and his brother weren't the best of friends. You gotta understand, like I'm gonna have friends that my mama ain't gonna like. I'm gonna have friends that my brother's not gonna like. You gonna have people that your people don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Nipsey's role in 60s gang ties would be the ultimate liability throughout his career to the very end. The planned private performance saw a massive bust on the Rolling 60s members that he was affiliated with.
People under arrest after police raid a nightclub where dozens of members of LA street gang were partying.
Police received information that gang members of the Rolling 60s, the violent South LA gang, would be holding a private party here at the Platinum Club here in Studio City. So they decided it would be a good time to do a gang sweep. Now take a look. It all went down around 2 in the morning. The Platinum Club was surrounded by dozens of officers. They arrested about 40 people they say are gang members of the gang Rolling 60s. Officers say they learned of the so-called hood party several days before the big event. Now, outside of the club, the marquee had a sign there that said who was headlining the party. They are Nipsey Hussle and Dealmakers International. You can also see the number 6 by 10. Now, police say that was the secret Rolling 60s gang sign. An officer from North Hollywood was the first to approach the front door of the club, and he says that he was rushed by a group of people inside the club. He called for help, and officers from all areas responded immediately. Now, officers say this gang sweep will clearly cripple the illegal activities of the Rolling 60s gang, at least for a while.
As time went on, Nipsey would do more things that reportedly hindered Big U, like bringing treetop Pyru rapper YG to the Rolling 60s hood for the music video for the song Stitches Ain't It, 2011. Apparently Nipsey had to fight multiple Rolling 60s after this perceived violation. It didn't stop his role, and later Nipsey would even return the favour, letting YG's hood to film the music video for I'm a Thug that featured Nil. This was a video that ironically had footage of fellow Rolling 60s Rick Baby getting arrested. But anyway, as Nip's career grew, it seemed that Big U's stance towards Nipsey softened, showing him respect publicly, with Big U being seen doing a speech in Nipsey's honour in 2018 during an event for his developing options non-profit, where rap heavyweights like T.I. and Wiz Khalifa were also in attendance.
Look who came through. You know, I got all black on me. All black, everything. Stay maniac on me. Like, you it up, baby.
So, he sold his nobody rapper today. He sold his own music. He sold his own music. So when I came along, Steve came along, we had a formula that merged what he outworked any artist I've seen. I'm talking about business-wise. We're not talking about on the mic. Because you notice this man are more professional than 90% of people trying to go to the show. But I'm saying all your goals. To a T, he outworked a whole lot of people. And this is the reason why we are giving him the award, because he clean and choose everything that you need at any time in business. Now let's get into it. I'm talking about, I came to his house and he lived in all places in A-Trade neighborhood. And was really, he really had a mic in his closet and was recording his own self.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want. Bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text group, I got some products that need description, so I typed in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that way. Now, let's see what the AI image creates. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image instantly. You can have some real fun. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love, head to it.
At one point, Biggie would walk on stage, and Nipsey would in return honor Big U in his speech, saying how everybody in the field saw him as a leader.
You know, stand in front of us in a good area. And all the time you want to always say, well, I'm too big. And always respect you. And look up as a leader. And as somebody that is the real man. And I want to see everybody out there stuff looking good. You got to get it around the world. And it's what. And I love you, brother. And keep pushing. Thank you.
Nipsey was having massive success, culminating in the release of his critically acclaimed 2018 debut studio album, Victory, but he shout out Big U, aka Big Draws.
I'm be breakfast. My shirt drop, yeah, all that. I've been working. You know, I changed everything, man. Victory, like, come to go.
He wasn't gonna say.
I work, but I'll change my shirt though. I'm going to, you know what I'm saying? But I'm working.
We will let y'all hear some music, but you gotta wait to pay for it. Ain't no free no more. Now, you ain't downloading it, you look for the tag. If you steal the music, you come into your house and turn that.
Got the tank set up. We're gonna beat you.
In March 2019, Nipsey allegedly handled Big U once again by bringing DJ Khaled to 63rd, not to mention. They were there to shoot a music video, Khaled's song Fire, that featured Nipsey and John Legend. Allegedly, Big U sent Rolling 60s members to the shoot to cause trouble, causing Nipsey and Khaled to have to finish the shoot in a parking lot. TMZ, on the other hand, claimed from their sources of the video show that Nipsey had seemingly received threats on his life before the shoot had even taken place. He was apparently prepared with an exceptionally large security team. They would also claim that it was actually during the filming of the parking structure in Inglewood where Nipsey's team were concerned about somebody in the local clubs coming to film. Some people online would also claim that Big U had actually called Nipsey at this time, but it was really a bunch of younger Rolling 60s members that just wanted to rob DJ Khaled for trouble, with there also being reports of some friction between some Rolling 60s and Inglewood Blood members that might cause some tension to shoot. Nipsey's brother Black Sam would later seemingly confirm that someone had indeed pressed them at the video shoot, but wouldn't specify exactly who it was.
Not to get into too much detail, but it was about politics to certain people. You know, also had DJ Khaled in the hood. Not to be too much on it, but we came front line like we always do. And you know, we don't know we're gonna crash out behind us. We're not playing, and nobody's singing nothing to Khaled, nobody doing nothing to Khaled. We straight, hustle, front line like, and you know, we feel like certain people didn't like that.
It was the case, only a few days later, Nipsey would tragically be gunned down in front of his marathon clothing store in the Rolling 63rd, less than a mile away from Big U's childhood stomping grounds on Alton Avenue. Nipsey was gunned down by a man named Eric Holder, known in the streets, because a fellow member of the Rolling 60s was allegedly mad at Nipsey for accusing him of being a snitch. Eric Holder is also an old close friend of one of the other names mentioned in the new Rico case, the rapper and No Jump host Brick Baby, real name Zaire Mitchell, another 60 that uses the Biggie moniker as a street name.
That day he got put on, we came up with that. That was like a name that was really made for him. But he can't come in and be big. So being my big that's, you know what I'm saying, that's big.
look, you're gonna be ready.
But anyway, following Nipsey's murder, different conspiracy theories would begin to spread about his death, suggesting that it might have been more than just a random argument with a low-level Rolling 60s member. One of these theories being that Biggie would somehow be involved in the murder himself, particularly as he would seemingly tell different versions about where he had been the day of the murder, as well as having a motive due to the rumors that Nipsey had allegedly refused to re-sign a contract to be on Big U's label.
And for those who don't know, Big U is said to be responsible for the death of Nipsey Hussle. It's just what a lot of people are saying. And it's because he keeps changing the story about the day that Nipsey Hussle died.
We actually 6 hours behind the car. We got all the street block. We waiting on EK to come out the house. Everybody's phone blowing up. Nip got here. We flying up there. We fly up here. We see what's in.
And then like later on, he would forget he said that, and then he'd go on live on Biggie and say that he wasn't even in town the day that Nipsey died.
Oh, it was funny. I wasn't even in town. So figure out. But
and Nipsey Hussle was signed to Big U, to Big U's record label, and that contract was due to be up, and Nipsey Hussle wasn't going to sign, so that provided motive.
by signing to it, he signed to a 10-year production contract that started in 2009, which would end in 2019.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock bigger screens and better controls. All for the crown. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now. If you know TV, you have YouTube TV. Join millions of TV lovers and get over 100 plus live channels. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Biggie reportedly also didn't attend Nipsey's funeral in IG Live sometime after the murder, but appeared to show Big U laughing when somebody commented justice for Nip, going on to say that people are waiting for him to do an interview.
Justice for
However, the day after Nipsey was killed, Biggie would post what seemed to be a heartfelt tribute to Nipsey, with a caption that said how hurt he was at the news, while also interestingly pointing out that the last time he spoke to Nipsey was 3 days ago at the DJ Khaled video shoot, something that no one really publicly knew at that time. With Big U saying in the caption that when they were at the video shoot together, they had spoken about building a school, which some have taken as Big U actually trolling, given the fact that it was rumoured that a much more conversation had taken place at that shoot. Even back then, people were getting straight in the comments on Big U's post, saying that he was the one who set Nipsey up to get killed. And as time went on, Big U would post more tributes to Nipsey to his Instagram page, with yet more comments continuing to reference a possible setup and the DJ Khaled music video. Less than a week after Nipsey's murder, Big U took to Instagram to announce a peace march in the hood with Nipsey's memory.
Greetings, everybody. This is Lester today. We are having a video for Nipsey Hussle 3 to 5. 3 to 5 today for all the different games in LA that want to come out and support. In the last 2 days, we have been having meetings amongst us, A-Trade, Rolling 60, East Coast, Bonnie, and everybody like minds come together. We're going to ask that everybody come to Sean Slauson, be here by 3. That's why the parking, Ralph parking lot. We're going to be escorting everybody from the Ralph parking lot to the memorial. It's not open to the public, it's only for LA street games, blood, Christians, like mine, and want to support and pay homage to one of our lost soldiers, one of our good brothers and teachers and leaders. So it's open 3 to 5.
This indeed went ahead. Over a year after Nipsey was killed, Big U proudly showed off that he had met and recorded a podcast with DJ Khaled and Fat Joe. Posting the video when he seemed to be very happy to be with DJ Khaled, specifically with Khaled returning the love and shouting out Big U.
I love you. There you go. I love you.
Clips posted by Biggie's label Unique Music with captions saying that they mixed Nipsey. After Nipsey's death, there was a post on Unique Music's Instagram page claiming that Big U was the person who introduced Nipsey to the world, but people in the comments continued to claim that Big U was responsible for what happened, once again suggesting that Nipsey was set up by Big U to try to leave him behind. After Nipsey's death, Big U posted Nipsey along with references to his unique label numerous times, including one ominous post where he put up a video of Nipsey saying that he can't follow other people, they should be following him.
Blind can't lead the blind, bro. Somebody gotta have a vision. Yes, sir. You gotta follow without the vision. You know what I'm saying? So if you're stuck on stupid, I ain't gonna judge you or have no disrespect for you, but I'm not gonna be over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna follow you or take you to your opinion. You have to follow what I'm doing. And after a while, that way of thinking versus this way of thinking, more people lean toward this way than we go.
In the 2025 indictment, it was claimed that in a monitored conversation, Big U even suggested that he was the biggest Rolling 60 member ever, specifically saying that he was bigger than Nipsey Hussle. But despite the past few years, the rumors of Big U's involvement never went away. People online would continue to speculate endlessly about potential conspiracy surrounding Nipsey's passing. Big U would comment on the rumors directly on numerous occasions, like in a 2022 No Jumper appearance, where he said that he was just associated with the murder of Nipsey because he's a very famous Rolling 60 member, and suggesting that he had a great relationship with Nipsey. People are just spreading the rumor for money and clout.
Like how we beefing with all his songs, every album he put out, since he had the so-called altercation, he shouted it out.
However, in 2024, Nipsey's brother Black Sam would do a podcast with Big Boy, alluding to someone being sent to kill Nipsey rather than this just being an isolated crash out.
It is random as what the public thought it was. Like, you've seen somebody aired and talked and,
I mean, you know, he already got convicted, so for me, without going into too many details, so for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job. If somebody sent him, whatever, it just don't make no sense. It's not like that, you know. It's gonna come to the light.
Biggs Cannon, a former ally of Big U and one of the co-defendants in the upcoming case, actually revealed on No Jumper that Big U had told him Nipsey was dead before it even happened. Biggs Cannon saying that Big U had prior knowledge of Nipsey's death before it all went down, mentioning on the phone to him, which led him to call Nipsey Hussle moments before the shooting took place.
He FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick, so I didn't hear that. So I hang up with him. I called Nipsey and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it?
Nipsey answered.
Nipsey answered. He answered the phone. And I was like, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that.
Did you tell him the call you just got? Or you didn't even mention it?
I didn't mention it. And that's what picked me up, because my cousin is Nipsey's baby mama. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, I could have probably stopped it, or and had it.
Stop what? You mean, man?
No, because listen, so after I talked to Nipsey, I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought that you gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey. And so I'm like,
Wait. You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
yeah,
You had a call Nip. Nip answered the phone.
yeah, you know.
You like
Just talking on regular, so it's like, at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it, because
you don't even warn them that you got that call from dude.
no, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like, they be hot one minute, and then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm, like,
And 30 minutes after you get off the phone with Nip, he get killed.
you know, I got
So you think he hit you a little too early.
This clip actually led to a cease and desist being served on No Jumper, Adam 22 being advised to remove the content from his channel.
So everybody knows I got a cease and desist about the Loose Cannon interview that I did with Rack 100. And a cease and desist showed up from the one and only. Never thought my life was going this direction. Never thought I would be getting a legal notice from the big man himself.
oh yeah, I just know you. Big UC for the nation, Lucifer.
Am I allowed to say that? I think that was a white term. I don't want to say that. So from our perspective, we decided to back away from this. This is not a narrative that I was really interested in pushing in the first place. The idea that Big U had any sort of, criminal doings in his adult life, or that, that he was involved in anything with Nipsey. This is not something I ever really bought in on. It was kind of a surprise to me that he got trotted out on the podcast. I don't have to make this kind of statement about why we decided to remove it or whatever, but I did ultimately make the decision to take it down.
Interestingly though, when the 2025 criminal complaint dropped, it would turn out that Loose Cannon wasn't just anybody claiming Big U's involvement, but he was in fact an alleged former enforcer for Big U, conducting robberies on his behalf as part of an extortion racket later described by the criminal complaint as Big U Enterprises. But even more crazy, even before the criminal complaint revealed these bombshell allegations, Loose Cannon would openly tell stories about these robberies that he did for Big U on the No Jump podcast for the whole world to hear. When the 2025 criminal complaint dropped on Big U, the world would be introduced to a dark trail of alleged crimes. But the complaint itself wraps up all of these activities under one umbrella organization, with the so-called Big U Enterprise allegedly engaging in an array of criminal activity, including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, other financial crimes, obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Some of these crimes seem absolutely crazy in the modern day, make you think more of the Black Hand of Mafia extortion seen in the Godfather movies than gangbangers in South Central LA. In fact, Big U actually previously referred to his life as a modern-day Mafia story, but things were much more complicated than that, because to quote this alleged criminal activity, according to the complaint, Big U's non-profit was at the front and center. This, along with his persona he presented to the public as a reformed gang member, actually allowed Big U to navigate both the criminal underworld and the halls of legitimate power and business at the same time. His non-profit umbrella organization developing options, which controls a number of seemingly innocent entities tend to achieve positive work in the community, actually received over $500,000 from the GRID program controlled by the City of LA, with a total of over $2.3 million from the City of LA being handed over, hundreds of thousands of which Big U allegedly withdrew personally as a salary. He would also allegedly embezzle funds that were meant for community work, in practice where he would solicit donations from celebrities for his charities, then taking the money for himself personally. The criminal complaint later called Big U's organizations a front, part of a plan for Big U to control the streets of LA undercover. And according to wiretaps, Big U's persona as a reformed community activist was just a facade. Behind the scenes, he was openly claiming how he was still the same man that they said he once was. Big U was also heard on a wiretap saying that no one can beef with him because he killed them. Apparently, even later bragging to someone about being the only gangster from his era still murdering people in the modern day and age. Big U's alleged right-hand man, enforcer, and underboss was a man named Sylvester Robinson, aka They, with Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, being the trusted lieutenant. Big U's name and crew pulled a lot of weight, pulled a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back off his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan security team, being left bloody and carried away by the police.
You fight. Good. You fight. Hey, don't get me. Fight. Move up. Hey, close it up. Get inside. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right now. Go. Get him out. I don't want him in there. I don't want him out. Get him out here. Back up. Come on. You. Get him straight up.
Because you had Nipsey Hussle killed. Everybody know that.
Nipsey Hussle's people are celebrating loud after what just went down with Big U's son.
talk in the streets is getting crazy. Many are now speaking out, hinting that Big U had something to do with what happened to Nipsey back in the day. And things just got wilder because sources say Nipsey's close circle confronted Big U in prison where he's currently being held. This wasn't no quiet moment. It was tension in pure form, the kind that makes a whole block go silent when names like Nipsey Hussle and Big U get mentioned. Let's take it from the top. The tragedy that shook LA still echoes through every alley and every barbershop conversation. The City of Angels never forgets, and it definitely never forgives. On Halloween night, 2025, hip-hop faced a moment so explosive it sent shockwaves through South Central like thunder. Something dark was reborn that night.
I thought that you gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blew me up like they just killed Nipsey.
Old wounds ripped open, secrets dragged out, and pain that had been buried came crawling back to life. This was more than just a crime scene. It was a reminder that in LA's streets, the past always finds a way to haunt the present. That night marked the fatal shooting of Jabari Baby Wee Henry, the 34-year-old son of the infamous Eugene Big U Henry Jr. Big U's name is legendary across LA, tied to both the music game and the streets. But this story ain't just about another life lost. It's about karma circling back like a storm. It's about payback, the price of loyalty, and how the streets never forget who's owed. Because when Jabari fell, the world didn't just see another shooting. It saw the echo of decades of history crashing down like a curse nobody could dodge. The footage, the whispers, the confrontations that followed.
We just have some super sad news coming out of Los Angeles. It was just reported yesterday that Big U's son, Baby Huey, unfortunately lost his life in the streets of Los Angeles on the night of Halloween.
All of it painted a haunting picture of betrayal and revenge. The streets started talking.
It was jealous of Nip, because I was young, blood Nip. It was jealous of Nip, because I was young, blood Nip. So Nip had got bigger than the shit, because ain't nobody bigger than the shit.
The LAPD's 77th Street Division jumped on the case fast, locking it down as a homicide. They grabbed surveillance footage from over a dozen spots nearby. Stores, homes, even street cams. Witnesses were interviewed left and right, and every shell casing was bagged up as evidence. Forensic teams got busy trying to trace the weapon, running DNA from the suspect's vehicle handle, looking for that one mistake that could break the case wide open. Early ballistics reports were expected by November 2025. But what came next shocked investigators. The partial DNA hit belonged to someone tied to the Hoover criminals, one of LA's most notorious rival gangs. That detail flipped the whole narrative, hinting that this wasn't random. It could have been tied to long-standing tension between the Hoovers and the Rolling 60s, a beef that's lasted for generations. The $50,000 reward offered for tips showed just how serious things had gotten. Everyone wanted answers, but nobody wanted to speak up in public. Even now, no arrests have been made, and the case remains open, haunting everyone connected to it. Detectives are still chasing leads, trying to understand whether this was a setup, a message, or something deeper. What makes the tragedy even heavier is that Jabari wasn't living that hardcore gang life.
And I'm on a phone, he FaceTimed me. So he FaceTimed me and stuff like that. He was like, Nipsey just got killed. I'm like, sick, sorry, I didn't hear that. So I hanged up with him. I called Nipsey, and I'm like, Nipsey, what's up? He was like, oh, what's up with it? Nipsey answered. Nipsey answered. After I talked to Nipsey, and I was like, yeah, I love you, cuz, or whatever like that. I'll see you later, or whatever. So I hung up the phone. I thought that you gave wrong information. 30 minutes later, the homies blowing me up like they just killed Nipsey.
Wasn't trying to be his father's shadow. Born March.
But you gotta employ to shock people.
Hey, from him and Jock. It's like, y'all, like, things like, doesn't like, click. Like, y'all are big. Y'all just think money is the power of everything. Really, a weapon is the power of everything. It's just basic stuff, to be honest. I really hope y'all do this.
Minutes later, Jerry arrives at his workplace. He parks his car and calmly heads toward the front door as he'd likely done every workday for the past year. But this time, tucked into a hoodie pocket underneath his jacket, is a fully loaded pistol.
Watch it. Where's Tom? Oh God, it is. 911. I need an ambulance immediately at reliable funds. Because you gotta employ to shot people. Where is the person that shot? I don't know. We have 4 rooms up there when I'm in a locked room. Okay, police landed in ambulance. Okay, where I have everybody coming. Where is the victim? He's right next to me, and I don't know what. Okay, is he? All right, is he breathing? Yes, he's breathing. Okay, where is he shot? In the chest. Okay, do you have anything to put on the wound? He's got his glove against it now. Okay, just be still. Alright, who's the person? He shot my brother! I have to give a shot! Okay, brother, he's trying to leave! I need police now!
The dispatcher requests information about the suspect's car, but the woman on the line is unable to answer as someone delivers a crushing confirmation.
You like a rich guy. Ma'am, take it. Ma'am, take a deep breath. Ma'am, we have everybody coming, okay? Ma'am, somebody get on the phone with me, please. Ma'am, hello? Ma'am, hello?
As more calls reach dispatchers, they're able to learn from other employees that the suspect fled the scene in a gray Saturn.
It's usually black male. He works with us. I don't know. He posted on Facebook last night, and he came to work all year.
Okay. Listen, we got everybody coming to help you. Take a deep breath. What's his name?
He's very bothered.
And God, what the? I have one conscious and breathing, conscious and breathing that's shot. He's seeing well, okay. Alright, and what about the other person? Other person's on the bottom, looks like he's dead.
The Clinton Township Police Department arrived at the shocking aftermath of Jerry's rampage. One victim, Angelo Joe McCauley III, was treated by paramedics at the scene and transferred to McLaren Hospital with multiple gunshot wounds. In a back office, the business owner, 61-year-old Thomas Edward Babke, was found face up on the tile floor, full of blood, with a fatal gunshot wound to the head. The murder weapon, a semi-automatic pistol, was found near his legs, containing 7 unspent rounds. Several employees were brought into the police station and asked to describe for detectives exactly what happened.
We all gather in Tom's office in the morning to find out what we're doing for the day. It's simple, talk, and see what's going on. And, Jerry's just acting really weird.
In what way? Was he not talking to people?
Not talking, and his buddy Jeff in the other room, like his best friend, Jeff said hi to him and just walked away, smuggled stuff and walked away. I said, okay. Well, anyways, we're all in Tom's office to find out what's going on. And all of a sudden we're like, just thinking like, where's Jerry at? And all of a sudden we see the back door open and Jerry walks out like this.
Jerry pulled the gun out and said, "You mother, please stop." What? Stop what?
Finished shooting range. I know what it smells like when you shoot guns. Like what, when you shot Angelo, you hear Angelo hit the ground.
Lori, the deceased owner's sister, described what happened next.
Literally, I could say it in my mouth. And then I used him and for sitting with my goddamn Houston. And Jerry was there. And he said, what the hell is going on? Because I heard his phone. What the hell is it? You know what I mean? Here. And he's turning up the key to the door. And the door slammed and pulled him against the door. And I was trying to reach the door. And I couldn't. I'm like, what is going on? Because I could hear it all against the door.
When they tried to go, he was still going after Joe. He didn't have any intentions. I go into the office to see what order anyway. He was walking past the office. And I think that's when Dylan was like turning jumps on him. But when he was walking past the office, I could have sworn I heard him saying, "That's what this soul."
Employee Dylan then attempted to stop Jerry from firing the gun again.
I grabbed both his wrists and threw him up against the wall. And I couldn't hold him forever. I knew that. I held him for about 20 seconds, and then he found a way into the office. And at the time, the boss, the second guy got shot. He was trying to lock the door.
It was then that Jeff jumped in the hell, but the struggle spilled over into the owner's office.
He moved into the office, and he still had the gun. And I looked, and my dad, some strap was on him. My dad saw that, and he went to grab his arm, and he tried to get control of that someone else got shot. And then I saw that, and they were leaning on my dad's desk. So I jumped on Jerry, and I put him in a chokehold. And I don't know where my dad was. I know he was in there somewhere, but I just remember looking up, and I saw Jerry with the gun. He did one of these, and pulled the trigger at my dad. And then after that, Jerry had the gun like that, and he shot it at the wall. But then, I don't know if he was losing consciousness. And then after that, me and him and Josh just fell to the ground in the doorway. And I remember looking off to the right, and my dad right there. I could tell he was almost passed out because he started dragging that cotlet off because I didn't want to kill him, you know what I mean? Like, but I said to Tom, I was like, you killed my dad. I'm just going to be right away when I saw him looking because there was no blood.
Nipsey, what's up? You Rob? What's up with you? Nipsey answer.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls for even sweeter battles. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now. Skyhigh prices are everywhere. But your first exam and X-ray and dental is free for new patients without insurance. That's right. For a limited time, new patients without insurance get a free exam and an X-ray. Because you deserve dental care that's easy to manage, easy to understand, and easy on your wallet. Whether you need dentures, dentists, or you've got you covered. Come and get tested dental today. Walk into others'
I do Robinson he's funny, but he did it too.
Do you see your son P. Robinson before here today?
Yes.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
You see 22 lawyers right now with, bathing suit.
Most people think they know how we Robinson because they saw the clip of him pointing across the court at his own son. And figured that was enough to tell them everything. So what most people didn't know is that was more the ending than the beginning.
In February 5, 50 years old, Columbus on the streets of Jacksonville. That's a day he wants to third year.
Even up to the truth, got out. He probably knows. The television, no phones and lost. Until a couple of months ago.
Way before people saw him on his phone, he had lied on the news. Blues name had already been infamous in the city of Jacksonville, alleged to have moved nearly a ton of cocaine on Jacksonville's north side.
For months, police have been investigating the drug activity of these three men, Abdul Robinson, Derek Smith, and Dondre Bates. Police believe that the three may be responsible for selling nearly a ton of cocaine near the area of King and Myrtle Streets on the northwest side.
His story and association with violence in Jacksonville would span nearly 4 decades, with him alleged to have caused bloodshed, shed blood, and even leaving blood safe.
He wants people to know he's not retaliating for the murder of his son.
I want justice for my son. I'm not sending nobody out there. He got food on food. I'm supposed to have peace.
And when he would be charged with his son in association to a murder, it would be his first, as he would be implicated in multiple during his history on the street of Jacksonville.
Robinson, aka Blue, has been charged with murder 3 times. Knoxville rapper Queso took another dramatic turn when his own father took the stand to testify against him this afternoon. Akeem Robinson, also known as Queso, and his cousin Leroy Whitaker Jr. are both charged in the 2020 shooting death of 23-year-old Charles McCormick Jr. Prosecutors say Robinson wanted to kill McCormick, known as rapper Buck, for making a diss track about someone in his family who had been killed in a drive-by shooting.
I struck by the dog and all the people dancing. You could say I'm in New York to honor the vets. Secret, lots of money. Built by experts and designed for our name and not something. Well, is it really hero? Sometimes it will. Anytime. This is more than award-winning protection. It's total secret.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here, right now for you. Ultra fast, reliable, 100% fiber internet, powered by the speed of light. Get our best deal before it's gone, for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert installation. Frontier Fiber, good to go.
A father pointed out his only son in the courtroom is enough to make anyone sick to their stomach. But if the same people growing up over actually think that that testimony is tied to another one of his sons already in one, they fully understand that what kind of biggie is just betrayal and not completely.
I was the sister of the man killed in yesterday's shooting. This is 25-year-old Billy Addison's music video. His sister tells me for Jackson is a rapper in her friends say Addison. His father were sick, shot clearly yesterday morning. Leaving a paradise Diners club that they met his daughter. People from police for Jackson's birthday party held there. This is the photo. This for Jackson was just the street in line to the Memorial Hospital where it was victims of the shooting.
Many of those victims just getting out of surgery this morning. The family members telling me they are expected to make a full recovery. Unfortunately, Willie Addison did not. He died of the injury. And his family and friends tell me he did not deserve to be shot. In this music video, you can see Willie Addison, an aspiring 25-year-old rapper in the building, speaking to his band. Addison was performing at the Paradise Entertainment Club Wednesday morning, just after 2 a.m. when this video was taken. Soon after, he was shot inside of a Tim Machete's Tahoe, carrying 5 other people. Those 5 including Addison's father, brother, and friends, according to a family friend. They're all expected to survive.
The first time what came in my head was, wow, he's about to want to hurt me. Like, everyone loves you, the people hurt me.
spoke with a friend of Addison's who didn't want to reveal her identity for safety reasons. She says Addison was just getting out of prison, serving a 6-year sentence for perjury. She says he was turning his life around and focused on his music.
He was an up-and-coming artist. He was always rapping and making songs. What he loved to do was he loved to freestyle. That's what he is.
In a statement, Addison's sister tells News 4 Jax Willie was not and is not a gang member. Willie was a rapper who spoke to people, so don't get confused with him being a statistic or a product of his environment. Police have said they believe the victims were targeted. They range in age from 20s to 40s. No names aside from Addison's have been released.
One of the few people shot in a mass shooting last month is now speaking out about the state of our city and what he feels needs to happen to stop the violence.
I think this is when they talking about bringing National Guard in and all, and I think that's going to be a chunk to the young guys that be out here doing this thing, doing the thing. Avenue Washington was also shot in the back. 6 were shot in the first body. The name died was Robinson's 25-year-old son, Billy Madison, whose life was expiring rapidly. News protection reporter Jackson in the Cuban road, one-on-one with Robinson 36 miles said,
And Ty, there has been no arrest made in that mass shooting. Again, I spoke with the father one-on-one. He says his young son, Willie Addison, was shot and killed, and his other son was shot and wounded. He's still in a hospital. But he says in no way, shape, or form, this his family deserves it.
Willie Addison was shot and killed after a rap event at Paradise Orchard's Club last month. He was in the truck with 5 other people. His dad, Abdul Robinson, was driving.
I guess he was inside of one. Shot inside our car. Shoot my son in the front seat. Shot my son in the back. In the head. 2 times. Shot my nephew several times. Couple more after he was driving. Several times. Numerous times. And I drove all the way from there to Memorial Hospital. Shot in the back myself twice.
It's a story hard to imagine, but Robinson says it was reality and he had to act fast. He says he's been through a lot, including his own trouble in the streets of Jacksonville, but today he wants to clear the air.
Vietnam people got out 2009. Haven't been in no trouble with the law until a couple of months ago. Nothing serious. And you're not getting the same treatment as a victim. I'm not saying the police not working, doing their job. I don't really say that.
What Robinson is saying is that with Jacksonville having 22 murders in the first couple of months of 2019, he wants people to know not retaliate for the murder of his son.
I want justice for my son. I'm not sending nobody out there. He got food. I'm supposed to have him.
By 2019, when Lee did an action that killed his son, and that several of his family members believed beside him. He had only been back in the streets of Jacksonville for 10 years after he was competent. Before people knew him as the worst kind of rat there is. What if I told you he was one of the most prolific and notorious figures ever to walk the streets of Jacksonville?
Spectrum Mobile helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road, we can't go to bed without seeing each other's face. So that video chat powered by Spectrum Mobile keeps us connected, and it's so important for our marriage.
Spectrum Mobile's out here saving marriages.
In the late 90s, many of the drug sales were linked to Abdul Robinson and Derek Smith. Their street names?
Blue and Smiley was so notorious that JSO sent out flyers to road patrol officers to keep an eye out in the neighborhoods where they were believed to operate, just so that you could try to have as many sets of eyes as possible on Blue and Smiley.
Robinson, aka Blue, had been charged with murder 3 times, and Smith had kidnapping, battery, and attempted murder on his record. But when their names came across Jim Clint's desk, both were still on the street.
For months, police have been investigating the drug activity of these 3 men, Abdul Robinson, Derek Smith, and Dondrick Bates. Police believe that the 3 may be responsible for selling nearly a ton of cocaine near the area of King and Myrtle Streets on the northwest side.
By August 1999, Sheriff Glover, along with Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Clint, announced Blue and Smiley had been indicted on federal drug charges.
All of the people who know who've been intimidated by these thugs, that they're in jail. And we intend to keep them in jail.
If he wondered how Abdul Robinson could look so comfortably taking a stand in a high-stakes trial, it's because it wasn't really his first rodeo. Blue's documented criminal history to law enforcement dates back to the late 1980s and 1990s, where he would develop a reputation with both local and federal authorities while operating inside of Jacksonville's lucrative cocaine trafficking economy. A federal complaint and subsequent coverage would describe how Blue, Derek Smiley Smith, a person described as the Muffet, and Landrika Marlo Bates were indicted for distributing cocaine in Jacksonville as far back as 1989. During that era, authorities would publicly link Blue to at least 3 homicide investigations. He would never be charged in 2, and the charges were ultimately dropped in the 3rd, a detail that would help solidify his reputation as one of Jacksonville's most notorious drug figures of the 1990s. On August 27, 1989, the 3 men would be arrested, and their case would quickly become an object for a wider investigation into corruption inside of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Bates would cooperate early and receive a 7-year sentence, while Blue and Smith would tell investigators how they had been paying at least 1 officer for inside information on drug cases. In 2000, Blue would be sentenced in federal court to 21 years in prison for conspiracy to distribute cocaine. Blue would later say he served roughly 11 years before being released around 2009. With the assistance of Blue, that 1999 drug case would help federal investigators crack open one of the worst police corruption scandals in Jacksonville's history. Testimony and information from Blue, Smith, and Bates would contribute to a 15-month grand jury probe that would produce a 26-count federal indictment against several officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, including Carl Walden, Eric Sinclair, Jason Poe, and Reggie Bone, along with others. According to federal court records and DOJ releases, that group of officers and associates spent the late 1990s robbing drug dealers, stealing cash and narcotics, staging fake traffic stops, and even commit murder while using their badges and police gear as cover. The most infamous crime in that group would be the kidnapping, robbery, and murder of a convenience store owner by the name of Sandy Saphir, who was abducted after withdrawing about $50,000 from the bank on July 3rd, 1998, and was found dead the very next day. Former Jacksonville Sheriff's Officer Keith Walden will ultimately receive a mandatory life sentence for his role in Safar's killing. The grand jury would also examine the robbery of Saphir's nephew in that same parking lot. the killing of Jeffrey Reed, and string robbery where men would dress as police to steal money under the color of law. Blue's cooperation would help corroborate how corrupt officers would feed privileged information to dealers participating in violent robbery, making him a key figure on the wicked side of the scheme, even as he remained a convicted trafficker.
Your smile matters, but so does your bank account. With Aspen Dental, you don't have to choose. All new patients without insurance get a free exam and x-ray. We're here for all your dental needs, like dentures.
After his release from federal prison, Blue's name will surface in a new generation of street violence centered on his sons in the Jacksonville drill rap scene. On January 16, 2019, his 25-year-old son, Willie Addison, a rapper known as Boss Boom, will be fatally wounded in a drive-by shooting near Spring Park Road shortly after performing at Paradise Gentlemen's Club. 4 others were wounded, including Blue, who was shot in the back but survived. Prosecutors will later argue that the January 15, 2020 ambush murder of rival rapper Charles Little Buck McCormick was retaliation for Addison's death, and that the feud was further inflamed by music that mocked his killing. In that case, Abdul Blue Robinson was charged as an accessory after the fact for helping co-defendants flee and dispose of evidence, and he eventually agreed to cooperate, identifying his son, Hakeem Queso Robinson, as the gunman in court. Almost immediately after the conclusion of that case, Blue would be released on time served, walking free after just 5 years behind bars, leaving him with a record that stretched back to the late 1980s, cocaine conspiracies and a historic police corruption case, to a modern drill rap gang war in which he first buried one son and then helped send another to prison for life. But in actuality, it's really worse than that, because in the art of self-preservation, a class in which Blue seemed like he aced most of his life, he sealed the fate of another son, his own namesake, Abdul Robinson Jr. Robinson Jr. was charged in the same murder case of Charles Little Buck McCormick, accused of aiding and planning in the escape. After his father agreed to cooperate with prosecutors, the state's theory of the crime became clearer and more structured, placing both brothers within the same coordinated act, and with Blue's testimony confirming key parts of the timeline, including the getaway and the disposal of evidence. The prosecution's case against Jr. became significantly stronger, and at that point, I'm sure the risk of proceeding to trial would increase. So, rather than challenge a conspiracy case supported by your own father's statement, Hakeem Robinson Jr. would go on to accept a plea agreement for accessory after the fact, resulting in a 12-year prison sentence. A practical decision in light of the strength of evidence made after his father's cooperation had already altered the outlook of his case.
So Blue didn't just MVP Weinstein. His quite modules. We've seen that's gone up around 5%, and so obviously this is going to be quite, impactful. R6, 16GB, which is 2 gigabytes, that's gone up around, I'm just going to round the figures and say around 17%. Now that memory, of course, is being used for AMD's GPUs as well, so ultimately speaking, R6 and R7 are both going up. And we've seen that memory kits for DDR5 for the desktop have also skyrocketed in price. Like, it does depend on the memory type we're going for, exactly, the capacity and the region you're in and so on, but it's not uncommon to have seen like 50% or 2x increases over the past year or so. Basically, it's a lot of money. Naturally, this is somewhat impactful of the consoles as well, and it's going to be very interesting to see how, let's say, the PS6 and the next generation Xbox handle this if these prices don't get any better. Why is this? Well, of course, as you probably know and are screaming right now in the comments, I don't blame you guys, it's AI. And there's obviously a lot of stuff that's really impacting the markets at the moment. You've got, the push for AI, which is affecting memory prices and, NVMEs and all that stuff, but also you're looking at the packaging from the likes of TSMC. Hopefully Intel and these other founders can really start getting their finger out their ass. It does seem that Intel are doing better, give them credit, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with NVIDIA and AMD. I mean, honestly, guys, it does somewhat depend on your budget, and I'm not just going to tell you buy soon, but if you do need a graphics card right now, again, it does depend on your budget, but for keeping up.
Today, I'm going to be building an insane AI rental rig. It's going to be a 4090 PC with 128 gigabytes of RAM. Right here, you're looking at all of my AI computers. Each of these is rented out, earning me passive income every single day. Let me show you how to build an AI rig, how much money it makes, and exactly what parts you need. Let's get into how to build a beast AI rig in 2025. So like I mentioned, this is going to be an insane PC. And just to prove it to you, I've got the cost breakdown right here. About $2,000 for this rig, and we'll see how fast it's able to get back that investment. So the powerhouse of the build here is the RTX 4090. This is the MSI edition. A beautiful graphics card. 4090s are basically one of the best AI GPUs you can buy, and I got this one used for $1,400. Up next, probably the second most important part in an AI build, especially on Salad, is DDR4 RAM, and specifically the amount of gigabytes of RAM you have. So this is two 64 gigabyte kits for a total of 128 gigabytes. And if you look really hard, some of those are used, some is on Amazon, you can get 128 gigabytes for $250. And by the way, I will have all of these parts linked down below. Up next, we have a motherboard. This is a pretty budget B550 Asus board, but the important thing here is that it has 4 RAM slots. This is $100 on Amazon. And this is also a Wi-Fi build, which we won't be using today, but it's going to be very handy for when it comes to winter time. If you're just watching my channel for the first time, make sure you subscribe. But in the wintertime, I bring all of this tech hardware inside, and I heat my whole house with computers. Yeah, you heard me right. I don't turn my heat on, and I heat my whole house with computers. So Wi-Fi is going to be very important come winter time. Up next here, we have the CPU cooler. This is pretty simple, $15, one fan on a little 4 heat pipe thing right there. This Fearless Assassin great cooler. Up next, we have the EVGA 1000 watts off of eBay. That was $100. Not bad. The only downside here is that we have to use the splitter on the 4090 because this does not have the 12 volt power connector right here that goes directly to the 4090. Other parts here, I have a 2 terabyte NVMe drive. This is certainly overkill. 1 terabyte drive would be fine, and therefore I have this marked as $50. Then we have a CPU. For Salad, at least, the CPU does not matter very much. Now, other platforms, it may matter a lot more, but Salad is all I've been focusing on. $2,600. You can get this for $40 on eBay. That will be linked. The website is the all-in price, ship to your door, no hidden fees. The second is that they have a massive selection of all the popular miners. My current favorite miner is the biggie Home 1, which I got from Crypto Miner Bros. Don't forget to use code MODERN for $70 off each item, regardless of price. Purchasing ASIC miners can be risky with tons of scams going around. Why not make it easy with Crypto Miner Bros? Check them out today. So, worst case, I've gotten super at this point. Total rigs lately. Everything looks good. It's just bad. Been through a while. I guess I'm in that big, little different one, so I don't want Amazon to get pissed that I'm returning so many, but hell, 2 out of 3 have now worked. Enabled when I set up Windows, but can I also do the Wi-Fi right now? I still don't see the Wi-Fi, so I also have a Wi-Fi driver in here. I'm just going to go ahead and install that one too. It on. If you run into Netflix or Hulu issues, like you can't watch it on even just your TV on your network, option that's why when option is added, and you can see that is the green line right here, and it is coming off the ground. So hopefully we hold that job, and like I mentioned, our pink 4090 is also getting one of those beast jobs, so hopefully that holds as well. A lot of people have been asking me, how do you name your rigs right here? It is a Chrome extension called Salad Machine Renamer. Confusing. So fortunately, I had an internet crash during this little test right here, and I wish I could do it longer, but I'm really trying to get this video out on the weekend. The good news is I have already had a 4090 in the past, so we can kind of go off of those numbers, but we will still look at what we've seen so far. So the light blue line here is our new 4090 rig. I'll just go to that one for right now. At around 11 p.m. last night, I lost internet for like 5 minutes. That would be one of my biggest things that Salad needs to fix, is like a 5-minute internet outage should not make you lose every single job. That's incredibly frustrating. It's happened to me twice in the last week, which isn't normal, but still 5 minutes. You shouldn't lose all your jobs. That's just very frustrating. We were on very good jobs before the internet crashed. My previous 4090 was making about 26 cents per hour, and my new one was making 21 cents per hour. Just different jobs. Some containers are better than others, and I'm 15.3 cents, so 0.143 minus this number. We are profiting 11.5 cents per hour times 24 cents. We're profiting about $2.77 a day. So let's quickly test our ROI with that number. So $2,000 divided by 2.77 is 722 days, so 2 years. That's pretty long, and I expect it to be a lot shorter than that. Let's do it real quick with the 214 number right here, and also with the 256 number. We'll use the same power cost there, though this pink job actually uses much less power than that. And unfortunately, my Gobi plug is not letting me go back and monitor this certain time right here. So if we go with this job right here, the light blue line, the 21 cents per hour, we were profiting $4.50 per day, which certainly makes our ROI look a lot better here. A little bit over a year for 49 cents, not bad at all. And then lastly, we'll quickly test with the 25 cent. Now keep in mind, this is assuming you have jobs all the time, and Salad does take a 10% fee, so it's probably a little longer than these numbers. But once my internet's not crashing, I am finding jobs almost immediately, and do tend to hold them until I accidentally turn off a rig or something like that. And yes, I have done that before. So last one right here, 0.256 minus 0.027 times that by 24 hours a day, and then $2,000 divided by 5.5 is basically exactly 1 year for ROI, as long as we hold the good job for a year, and hopefully this rig can even get better since it's got more RAM. Now some people might say that's a long time, but let me pitch it to you this way, and this is the reason I'm investing so much into Salad, and why I think it's probably one of the safer ways to get into kind of passive income with computer hardware. I'm purposely buying these GPUs very, very cheap, and I'm buying good hardware that I could potentially resell for a gaming PC. So I bought that 4090 for $1,400. I could probably go back on Facebook and flip it for $1,800 if I wanted to, and if I threw in a case and maybe upgrade the CPU a little bit, I could sell it for like a $3,000 gaming PC. So in my mind, I've already made money on these parts. I'm basically starting from zero investment because at any time I can just sell the stuff and break even. So any profit I make on a day-to-day basis is already profit. I'm not trying to pay off the rig because the rig in my mind is already paid off. And that is only true for cards that are going to hold up their value. Certainly 4090s are going to be worth a lot of money for a long, long time to come with the AI boom. Stuff like 3070s, I mean, heck, they still are selling for like $250. And a year and a half ago, I was buying them for $250. So even those really aren't losing that much. And when you bundle it on a gaming PC, you do get to charge a bit of a premium on it. So overall, it's a pretty safe investment in my opinion. And as long as Sal continues getting jobs, I'm excited to kind of keep expanding my farm and building these rigs for you guys. So if you're interested in a more budget build, I will leave my video up here. Don't forget to sign up with Salad with my link down below, guys. And I will have both the budget parts list and the expensive parts list down below in the description and the pinned comment. Thanks for watching, and if you made it this far, I greatly appreciate it. Peace. Got him with the stun. Fucking wrong.
Someone went to Best Buy.
She's working. Holiday video? Yep. It's okay.
She's very creative.
She made me 12 years ago. Get great deals on Mac this holiday season at Best Buy.
What's up, guys? Boy, Darren, and today I'm coming at you with my 11.2 Season 3 Red College GP guide. First things first, though, I don't know how to say this, but I want to thank everyone that helped out with Chester so far me. Unfortunately, last week Chester did end up passing away. I'll probably make a video featuring this, going more in depth into thanking everyone for their support, but I appreciate it, and I definitely owe you guys a guide, so let's hop right in. The first thing I'm going to go over is the talents. So this build that I'm going to show you guys is the meta build. I'll have a feature guide out for some of the ops meta builds, such as Templar, the one meta range builds. But what I'll show you right here, this is pretty much what you will run 90% of the times. The talents that I'll go over are the optional talents that you can occasionally switch out. The first one being Repentance.
No, they fucking wrong. As long as you go to that fucking rehab thing inside the hospital, anything inside the hospital, inside Lakeland is fucking you gotta go in there for 72 hours, bro. But you're in like a padded room, no TV. They come in and they're like, are you hearing voices? I don't fucking know, bro. It's just like they people want to fucking scream off there. They're like, we have to know that. They're like, we're gonna help you with all this shit. We have to know that you're not. You're getting struggling to each other. You're not bringing any drugs. Like, this is to help you change it. You're not putting it there and fucked up. So, why do they all the niggas that need a boost from that, bro. Dead ass. Well, there's a dude that was trying to do the same shit that's happening to us. It's like, yo, I always feel shit, bro. This is crazy. You got it. It's a chemical imbalance if it's regular. You gotta take a pill. You got a pill? I don't got the pill for that. You gotta get the pill. You don't eat. It's not like any eats, don't eat syrups, you put those in your tongue. Each one of those other things you take one at a time, all at the same time. So, what are you gonna take? Do it all at the shit. Those are all the shits that no one does. You take one of each. Something else. You're gonna take it's always easy. And you're gonna push it out as small as you take water. Just get it. This shit all gonna make like it's good. Going back to get this shit? No, like they said, we have to get done this. So I had to play that actually. Hey, 3 subs, 2 8s a day. They're like, if the 2 8s a day isn't doing anything, come back, we'll give you 3 8s a day. I was like, hey, what? They're like, you're hearing voices, we got psych meds. They're like, you have every med that you want. Every med that you need. Just tell us what you're feeling and we'll give it to you. So you gotta put the Suboxone under your tongue. The other one you gotta swallow it. And swallow one of each. Yeah, I know. It's fun. Actually, no. My visit is Tuesday after the hospital, so I take one of each. Yeah, always at the same time you swallow the bed. And the upper you just put under your tongue. You'll start feeling better in about fucking 10 minutes. I'm not a popular. I done popped 4 of these bitches today.
Blind and White. I like Blind and White a little bit more into resto druids, sometimes resto shamans, where you really can't get those repentances off on those classes. And then also in duels, I like Blind and White because you can blind it to a seer and have that seer as like an extra CC to get out on an enemy.
Do you want free internet? Forever? You got it. We're offering free fiber-powered internet when you switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum. No internet bills, no internet taxes, ever again. Want it? Call this number to find out how.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and
in a 1v1 situation. The next two optional talents that we have here are Blessing of Protection. So if you're going to run Blessing of Spell Warding, you don't actually need to take Blessing of Protection. You can remove this point and kind of put it wherever you want. I most typically put it in Adversity. And then you can either run Sacred Strength or Divine Purpose, either one. Typically, it's kind of your choice here. If you are playing Templar, Divine Purpose is better, but typically it's got Divine Purpose, either one. I most typically put it in Adversity. And then you can either run Sacred Strength or Divine Purpose, either one. Typically, it's kind of your choice here. If you are playing Templar, Divine Purpose is better, but I'll go over that in a future video. For now, I mostly play Sacred Strength just because, we have a lower up, but you really could play either one. They both work. On a side note, some Rets don't play Vengeful Wrath. They'll play Blessed Calling and Adversity. You can do that, but I really like Vengeful Wrath paired with Blessing of Auntie for some pretty large, almost 4 million Humor Wrath executes. Feels pretty good. And one side note is if you are ever going to play with a Holy Paladin in Solo Shuffle or in Arena, you can always drop one of these points for Holy Retreat as well. Helps you out there. Some people might be curious why you don't run the stun reduction talent. And that's because this is nerfed by 50% PP. The rare scenarios where you might actually run this are in 2v2 Arena if you're fighting, Sub-Rogue plus Healer, and that's really good. You can pull a point out of Light Bearer, pop it in Stoicism, and then, that just works, because Sub-Rogues aren't really going to cleave you too much, so Light Bearer is not going to cleave you Healer, and then you get a tiny bit stun duration reduction from cheap shots and kidney shots. Next up is the Paladin talent tree. This is pretty gutter right here. The first thing I'll talk about that it's kind of preferential is Infused Blade of Justice versus Holy Blade. Totally preferential, up to you guys. It doesn't really matter which one you prefer. I go with Holy Blade, but some days I'm feeling Improved Blade of Justice and I'll swap over. It's really just complete preferential. One is not necessarily better than the other. After that, I do play more Righteous Cause than I do Art of War. Art of War typically will net you more resets, but the thing is you're not always in melee range, and even against melee classes, you are going to want to kite them sometimes, in which case Righteous Cause gives you a better advantage there. So I typically play Righteous Cause. Next up is this talent point right here, Zealot's Fervor. You can kind of either put it in Zealot's Fervor or Electric Light. Now, because I play Crusade, I am opting to go with Zealot's Fervor right now. But if I am ever Avenging Wrath, I will take that point out of Zealot's Fervor and put it in Electric Light. After that, your next optional talent points really are your Dancer, so you can take either Crusade or Avenging Wrath Might. Actually, it looks like they just call it Avenging Wrath. That's kind of cool. Okay, so you got Regular Wings and you got Haste Wings. So the main advantage to running Avenging Wrath would be your Wake of Ashes directly benefits from that 15% buff, whereas if you're playing Crusade, it's only going to be a 2% damage buff on your Wake of Ashes. So Wake of Ashes does more damage with Avenging Wrath. I'll call it Avenging Wrath Might, because it looks like they just renamed it maybe this patch or whatever. It looks like it does more damage your first 2 globals, and then after that you're kind of relying on crit to have this damage keep up with Crusade. Now, although it's more bursty, I'm kind of preferring Crusade right now. Haste does affect your dots. I tried to do a lot of testing. I couldn't really confirm whether it affected Sun's Wrath kick speed, but it does Dawn Light damage and kick speed. So Haste is actually not that bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was in the past. And then also you get the benefit of faster and Blair's faster casts with penances and just faster globals in general, and usually does go up to 23% in PvP combat along with the haste, so it's pretty good. After that, everything else pretty much remains the same. All right, let's get into actually one more thing I'll talk about is PvP talents. I run Blazing of Sanctuary every game, Searing Player most games, Hallowed Ground most games, and if I'm fighting spellcasters, I'll typically swap out Searing Player for Spell Bop, and then I'll swap out Blazing Protection for one of the other optional talents. Again, those codes will be left in the description of the video. All right, let's get into the gear. So briefly going over the stat priority, you want to get as much versatility as you can, and then mastery and then haste are pretty much equal. I'm going to do a little bit more experimenting with gear once Conquest uncaps, but for the most part right now, the safe bet is prioritizing as much versatility as you can get. So right now in PG Combat, I have 37% burst and 55% mastery. Now you can opt for more damage-oriented builds where you kind of prioritize mastery and you go with like maybe double or triple traffic jewelry. But for now, because I'm still building out my first set of gear, I'm just going to go the safe route and then experiment from there. So right here, I have my helm. We have the set piece helm socketed with a versatility mastery gem called the Masterful Sapphire. Then I have the Conquest neck. I have the set piece shoulders. I have my Retri wraps. I have a guide on my YouTube channel about the Retri wraps. If anyone's curious, just search my name in Retri wraps. I have the Pure Deck First Fiber in there. That makes it so the Retri wraps speak to versatility. And then I have the speed enchant. I have my crafted chest piece, which I'll eventually switch out for a versatility mastery chest piece. But this is 720 item level, so I'm not too pressed about that. Enchanted with Crystalline Radiance. I have my Astral Warmonger's Bracers, which I'll eventually upgrade to the Conquest piece as well. Enchanted with Speed. I have my primary Conquest weapon here. I have Authority of Radiant Power, but you can run the Mastery enchant as well. Neither of which are that powerful, but I might test out the map.
Yes, it used to feel like it's so it kind of like sleep. Yeah.
Can I perform for you?
mastery enchant very soon. I have my set piece gloves. I have crafted first mastery belt here with a masterful sapphire gem. I have my set piece pants with strength and stamina enchant, and then I have speed on my crafted boots with first and third mastery. The crafted ring with third mastery as well, and then I have the enduring bloodstone in there, the unique the mag gem for the old school WoW players. And I have elemental focusing lens on each of these pieces. So if you guys are new to the season or new to the expansion, elemental focusing lens is kind of like a special enchant that you can put on crafted gear. Now this damage proc will not activate until you have one stat gem. So not a bloodstone, but a stat gem like the mask with the sapphire. And after that, it will begin to proc. And then I'm just running, actually most games I run double DPS minutes as human. But if I'm ever fighting like a rogue boom king or mage rogue or feral mage, then I will probably end up running a medallion trinket there. But I do actually quite frequently play double DPS trinkets as human. Alright, let's get into the rotation. So playing Radiant Glory Crusade Herald is probably the easiest of all the specializations that you could choose for Red Paladin. It is very Zertug oriented. Your buttons, you put on cooldown and you do damage. But there are modifiers that you should be aware of, and things that actually do increase your damage. So the first one being of Dusk and Dawn, Blessing of Dawn. So every 3 holy power generators that you press, you're going to do 15% additional damage on your next final verdict. Something to know about this is that every other Crusading Strike will generate a charge. So you need 2 slashes of your Crusading Strike to generate a charge of Blessing of Dawn. Outside of that, you have your Greater Judgment modifier, which causes Final Verdict to deal 20% more damage. You have your Holy Flames modifier, which causes your holy abilities in general, not just your defenders, to deal 5% more holy damage. You have your Crusade stats, which are modified through damage. And then you have your Final Reckoning and your Burn to Ash, which also modifies your damage. So if you guys are unaware, Burn to Ash is something that you should probably try and play around as Herald. You really want to make sure that your Wake of Ashes is hitting, your initial Wake of Ashes is hitting, so that you burn the target with Truce Wake. Then your Dawn Lights deal 30% more damage. And if Truce Wake ever crits, then this lasts a little bit longer, which is actually another argument to make for regular Avenging Wrath. But for the moment, I'm sticking with Crusade. I do quite frequently go back and forth, but for the sake of this guide, we're going to say the Crusade here. This is something to be aware of. And you just send your buttons and do damage. So if I was to give you guys a standard opener here, I would toss a Judgment on my way over to the target, Blade of Justice, we're going to overtap, Final Reckoning Badge, Wake of Ashes, double Final Verdict, 1, 2, Divine Soul, Final Verdict, Judgment again, Final Verdict, Blessing of Machi Prog, Final Verdict, Blade of Justice, Final Verdict, Judgment, Final Verdict, Hammer of Wrath, Final Verdict. And non-Blessing of Anchi Hammer Brass, if you have any other abilities, any other generators, you push those first. Because one, Blade of Justice would give you more holy power in a fight your holy flames. And 2, you want to get Judgment on cooldown as often as you can to make sure that you're maximizing your Greater Judgment benefit. So really, the red rotation is kind of a prioritization of keeping your generators on cooldown while doing your best to not overcap on holy power. But on occasion, on your openers, you might overcap on holy power, but just on that initial opener. And that's because, you want your opener to have that 5% more damage from holy flames on the target. And you also want the initial Greater Judgment benefit from your Judgment on the target. Outside of that, you're really never overtapping holy power, especially as Herald. So like if you're sitting at 4 holy power and you have to choose between capping off, going past the 5 holy power limit with a Judgment, just press the Final Verdict and then Judgment and then Final Verdict again. Alright, pretty simple rotation. The other specializations have a little bit more complex burst setups, but I advise everyone to play this build, especially if you are just starting out. And then stay tuned for other future rotation guides for Templar and the 1 minute links. Alright, next thing I'll go over is my macros. So for the sake of the video, I'm going to link all my macros in the description below, so you guys don't have to strain your eyes on the screen and check out what my macros are.
Turn me up, fine. Look, good time don't never left, yo. Sometimes I feel like praying to the devil. Sometimes I feel like laying down, but that'll never help me. Sometimes I feel like I ain't been rewarded for my efforts. This street shit done died up, we living in the devil. This shit done died down, we trying to get richer. I would've put my man down, but he ain't in the picture. All you other nigga man now, that they ain't in the picture. Look, I can't walk around my pole, but I gotta deal with it. Came out of jail on parole, but look, I'm still lit. I got a thick red bone that I might still hit. I got a couple old hoes, I might still hit. My face off some Wayne shit. The Glock got a switch, so I don't miss when I'm aiming. I'm the type for the drop out when it raining. Misunderstood, but you wouldn't even understand me. You couldn't understand. Look, all problems only equal to one else. A lot of love, some hustle, we all scammers. Every time I walk in the hole, like new house. Every time I walk in the boot, that's a new house. I pay like every other week in my yard, a new family. I say every other week I'm in love with a new dance. If I ever meet Nicki Minaj, I'm trying to blame nigga. You don't want no smoke with us, we like cancer. When I post my young bitch, get me going tantrums. And I only want to hear this shit ain't natural. You can't name a nigga play if we ain't blessed. We might have the same car, but they ain't fast. Look, bitch, you ain't no even, I ain't out. I give you no price for free, bitch, I hate routes. If you got that shit for cheap, then we try and snatch you. We try and snatch you. Look, whole lot of gold bottles. You know, Benjamin Franklin, my only role model. Grant Jackson Franklin, my only role model. 2 G's, 2 places, and about 4 chocolates.
Alright, come on now, what's up?
About 4 chocolates. All my life, nigga, I struggle. So like when I win that first Grammy, I love the fans and all, but I'm broke, God, that shit on this industry. Afraid that none of these haters get rid of me. See them fuck boys, see them me. But when you niggas took it, you get them too beat up. Window was on my mother's strong. Taking this shit on the hot by the phone, so
You mean? No, never say number one that you can say on the 6 o'clock. You put it out there? Man, say what you say, man. And just let you listen to it.
Oh, this was some niggas falling out with head down. Now I'm back on my greasy niggas are scared, huh? Know I put a nigga to sleep, homie, like airtime. Wish a real nigga was there doing some fair time. Bitch, I'm back at it, and I ain't even fucking off. dope game fucked up. So I ain't even touching some. You know what it is, when you try me, I'm busting off. You need to lose some. Bitch, I'm a fucking boss. You niggas ain't real, boy, they just really good habits. And with some practice, turn these flow rappers to travelers. When you hold your shit on, don't fuck around with the jacket. But the boy, they find their rappers, they might get in the action. I'm just a change on your brain, my niggas come through and snatch it. What's that goon shit? Gutter, boy, my young niggas ratchet. I feel like fuck a rap game and make these fuck niggas happy. But nah, I ain't gonna make these fuck niggas happy. Hey, you can sit your house.
You already know. It ain't no way. You can walk around with a mom. That chick a white mouth did get exposed and you done tell they real effect like a dollar bill. But your truth just a minute. Man, I'm pissed, man, that you want to do something. Man, no, man, you don't go nowhere, so man, fuck that shit.
And somebody tell that he don't own the rights to be selling my shit on eBay. Nah, shit, my mind gonna have to run it like a relay. Me, white shoot with you, bust down freeways. I'm out shit with 3Ks, been hunting for a 3 The answer is he's straight. Hell no, nigga, he gay. I don't talk behind the back, you know I said it, sweet face. Boy, I keep it hood, all I care about is what the street stays. 6-5 on deck, you know I'm still on that. Go ahead with that hate, boy, it's gonna get your ass on check. Do what you gotta, go ahead and get up, you got it. Better get you some business, so boy, it's gonna be a problem. Oh, you know how many years I had to sacrifice? I feel like I'm the realest nigga living that came out for Christ. I'm out here close to the edge, so don't push me. Four niggas acting like what I fuck, niggas, so push how you want.
The figures reflect what we making, man. It's trying to rationalize the place like I'm sorry for this thing. God, don't fuck with it. That's what makes them a fuck nigga. But they get shit going to realize. Everything around here is fresh, man. I wish I could hold these niggas up to the light.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked.
Hold that. I used to steal and kill and murders and burners, even though I'm interested in people. I got to change my surroundings and everybody who around me seem like shit don't go right. He was still killing and murders and burners, but now I'm getting further, I don't want to get it. Fucked up with my niggas and my bitch, but they took me through there a few times. I ain't got no feeling. My auntie told me slow down, you wanna be like the vision. My uncle told me get from around, a nigga don't like the winning. And they get put in this position to see it myself. I forgot about me, I was taking care of everybody else. I was in the cell and I was hollering at my niggas saying. On the film, you say you heard them niggas want me. I call them, they say friends got hit in the head. I hope you never change, we fight again until the end. My brother, my cousin, my niggas down there in the fence. Even though you didn't ride for me, every chance I get, I'm saying red. You gotta remind me how to be real, I already know how to play. Look at us now, my nigga, remember when we was smoking red. He came at me red, with DT there, my brother too. I know what I said, hurt you, but you ain't hurt me too. I'm drinking bourbon juice, I'm studio, I'm spitting around. Rocking that G-Shot in the cell block, you killing time. I'm from the know, they already know how I be getting down. I switch my flow on them little niggas who tried to steal my sound. I'm taking loss back to back, I heard them say I lost. Numbers back up for everybody who counting out. I wanna talk the shit got hot, I had to switch the route. I'm the one who made the way they trying to play like they forgot. I was out the door when I was a youngin', I ain't had no money. By the time the fame came, none of these things mean nothing. I'm on the ugly how I used to, but it's just now all of my thuggin' be on YouTube. This shit ain't changing, this shit change y'all. I'm on the same block, 3 days, same drugs. So what's up? For what it is? We get the guts on the Chevy Chevelle. I was looking up the cool as a shark. I wanted to walk like that nigga all ears when he talk. The whole project is a screen free pocket. 13 is face clean, everybody love and he sorry. Ever since Martha Melly Mitch, everybody knew I'd be in penitentiary. And the way it's right, I know God got something from me, so I ain't fucking tripping.
I took the top off. I'm tripping like hot sauce. I got drinking this clean off. Let me keep it at mean mouth. Get that pussy like golf ball. I can do this without y'all. I don't look like a lost off. I go back to the trap house. Bring that bitch in her belt down. Catching it and I cash out. Donation to a stash house. I ain't picking no hands out. When you calling, I'll make proud. My little niggas they think down. I love that when I'm in town. Is he gonna keep things? I don't really got a chance. I'm my flicks. It's all about kids. I think that was gonna win. I can water around my leg. I just start the one release. With the bubble bitch leg. I take my fridge. You can send me three. I don't bought another bitch. I'm protecting my flesh. Want my bed. It's from my head. Open no rent. That's the best. You know I just keep down. I got my teeth down. That's to my teeth down. This head I don't see down. She's never the jump. I know this is don't talk. I just want to be a big jump. I was just top off. This is my time song. I got drinking 20 bottles. That's me out. That's my golf ball. I can be without y'all. I don't look like a lost dog. I go back to the top bro. Bring this bitch in the belt down. I just did I cash out. I just keep stash out. I just put it on it now. I been talking about bitch around. I don't just keep it down. I'm back when I'm in town. Yeah, I'm when I'm in town. But you gotta bring him down. So my dad down. I'm just a long time. When you feel it, slow down. I'm not going to be sold out. I just bring you this old job. Gotta keep down down. I'm gonna be next. Yeah, boom, petty. Fly no flesh, yeah, nigga be heavy. Give me a push. You can't make it epic. Why I feel legend? I feel like a team now. Get back on my team now. I just take on my team now. Nigga head I don't see how. Nigga never the dumb stuff. I don't even know how. I just put me up in the I took the top off. I'm tipping like hot sauce. I got drinking 20 off. Let me keep it at me mouth. Get that pussy like golf ball. I can do this without y'all. I don't look like a lost dog. I go back to the top house. I bring this bitch in the belt down. Catch it and I cash out. Donation to a stash house. I ain't taking no heads out. I just call it on this crowd. I don't get them shit down. I look back when I'm in the town.
You guys see Hard Rock Bet has new promos dropping daily?
Y'all say my name?
Oh, no, we were saying that Hard Rock Bet has new promos every day.
Oh, cool. No worries.
A lot of good daily promos, actually.
I know I heard my name.
Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win.
Sky High prices are off today. Buy your first organic eats right. Index is free patients without insurance. Right, for a limited time. New patient insurance. You get free exam. Because you guys are saying it's easy to manage and easy to understand and easy on the wallet. Whether you need dentures, drawing, or cleaning, you've got you covered. Come into Hospital Dental today. Walk-ins are always welcome.
Ever since I was a kid, when I was a shit. Shawty keep on the coming out, she wanna get hit.
She thinks she gon' name me, can I be her by my side? Never know what's on the rocks, she got her timers.
I put my studies on rate. I pull up gun off the hit. I this on 22 clip. I break a heart, come on, go so. Put on a shirt, get put on a blip. Feel like a stain, get ready to live. I got it turned right. I was the low. She come in my style, she wanna try it. Tryna get kicked, I got your bitch. I get it kicked. Smile on my face. I'm good shit, that's why I did. I wanna be since I was a kid, if I was you, I would cut out my wrist. So tired all over my body, oh. She was swallowing out on my money. Ever since I was a kid, I've been legit. You should let it go, she wanna be. Got her all tight on her body. It don't matter what they say, I'm tired of your side. See your fire when I'm coming home. Fill up the sky, I fill up the dawn. Don't feel one day, send me like a show. But it's coming home, since you did it first. Feel like St. Bobby, easy but I like me. Feel like it's so green, that's what joy to be. She wanna fuck with the beat, she fell in love with the beat, she fell in love with the sea. Yeah, what's my part? It's hard, you'll see. Oh, it's just let it breathe, It's skin when I get a piece. Your eyes, but along inside the God. I showed it to you, but I belong to you. Ever since I was a kid, if I was you, I would come with the shit. So tired of all the fucking talking. She was swallowed. Oh yeah. Ever since I was a kid, I really did. You should let it go, she wanna be. Got her all tight on her body. Don't matter. Say no times,
Turn me up, fine.
Look, good time don't never left, yo. Sometimes I feel like praying to the devil. Sometimes I feel like laying down, but that'll never help me. Sometimes I feel like I ain't been rewarded for my efforts. This street shit done dried up, we living in the desert. This shit done died down, we trying to get richer. I would've put my man down, but he ain't in the picture. All you other nigga man down, that they ain't in the picture. Look, I can't walk around my pole, but I gotta deal with it. Came out of jail on parole, but look, I'm still lit. I got a thick red bone that I might still hit. I got a couple old hoes that I might still hit. My face on some rain shit. This lock got a switch, so I don't miss when I'm aiming. I'm the type for the drop out when it raining. Mix on the stuff, but you wouldn't even understand it. You couldn't even stand. Look, all problems only equal to one ounce. A lot of robbers, some hustle, y'all scammers. Every time I walk in the hole, like you house. Every time I walk in the boot, I say new house. Okay, look, every other week in my yard, a new found. I say every other week I'm in love with a new dance. If I tell me Nicki Minaj, I'm trying to blame nigga. You don't want no smoke with us, we like council. When I don't post, my young bitch get me going central. And I only want to hear this, she ain't desperate. You can't name a nigga play that we ain't blessed. We might have the same car, but they ain't fast. Look, bitch, you ain't no even, I ain't out. I can't do no birth for free, bitch, I hate routes. If you got this shit for cheap, then we try and snatch you. We try and snatch you. Look, whole lot of gold bottles. You know, Benjamin Franklin, my only role model. Ray Jackson Franklin, my only role model. 2 G's, 2 blazes, and about 4 choppers. About 4 choppers. 4 choppers.
Imagine being
I'm ready and I'm dirty, so I don't make no sense. Are you getting all this money, so you don't make no sense. You don't understand. I feel like I'm going back in 2015. In a field with plenty killers, with somebody with the lane. Don't make no sense, I catch a body on the scene. Just a minor in design, I was riding for some green. 2012, I was on at 14. I was serving dope fiends, I was sitting no. I do no flagging dogs. Been snapping dog, in a zero to the field, I get zigzagging dog. All I wanna do is get a bitch and fuck her raw. All I wanna do is hit a lick and hit the mall. Fly lifestyle and rock the mirror with the Louis Vuitton. Crack rock samples if you like it, you get 2 for 1. Fly lifestyle and rock your venture with the Dolce & Gabbana. How about sitting Yoda smoking Zaza, pulling up to McDonald's. Heard you got some water, so get stupid. All my niggas bother. Heard you want some problems, but all my niggas shot it. I feel like I'm coming back in 2015. In a book with plenty killers, somebody with the lane. Don't make no sense, I catch a body on the scene. Just a minor in design, I was riding for some green. 2012, I was on at 14. I was serving dope fiends, I was sitting no. I do no flagging dogs. Been snapping dog, and I zero to the field, I get zigzagging dog. All I wanna do is get a bitch and fuck her raw. All I wanna do is hit a lick and hit the mall. I don't make no sense, I'm putting sticks all in the chest, I'm putting brick back in the bricks, I'm hitting everybody with. We say they want shit for everybody with. I be juggling and whacking niggas, but I be rapping now and then. I'm gonna bounce out with that strap, I don't need nobody else. I feel like I'm going that flat, I don't see nobody else. My niggas ain't got no mind, I'm fucking Jesus out here. My niggas ain't got no mind, let's keep the demon out of here. Hey, fly lifestyle, fucking believe in shit there. It don't make no sense to love the 3.7 M. My nigga don't make no sense, his name fucking Wham Bam. I love that nigga, you know my shit until fall Sam. Everybody know I'm wrong, but I ain't talking Van. Damn, I ain't never shoot out in your part, nigga. I ain't never playing, man.
That young nigga is bad. What y'all thought? It's too many people depending on his leadership skills out here for him to be gone. Come on, train your spot. I done gave us a second chance. We talking about a whole second chance. And you control all the shame. You can do whatever you want to do. Put your foot on their neck. You understand me? You take your shoestring and they do stuff to these people not ready to do. And the league never talk it down on you. Go lying and broke. I could take off the phone. To the people. You get your attitude. Y'all counted us out. Come on now. While we was counted down. Whoever was fed, I'm talking about whoever was fed when you went to the fed, don't make you fed. Cause the vegan is back. Come on now, son, you talking walk, and you talking go. Hey, FGO, first day out, this funky kid walked out of jail, I saw some phone. I just got out of the country, every big cash, they finish my head, see some on my head. They come put that pussy on me, bitch, I'm fresh from the bed. I'm fresh from out the bed, baby, come put your pussy on me. Turn this fuck in the strip club, ran out of one thought, nigga, I can't fund the shit, the whole world been waiting on me. All life, all the way to R&D games to my little homie. Ain't no more movie files from Mr. Goldman, I can't check the job. Ain't no more outfits from South Lake Mall, he sit up and get money. Couple hoes jumped on my beat, but Jordan waited on me. Acting till I get home. Trust me on the piece. I might do a demonstration on this. I ain't saying that in like 4 years, I ain't selling it at 3. Don't let that first go to your head, ain't nobody slamming me. I'm the one from around the corner where they say, "Oh, this kid extra aggressive." I done traffic, cause I ain't in the back seat. And where I go, it's car trailing, cause records ain't driving me. I get mad when I look around and my members ain't where they supposed to be. What's going on? I'm stuck in the cage, it drove me crazy. 30, pad me that drink. Bitch ass out my face. Unfortunately, I'm CEO and the top shooter for my game. My grandma told me to keep my grass low the whole time. I'm the snake. Smell this plot from like 3 miles away. He can't outsnake a snake. I ain't choose the street, they chose me. Stepping on shit my lane. I ain't choose the rap, he chose me. My name held too much weight. Type of phones I got where I'm from. Got your guy and Tony Drake. When you with me, you gon' get real motivated. Same day, don't try to play it out. Go get your favorite bullet on your face. I rap when I am told. I rap when I got shit to say. That's up name. I'm allergic to Corvette. Fuck a CA. This a F8, not a CA, nigga. Mansory edition. In the May. Oh my God, what happened to Virgil edition? In the Ray, wide body, colored in black badge piece. And the same scat pack since I love it. Man, you stuck with the nigga. We all on the race to the top. These niggas stuck, can't get no bigger. I got rich and wild in jail, locked in the feds, out doing nigga. Now my watch got on the watch, my chain got more chain than me. Man, no selling niggas, real niggas, but I'm down showing counterfeit. Into the bank, the fed got to get attention rich. Order rich Ferrari, on the jail call, real rich. Make sure she cover my name up if you plan on keeping a bitch. I signed the deal and went to jail, they ain't even seen me pop my shit. I'm shooting out by the chain, they say my name, I been bullshit. My niggas die while in chains, be back gang, gon' right back for revenge. I just way more colder. Every 8 hours I'm changing fit. Every 7 I've changed the business. Number 4 when we change lane. Good boy, all these Jews I drop, how you ain't making change? He ain't dead, but I got niggas in the fed smoking the rain. Soon I see my niggas on me, they rain say man. I had 9 up to my name, making cheat out your brain, reorganize my whole game. On Sunday, I work on our head. I'm on the 13, I'm bopping out with a new chain. I heard street niggas getting tummy tuck. Told you we rap running. In my cell, I did 1,000 verses. I told them my friends, feed the suit on, feed the cap on about, Richard made the plank. Devils and Calvin circle. But once you win for those circles, my dog, my first post, he jumped in the streets, he showed me lane. And that killer, what you want, you just like brother John. Hey, what you want, my kids, he told me grab the brush and paint. So I ain't right at her
forehead and tried to spell out my name. I got locked and they dropped $1 million worth all around my game. Please tell me this shit feel about they pocket skinny, man. Please tell these rap niggas saying brother without permission, that they stealing. Cause many kids say no to drugs and they don't like to kill. But I look saying move, I read I they said pay I'm least likely some people. But I'm more likely to battle. Super shifty, crooked letter, David Banner. In the trap feeling like old dog watching hits I did on camera. I don't pay them with a 922 G sitting on my counter. My paper with a full of ARP sitting on the counter. But you think you got more shots than CG? Come and try your luck. You ain't never bought no click or no grenade. Shut the fuck up. I just order a gun store. Nobody ain't got more chops than us. 901-375-076 to call my bluff. I treat a player like a player and the custom like a club. You need to treat your glizzy like a collar shirt and white gangsters like civilians. I treat smart niggas like ducks. Long story short, short story short, nigga. I cannot be took, cannot fuck, can't get on bush, can't go outside, can't get out far. I see the C girl on the arm, she left for her tag in his glove box. Katie patient, he might spank him next year or tomorrow. I took my homie Dumbo Glock cause he went out like cheddar ball. Hey, bitch, I had the shit on for these phones in my garage. Hey, bitch, you lost faith in me, named after one of my cars. Well, y'all stole on steel parts, the results I'm with jobs. My trick jam on me with people. I'ma turn kids to Lamar. Got his car flipped on Lamar, died with his gun, he couldn't even shoot. I'm CEO, I cannot go, even my strikers bulletproof. All my hoes from Memphis still allowed to call me Mr. Pooh. 7 Farms, Rose Gold, my first day out, down fool. Bruce bad, nigga.
Be it all. You don't need no meow. You need no horns. We need more dogs.
Well, I'm trying to make a play. I ain't really contemplate. Hey, you come get in with me, that's gonna be your lucky day. You ain't talking about no money, make it quick, I'm running late. 60,000 in my mouth, I know they got something to say. He applying straight pressure, you can't play no game with him. God know to throw it to me, I'ma do my thing with him. That pussy good out, and straight out. Put me in, coach, I'ma hit a game with him. Can't forget about the drop, why I need the treasure. Presidential, tell the winner, you can't see me in it. I'm breaking my wrist in the bowl like I don't need these bitches. 120 in a 60, fuck a speed bitch. She say she want a boss, what's coming, baby, you my type. Don't sleep on me, baby, we gon' have a good night. I can't get a hoe. And a price right. These are not no Jordan Dunk, but these off-white. He ain't out there with the gang. He ain't my brother, I can't trust you. 200 can't change. Diamonds dancing just like Usher. What? When they say my name, they know I'm a real hustler. I was getting off that way. I had to get it off the muscle. I ain't in the mix, bitch. I'm him, don't get it screwed up. She don't see no E. She say, Daddy, come get chewed up. Them boys just behave. We don't care about what they talking about. You so sexy, baby, what you doing? Let me fly you out. I'm trying to make a play. I ain't really contemplate. Baby, you come get in with me, that's gonna be your lucky day. You ain't talking about no money, make it quick, I'm running late. 60,000 in my mouth, I know they got something to say. He applying straight pressure, you can't play no game with him. God know to throw it to me, I'ma do my thing with him. That pussy good out. And stay down, baby. Put me in, coach. I'ma hit a game one.
That shit clean, put that lime up in here. That shit clean, put it down my baby. Don't get hate up like some college. Like you know I'm always trying to drop some brick. And this shit crazy when they want some brick. Shawty got your feet to street. I'm spreading the bird, you know like you spreading it. I'm spreading it, lime. When I be praying with you, lying is so be God, he bless you. Trying to give me the shit. I really be called, says my ball, somebody did it, shit. I'm lost in this. Talking, following me. I used to meet you. It was it, not in the moment. Clean your shit. All I need is all of the cool. I was switch it. I'm gonna switch on this block. I'm gonna switch to the top. I just switch to the block. And my feet on this block. So many bullies, I'm not stop. I get the squeezes and I let it run. So it's on the thing, they thought I'm wrong. It's in the clip and we catch my dog. I have to stay to my shit and I'm hot. Hop in the shit, I'm straight to the top. I did it. I ain't got no clue, but y'all wanna still fuck through that shit, that's true, yeah. And if you wanna fuck y'all in the head, I'll turn that shit up, yeah. I'ma get shit like number now. Yeah, I'll shoot, don't kill. You fuck that shit, you don't stuff, yeah. I just start such a lot of nigga pull up, yeah. And a job, nigga, out you don't take it up, yeah. You want me to job, you something now. Spanish, she said it got there. My Spanish, she said it got there. We go on and on, I never got there. That's a good man, I saw you cook it. She found that a shot at you up there. I don't let it be long, come back. Yeah, they go come every time, it'll fall back. And it's gonna shoot out, I didn't get back. I can hardly be done to myself. I just whip out a shot at you. You can free me, I will let it. But she not the type that I can keep it. She the type that I believe. She's an artist, I can't eat. Each one is one, and I got it up right now. In the clown, I'm a fucking squeeze. I'm the clown, I'm the guy when I feel. It's too bad that you want to be seen. And I think I do not be seen. I'm not, but this I'm a team. I'm thinking I've been something. And she clean, with that lime up in here. And she clean, with it down my baby. I don't get paid up, that's so all the no, I'm really trying to draw some good. I'm doing shit crazy when it's like some good. Shawty got your feet to street. First place I heard, you know about the street. I didn't be loyal, when I can't hit, when I be praying with you. Like this, be God, he bless. Try to get the other shit. I really be called, says my ball, we get somebody did it shit. I'm on street. Street shit, I was on street shit. Every street there, I will not leave. And then hood on, I will be leaving. I will be leaving. And I never did believe it. I don't care, I don't believe it. The broke nigga best believe it. Gotta believe in the price you bring. But yeah, shit out your pizza, niggas. I said, damn. I no place, nigga. I fucked. These niggas be mad for reads. I get it back for no motherfucking read. When I hit the stage and the bitches start breathing. Flat to the beat, they say that they need. I'm doing that, I've been smoking and shit, yeah. Yes sir, yes sir. It's disgraceful, blessful, it's you disgraceful, nothing. I have the money, I give a bitch nothing. Bitch, I'm disgraceful for nothing, damn. Gotta make this all busy. They gonna hate me for that. You don't need favors for shit. When you're not label like when you're not getting this, niggas start ripping this shit up. Niggas like stuff for this shit. Still get his own baby. That shit clean, put that lime up in here. That shit clean, put it down my baby. Don't get paid up, let's on college. Like I know I'm always trying to draw some good. And this shit crazy when they want some brick. Shawty got your feet to street. I'm spreading the bird, you know not to spread a nigga. I'm spreading the arm, when I can't hit, when I be praying with you. Like this, be God, he bless. Trying to do the other shit. I really be called, says my ball, we get somebody did it shit. I'm on shit.
Sounds slow. We've been running downstairs for us.
Keep you up. You took me to the stars. Your face, your tone is lost. It's so incredible of the skin tones.
For you, my nigga, be your killer, nobody gon' play with you around with you. I'm just like fuck you, speak all the girl. I believe for you, I speak for you, what now you won't cost a nigga, rock bitch, I got you lit. I've been multitasking, rapping to be in the dance to my shit. I just spinning until I'm dead. I do all the smack, you know, stuff but help with none of you killing. You gon' lie to cap, watch when I catch, I'm whack in front of them. Damn, I need a trip. You could've been superstars. Remember when we was jacking cars? Nah, same for you. You switch like a pussy little bitch. Damn, I need you trippin'. You could've been superstars. Helping now, I'm reminiscing. Remember we was checking cars. Now you better keep your distance, cause it's not safe for you. You switch like a pussy little bitch. Try all week to kick, snatch off on the beat. When I slide, light on the blick. Bet I'm on my shit when I'm outside, so they don't ring down. Call them pants down, yeah, you should. I know what bird was fake, but I still ate. So I'm a grill, yeah, couple beats, ATV, back no wide open. Wait till my spike get out. All you niggas gon' die. Time goes, bustin' on my opponent, no hand stamping. Push my arms totally, wood just broke, no motion. Sleeping on sofas, creeping in houses like roaches. I done went crazy to things, now free me, baby, can't keep me, baby. I beat no case, they already hit me, they gon' be there when I'm on probation. Oh, y'all think they got retarded, y'all ain't seen nothing yet, I promise. Niggas can't take me, niggas can't guard me. I be on the fuck, nigga, ass like Charlie, they can't even try to guard me. You could've been stars. Remember when we was checking cars. Nah, safe. Swings like a pussy you bitch. Yo, I need you trippin'. You could've been superstars. Helping now, reminiscing. Remember we was checking cars. Now you better keep your distance, cause it's not safe for you. Swings like a pussy you bitch. Like all these kids, snatch off on the feet. When I slide, light on the feet. Bet I'm on my shit when I'm outside. You know what I mean? Hold it down, getting shit. I know the bird was fake, but I still ate it on the ground. I eat slime on the ground. Put it on there, let you ground.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like privatebuds.com for your music studio, or kickboards.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever you agree, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, catch a bad mind. Take mine. Fuck bitches. Roll around. Catch a witness, I stand highness, I blow fitness. I'm a fat nigga, give me motion. I'm being a rolled up,
I'm running the whip. It's a lamb truck. I'm shifting. I be sauced up. Too slippery. I stay blessed up. Deep Christian. Strip club. VIP. Bring my bottles through. I'm a millionaire. They watch me talking to. I'm smoking big slop, baby. I got a slap wood for the run. I spent $6 on shoes. I got only wear them bitch one. Like, no kids, they made me open 1 million in a month. So scary, I'm growing 30K like a man. All my pockets stone crack. Dollars on me key market. Shit poppin' university. I got a degree for shit poppin'. Dollars on me moonwalk. 10 pointers in long. Same nigga that his bro. Look at me now, I'm shit long. Dollars on me moonwalk. 10 pointers in long. Same nigga that his bro. Look at me now, shit long. Hey, fuck bitches, wrong rampage, catch y'all women, I stab my niggas, I blow for niggas, I'm a fat nigga, give me more shit, I'm beating the road up, I'm running it real quick, this a round truck, I'm shifting, I be sauced up, too slippery, I stay blessed up, deep Christian. Deep Christian. Yeah. It's on.
Like so fat, orbit. Gotta wait for me no more as I be loaded. I ain't gonna be fat, but make the move. You gotta wait for me no more as I be loaded. Why you watching drinking 40? I just told it. Still that same nigga in the form, but it's stolen. Ride sporty, I get sporty, can't control it. I'm doing fine, and bang, I'm transporting. I got that bag on me, nigga, like I'm transport. You draw the mixtape, thought I was just reposting. I ain't posting mixtape, I don't smoke shorty. I be working till the morning, PM till the morning. I know what they want to bag on you, just wanna roll it. Hold up, nigga, don't you owe me if you owe me doing it. Like how my eyes double back, I said it rolling. Tryna just sleep, I need you 6 feet. She said you just sleep, thought you wanna kiss me. Damn, I was on just sleep, said that I need you. Tryna I need shot, I keep that in see. I was getting bent, bitch, got me 6 feet. One day, I'm at it. B12, then it's 6 feet. I be all on you, I let you sleep. You gotta wait for me, don't move, I be loaded. Why you watching from your 40s, I just told it. Still that same nigga in the form, but it's stolen. Ride sporty, I get sporty, can't control it. I'm doing fine, and back here, I'm transporting. Got that bag on me, nigga, like I'm transporting. Draw the mixtape, thought I was just reposting. I ain't posting mixtape, but I'm smoking shorty. Yeah, that Glock got it standing like that out there. Are you out there? Get you out there. I'm so damn floppy. I just have to. Yeah, hottie. And I'm out there. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just floating. My dog got blind lights and buddy let me hold it. All these niggas phony. I do not condone it. I be going down. I do not belong it. It's a for that moment, yeah. For that cause I'm on it. I be on the phone, yeah. But there's no enforcement. I did later, like a stroller, but I keep pushing. Shouted lucky me to choke her when I'm in that pussy. You gotta wait for me, don't move as I be loaded. Why you watching drinking 40s? I just told it. Still that same nigga in the form, but it's stolen. Ride sporty, I can sport it, can't control it. I'm doing fine, that bag, nigga, I'm transporting. I got that bag on me, nigga, like I'm transporting. You draw the mixtape, thought I was just reposting. I ain't posting mixtape, I don't smoke shorty.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. It's one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just insurance. I'm also motivated. When I say insurance, it's about financial services. Insurance. Insurance. Now when I say that, why you say your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide sells your son.
Nationwide investment services corporation and different economic
I'm talking better than you. I'm trying to story like this number. My dog up the road, he just called another love. That hope is such a dick on my hope he would. Battle say the birds of a fellow flock together. What you talking about? When time got hard, they started walking out. It's too much blood, shit, ain't no talking now. I had this chip on my shoulder like forever. They good, die young, you niggas dealing with the devil. Just a young thug, nigga always had some mouth. I might make the birth peak, call my grandma to be cancer. Middle fingers up to all the niggas who an ouncer. Fuck a nigga, I'm bucking nigga like I'm from Tampa. Right, nigga, X-Check boy and grade nigga. I'm hard on the point, but even worse on lame nigga. Look around, I'm still chillin' with the same nigga. My homicide can't up visit, I ain't name nigga. Just a young thug, nigga always had some love. Made a birthday, call my grandma to be cancer. Middle fingers up to all the niggas who was cancer. Fuck a nigga, I'm bucking nigga like I'm from Tampa. Right, nigga, X-Check boy and grade nigga. I'm hard on the point, but even worse on lame nigga. Look around, I'm still chillin' with the same nigga. My homicide can't up visit, I ain't name nigga. Trying to moment I want some chicken, man. I'm trying to get my hood moving like a chicken, man. I only hit a door drop. They say you're cold hard, they feel like he got 9 lives. We want foul. Two more times, we just want die trying. Just for some liquor, my coffee put me in the ground. Niggas, I know they come. I know they need all the way in the streets waiting on me. It's a real nigga die. No, the real nigga, they still alive. Waiting on me. Ghetto God child, nigga. It's been a while, nigga. Flying through the 12, I don't see nobody outside. It's a boy, yo, nigga, rep, I'm doing drive-bys. Ain't from the west, I ain't killed up with the east side. He ain't been the same since he seen them other 3 die. I'm 3 high, bitch, say your clip high. Hit it for the business like a suit in the bow tie. Like the boy pop up like the 4th of July. They got shit like the whole world wanna know why. When I eat on the 3rd day, 4 shots, 3 dead in the worst way. You kept losing on me. Now we smoking 23. I was on my mind. When I ride through the east side, I wanna see you. When I see you. I was on my mind. Never when I don't see you. I don't see you. You make them boy fuck up, call keep seeing me pick up. Brain graduation, man, that man, they shut up. Papa boy, you been a bitch, and I slide you in your shit. I made you pick up a stick, and I made you drop a disc. No telling in that jail, case so many benefits. Don't wish down on nobody, I swear they need to free that man so he can get your head shot. Police had red eyes, smoke so much, but I fell in love with head off. Rolling meat in the wood, meat in the take a nigga bite like I'm sure. You better not get out of line. Catch your face shot like damn, rolling meat in this wood. Shoot a nigga off his bike like shoot when I see you. Better hold one. I see you. When I'm smoking all over the town. I got the dead eyes on my mind when I see you. When I see you, like 2, 3, 2. When something now is taking over me. Beauty and leaky. 1, and 2, 3. Fuck the whole factory. Follow down with his heat. Speaking no biggie. Rest of it. Always on my mind. To the east side, I wanna see you. When I see you. Always on my mind, always on my mind now. I'm moving with the line, I don't see you. 2, 3, 23. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You know now. That's the way I'm going about that. I'm with you. On that head. You feel the city, I won't see it out. Don't let me get my feet. I'm the best my kids. It's all alive. You feel my I'm not on the inside of it. And the fuck does it side. Flogging ass niggas ain't no but some lie. You niggas ain't not business like why. The boys in the all black wide. Pounds get quiet, bitches get dug, and bodies get left in the middle of the club. And now we love love, we love the hoes. Standing from the ceiling to the motherfucking love. We get it and we throw it like we get it from the stove. Even the way the house with it from the blow. That's the way I'm going about flag. On that cash, baby, it's on the outfit. No, it's real about it, just to match my kicks. On the line, to the other side, and I said twice, to the other side. I hear it gets smelling like a pie. And if you really want it, you can get it right now.
Now everybody likes why you do it like that. Why the hell is they you be in that all place? Chase and you know it's all black. The dog down state. You ain't nothing fools and know how to do it home. Never train me, but sitting on the road. Good on phone, everybody on listen. I'm smoking on troll with a good rap bitch. Dudes on the line, they hate that shit. But good on shit like this. Standing in the trap with a good time shit. You know exactly what you know about this.
That's the way I'm going about flag. I'm with your head on that cash. Baby, it's on the outfit. No, it's real about fitting just to match my kicks. I just get on the line, on the other side. And I said twice, on the other side. I hear this beat smelling like a pie. And if you really want it, you can get it right now. All I do is say once, cause my niggas don't front. If a nigga even sneeze, then my niggas don't squeeze. If you don't fuck with me, it's something ain't right. And if I gotta say it twice, that's like playing with my life. And if I'm straight, that's like staying inside. So if I don't bust your head, that's like saying that I'm scared. Black flag ain't afraid to get here. You get your trash, but we ain't just for real. I wouldn't take that if I wasn't holding. You wouldn't do that if I didn't post that. You can bump that if you ain't gon' bust that. I'm busting first, your ass won't eat bust fast. You straight suspect, so much of that shit, please. You wouldn't need a squeeze if it's New Year's Eve. I ride around by the city, getting high, piece me off on that fly, get 4th of July. That's the way I'm going about flag, and I push your head on that cash. Baby, it's on that outfit, no, it's real about fitting just to match my kicks. I just get on the line, on the other side, and I said twice. On the other side, I hear this beat smelling like a pie. And if you really want it, you can get it right now.
We're
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work to keep everything on track. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
The McDonald's snack wrap is you brought about Ryan snack wrap, spicy snack wrap. You broke into it. First snack wrap is back.
You'll be switching off, bitch, into, nigga. You love to run your mouth, you need to make some moves, nigga. I bust a pound play and spin that on some shoes, nigga. I'm in a white Benz with a red bitch pocket full of shoes. I'm be all up in your chest just like some mutants, baby. I want you to wait for me just like I'm future, baby. I kept my powerhouse on the stool, baby. All these white girls in a trap, it look like Hulu, baby. It get real slippery, but you better not slip. I'ma take that money. I feel like my son, chopping niggas, nigga. Chopping niggas, I just made a nice flip. The motherfucking bitches don't play with, baby. No one for ruggers, I hate niggas. Switch out the runners of spaceship. Don't go on the front, nigga, blade trip. Racks on me, so I sag a little bit. She just slap a little ass a little bit. Breathe, why I had a little bit. Beating the pot like a man in the bitch. Say, got play 50. Off in the head, that white. Just keep on my phone. Now I can live me play. Trying to pull that pussy, nah, just give me fake. Take it like she bitch, you can get rich, please. In this wall, talking about pussy, 440, nigga. Man, that boy say he hungry, then we got some plates. Nigga, I'm shooting that bowl, like some frozen flakes. Nigga, I'm in the Dodge Charger, trying to dodge a case. Nigga be switching off. Bitch, getting you, nigga. You love to run your mouth, you need to make some moves, nigga. I bust a pound play and spin that on some shoes, nigga. I'm in a white Benz with a red bitch pocket full of shoes. I'm be all up in your chest just like some mutants, baby. I want you to wait for me just like I'm future, baby. I'll go and catch my powerhouse on the school, baby. All these white girls in a trap, it look like Hulu, baby. More money, more violence. More guns, more violence. I mean, the girl kissing. I feel like John got you. How about a nigga, baby? I feel like God like her. I feel like taking some drink right now, pouring in all my niggas. We ain't never turned down, no more big different. You wanna be bad, you get it. Fish on the level. Rose on my level. Head shots from my enemy. She got a money machine, clicking, you know how I kick it. Even a witness go see you pretend to take you. Wait, he get it, she get it, they get it too. Lay on you, spray on you, hop in the coupe. You didn't know about my world, till I introduce you. You give me so as fuck, this money is gon' seduce you. My hustle is gon' seduce you. My vibe ain't nothing you need compared to me. The none of these niggas compare to me. Most of these niggas are fans to me. I really appreciate it. I really do. Majority of these bitches ain't loyal, they all done been ran through. I stay at it, get at it, work on the count up. Lay back, sit back and 15 channels. I look through the channel, watching the streets and they know it's Atlanta. I'm seeing it out of my seat, rises, I'm seeing in. I got some homie that just got out, some ones that just went in. The deeper the ocean, the deeper the pain. Fly the brain, split the pain. Ain't got it down, like no change. They know I'm married to
One-a-day women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health, so you never miss a beat. Another email? No big deal. A quick workout? Yes, strength starts from within. Then it's apron on. You're making dinner with your little sous chef. You show up, and One-a-day is here to support overall health, including immunity and energy. Shop today. One-a-day, the one for you.
You out to smoke too, nigga. So I should factor, nigga. So I should obtain, so I should do it, nigga. So I should made, nigga. So I should brave, nigga. You got so I should do house, nigga. So I should change, nigga. So I should too pussy. Bah!
You're not going to create in my levels, but the place of my heart. Because I know you know what I want. But sometimes they just don't know what I want. They just have to know what I want. Turn it up.
What they gon' do to me? Shorty, that's my twin when we pop out that shit like two of me. I done fuck around through up all these perks, leave them talking me. Corbin hand got put inside that bag just like some groceries. Speaking on no something, we on your ass. Them niggas say I got my face hit. We the ones who drew down on your car and let that case speak. Speaking on little crap, but you the only one who made it. In the front seat, balled up shaking. So ass, you can't eat blazing. Stood up for business, Ronald Reagan. He down a bitch. These niggas be lying to shit. Smoke 23, 4 ain't Bible shit. And a lot of these niggas gon' die by me. Damn near 40 years old, talk about get back, nigga gon' retire me. He said target price, I can name by 4 niggas keep getting hit with that blick. Right his ass, we doing hits. This ain't no freestyle. 300 twist that nigga body up like a soda top. Fuck Crystal, you fuck niggas better get down before you get picked off. Fast food, how the fuck you end up there? I thought you was a boss. Do it for old summer, slay them toppers. We gon' watch them fall. Snoop and Rollo, smoke them all. If I got hit in the head, nigga, you can't think right. Pop you out of the wall. Heard they want little crap back like the 80s. Fuck it, drill talk. Feed that ball to switch like I'm his mama. Fuck it, white talk.
First thing he looked up to me, 63s coming out that top, I put them underneath. Niggas keep on speaking like my man, that shit be made believe. You losing all your people, you ain't slide late night, you can sleep.
Niggas stepping on shit, that's what the boy don't be in the city. I want two and I want your crew, niggas drop that low, just me and my blick. You pumping shit till it's empty, bullets flying through my feet. Come to go head, nose like bridges, show they ass who run the city. If you ain't with me, then it's fucking. Turn his ass into some bubble, smoking some. Can't believe he tried to get off, now he under. Bullets brought him through the waist, this shit so big, slip on thunder. He won't smoke that puss up on him. Niggas hot like Corona. John lost some of his girl, got hit in the head, they knocked these lights out. Bleach had red, but he still got yo that mad. These niggas getting wiped out. They lost 2 and 3 niggas and say day, these niggas just signing out. Easy, free gon' fuck, she gon' get a little low. They don't care, she finding out.
Stupid ass nigga, man. Free face Florida, man. This crack flow, man. This ain't no silly flow. Fuck niggas better realize.
If you get stuck on the melody, or if you just feel like you can't get a song started, Output's co-producer is very dope. They make it much easier for us to either get inspiration or to help us when we just can't find that right element. Let me show you guys how this thing works. I made a really quick beat, but it doesn't sound finished. And that's where co-producer will come in to help you out. Load co-producer up just like that. Play the beat so it can capture the sound.
It will go through the full library of all the output sounds and give you suggestions on what you need to add to your track. I'm thinking of having some really lush ads, fine samples. Actually, like this one right here, drag, drop this. It went ahead and picked some sounds that could work for our track. We need something else in there. Beat, synth bass. Swing that into the track. You think co-producer is right for you? Go ahead and
real talk, nigga. The boy Gucci. Hey. 745, baby. 745, nigga. For all my niggas out there handling their business. All my niggas have their motherfucking everybody I'm in New York right now. Came by the jail, load up like the board. Whole worldwide shit like I was before. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 6 months ago, I was sitting for sale. Now sitting a new beach well. Niggas always said that I would blow up. I touch water bottle, can't go blood up. Left big cat, then a side back breezing. Word on the street that I don't like cheesing. Fuck them trying to rape the budget. Beat the boat around, niggas change the subject. Jumping out the plane with the Louis V linkage. Yellow diamond, same color as mustard. Blue diamond, same color the Tar Heels. Red diamonds like sexual ganglions. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. Niggas inside me cause I beef too much. And they heard that I stay in the street too much. Deep in the game, I'm a hell of a time. See the cheese I spit just for telling the time. I'm that shit homeboy and get on trophy. Niggas hate on it so I can't stay focused. I smoke a nigga like a pack of the food courts. Put on the ball right in front of the food court. I might look great, no smoking no kitchen. I'm not a killer, but you push me. I'm trying to live, I ain't trying to die. So I run your mama cry, and my mama cry. Bitch, 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. Now what would you do if a nigga tried you and you chillin' with a bitch and some niggas came through? Would you run like a chick or stand like a man? Nigga, tell me when you bitch, do you sit or do you stand? See my mama bring the trouble. My daddy told her mama. I learned from my mama, so I hit him with the thunder. I could have been dead, but I'm still breathing. Do I smell pussy? Now that's cheesy. You ain't no man, you're more like a snowflake. Cupcake, cornflake, nigga, you're too fake. Beyonce, oh, that's your fiance? Cheesy is the appetizer, you'll be the entree. 2 blocks down it, 8 let's party. I'm at the 40-40 looking for Sean Carter. Man, I love the beef. Couldn't wait to get home cause I love the street. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a real nigga when I look in the mirror. 745 with the Gucci interior. I see a rich nigga when I look in the mirror. They don't believe you. They asked the case of his father Abdul testifying against his own son.
Man, looking at you young comments, man. Ain't one solution for y'all, man. Fill the stadium up. Tell them they're gonna give y'all $10,000 a piece to come to a seminar in the stadium. Once all 70,000 of the seats get filled up, tell y'all to look at the jumbo screen and blow the goddamn stadium to smithereens. You niggas stop. You niggas really hate your father, but I know a lot of you dudes raised off survival. Y'all ain't raised off love. Y'all really hate your father. That's why y'all taking the standpoint y'all taking. Some of y'all comments, man, is ridiculous. And I'm not talking gangster. I'm not a gangster. I forfeited that right. I understand that. I respect that. But you dudes, man, you can't think stupid. That's the spirit. That's the bottom line, I reckon. See you how to do it. See you how to do it. See you how to start this here. I swear to God, I'm there. Teach me how to. Hey, teach me how to start this motherfucker. Hey, y'all need a whole. It is what it is. You bad nigga. You can hold it is what it is. Oh, both that. Hey, listen. See my study podcast. I'm in this Twitch that he bitch that he can all this money. Then you got these little lame man, you can get all this money. Man, I need it. I want somewhere else. Yeah. I want somewhere else too. You got schoolboys, man, playing with real street business, getting on the internet, on the keyboard, and jumping the real street shit. Like, niggas dying from this shit. And y'all playing with this shit. Get on the internet playing, like saying, like shit. Y'all niggas all clown ass out. Y'all niggas the world up. This shit finna be all clowned in a minute. That's why police and schoolboys, rest in schoolboys. Rest in schoolboys, got street niggas bumping heads, real gangsters bumping heads. Boy, y'all they got books there. Them boys got books there. They about that bullshit, this street shit they using. Now all the rest is the schoolboys on the computer. Got all the real gangsters getting to it, bumping heads. Like about the shit academic said, about the shit this nigga said, about the shit this nigga said, about the shit this little nigga don't even know. I ain't know where these niggas came from. He just talk about the blue and shit and ain't shit. Yeah, stand down. Cause when that nigga time to die, you nigga ain't gonna be in the house. You nigga ain't gonna be in the house, man. Ain't niggas ain't never shot at you, nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stay out this shit, let these folks do what they do. I ain't even in it. I'm a street nigga, I ain't even trying to get in it. So what the fuck y'all get in it for? Nigga crazy. I'm tripping, man. I ain't even on that type of time.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Hey, for extra. Hey, I just seen a clip of you saying that I was talking shit about you and laughing about you after you got nerfed and your hand turned to a nub. Well, I just want to say that that's cap. In reality, I sent money to your GoFundMe and I was keeping the whole world up to date about what was going on with your goofy ass. So as a result of you lying to the world because you don't want to be honest about the fact that nobody wanted to pay you $50,000 for your interview, I challenge you, for extra, to a fade. I'll see you in the ring. Hey, for extra, I just seen a clip of you saying that I was talking shit about you and laughing about you after you got nerfed and your hand turned to a nub. Well, I just want to say that that's cap. In reality,
it's more people that want to speak up for themselves. You feel me? Because a lot of stuff the world ain't heard out here. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff that'll come out. Y'all talk about who did everybody telling, nigga? Everybody. Oh, y'all know I drop my nuts. I've been dropping them my whole life. I just don't want to be the one because everybody gonna say who started. With my eyes on business, I went to God. I'm singing gospel. That boy Gunner, I told him, I said, leave Gunner alone. Nobody want to believe me, leave Gunner alone. Gunner never talked to the police. Gunner never sat down and did no interview. Every nigga that I ran across, I told him this. Gunner, it was going over their head. It was going over their head because why? Niggas ain't street. Niggas ain't who they pretend to be. I said, leave Gunner alone. Gunner didn't do nothing wrong. Gunner didn't do nothing wrong. Go look at Thug's interview. They said, why you didn't sign Lil Baby? Thug said, because I ain't want to pull Lil Baby in my shit. Hey, Lil Baby,
You know you might be watching, honey. Shit got nothing to do with you. Get your money. Hey, we need somebody to win, buddy. It can't be you. Stay out of it. Hey, 21 y'all niggas, stay out of it. Hey, cause get what, bro? One thing I know about a nigga that ain't got nothing to lose, he gonna take everybody down with him. Trust me, when it's time for a nigga to stand up, a nigga ain't gonna stand up. They can say what they want to say about me. They can say what they want to say about me. But I ain't did what nobody forced me to do. Nigga, even when anybody try to force me to do something, nope. I believe in what's right. And what was right was, God gave us our another chance. And we get on this internet. And, you know, be doing this to each other. It's more people that want to speak up for themselves. You feel me? Because a lot of stuff the world ain't heard out here. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to come out. Y'all talk about who everybody tell me. Everybody. Oh, y'all know I drop my nuts. I've been dropping them my whole life. I just don't want to be the one because everybody gonna say who started. With my eyes on business, I went to God. I'm singing gospel. I'm singing gospel. That boy Gunner, I told nigga, I said, leave Gun alone. Nobody want to believe me. Leave Gun alone. Come and never talk to the police. Come and never sat down and get on interview. That ain't the nigga that I ran the post. I told him that. Gunner, but it was going over their head. It was going over their head because why? Niggas ain't street. Niggas ain't who they pretend to be. I said, leave Gunner alone. Gunner didn't do nothing wrong. Gunner didn't do nothing wrong. Go look at Thug's interview. They said, why you didn't sign Lil Baby? Thug said, because I ain't want to pull Lil Baby in my shit. Hey, Lil Baby, you know you might be watching, honey. Shit got nothing to do with you. Get your money. Hey, we need somebody to win, buddy. It can't be you. Stay out of it. Hey, 21 y'all niggas, stay out of it. Hey, get what, bro? One thing I know about a nigga that ain't got nothing to lose, he gonna take everybody down with him. Trust me, when it's time for a nigga to stand up, a nigga ain't gonna stand up. They can say what they want to say about me. They can say what they want to say about me. But I ain't did what nobody forced me to do. Nigga, even when anybody try to force me to do something, nope. I believe in what's right. And what was right was, God gave us our another chance. And we get on the internet. And, you know, we doing this to each other. It's more people that want to speak up for themselves. You feel me? Because a lot of stuff the world ain't heard out here. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to come out. Y'all talk about who everybody tell me, nigga. Everybody. Oh, y'all know I drop my nuts. I've been dropping them my whole life. I just don't want to be the one because everybody gonna say who started. With my eyes on business, I went to God. I'm singing gospel. I'm singing gospel. That boy Gunner, I told nigga, I said, leave Gun alone. Nobody want to believe me. Leave Gun alone. Come and never talk to the police. Come and never sat down and get on interview. That ain't the nigga that I ran the post. I told him that. Gunner, but it was going over their head. It was going over their head because why? Niggas ain't street. Niggas ain't who they pretend to be. I'm trying to get down with this. Said I got something to do. There's a good left to the chin. No one takes your money from God. So a lot of people about that. And I actually like that. When was a thing? These guys, this is on top of me. It's not in school. There's no spring.
最后的否认就当做这么久，你告诉他们，我考虑你。
Get ready to freak out again.
What are your car? Oh, and don't worry, we're totally engaged to drive.
Oh, that's one.
Disney's Freakier Friday, now streaming.
Progressive makes it easy to see if you can save money with a commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Super helpful.
See if you can save money.
Your pride of value.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. There are so many things I left unsaid. Rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you. Feeling those things from me. Body so heavy. If you are from this.
You just be nice. And I'm about to drop some funky lyrics on this track I made up, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and you don't stop. Yo, my name is D-Nice, although I hate to admit it. Checking out your fucking and you don't know how I get it. See every episode, the very hard. Oh my God. Pick up the mic, see what's talking, I get hyped. There's a game of competition, I long lost choice, cause I taught. Hanging in the middle, right now you're fucking, let me check the whole thing. My name is Derek, but the emission, be nice, and skip the description. And subscribe, to get on the mic, I'm the CIA, but just call me D-Nice. I love the church, I love the shit, it's all around me. It's something they see for trying to keep on you, on him. But I'm the tree and every year because I love. You throw it on the turntable, very unstable, but you'll handle. You get the need that example, there's 1,000 MCs on the planet Earth now. What is the word? They say they get burned, but try to explain. Talk indicated, some like McBoom. You catch rated. I like to think of myself as the pure rebel. A radical, that's all the truth. Cause nothing gonna stop me, and girls gonna kiss. Wherever I go, yo, it's in my name is Kiss. My name is D-Nice, but all the girls call me Kellen. To my roots, so I guess I'm the elegant job of explaining. And not from explaining the fact D-Nice ain't remaining out as king, you know what I'm saying? But I'm the teacher who told me like this. I know I'm gonna reach you. The spot. D-Nice on the rock, straight to the top, like a double with a shorter. So I pick up my spin, re-injecting me, not injecting me. A suicide can get you to think against me. You try, I'm a big way to learn the people. I'm the A.O.A. I just call me D-Nice. I'm just call you D-Nice. What? Checking out the time, checking out the fucking. I live in the Bronx, volunteer in the poor, writing letters to the kingdom, writing more and more about peace, about war, about wars. Checking to the lyrics to me, become a chore. I wear no Jerry Jones, but I still want girls. I don't slur my words when I rap, so that's whack. But in fact, I do not slack when I drop the funky lyric on a track. I'm not conceited when I walk the street. And you can tell by the words that I speak that I'm not just another brother on the right. The females love me, and they call me D-Nice. What name is D-Nice? What name is D-Nice? Checking out your fucking thing, don't just call me D-Nice. Checking out Bastard in the morning, I'm thinking about hitting this lick. I know what y'all thinking I'm broke. I'm supposed to be home with a bitch. Nah, see, I pay the rent. Yeah, and I got a kid. Damn, plus his pocket's split. The shit I'ma take, you won't even miss. Now this you the risk, cause I asked about him and he's never stick. But it is what it is, but that nigga reason I'm busting this shit. Yeah, see, even I bleach, nah, cause my finger itch. But he comes quick, but he ain't alone, he came with a pick. See, I ain't changing no plans, it is what it is, I am what I am. And if it's big as a sense when out, really so better get down. I'm gonna let this smoke run every down. Wanna listen to these bitches, yeah. Go back to see it on the scale. I think I might just take that as well. Let me stop being silly. Ain't joining the drill, I'm going in with it. Got these up, what I said, don't even come together. See, I'm acting disturbed with this, but I'm focused, I'm thirsty and serious. Fall back to the clock, just spit. We start shaking this 20 and fit. So the bitch don't look my way, if she do, our whole face gonna be busy. And she stay on her face to the walls, so I guess what she got to bitch. And with the money, it can be so stuck. And your juice is liquid bitch. If you flame for a flight, the whistle. All down, look what I found, this fist. Look to the right, cause I heard her good. Turned around and this bitch my sister. Take away, just like the foot. I'm just such a walk through this foot. Yeah, look, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for one y'all part. But I'm keeping the money in jail. Just walk it out, you would think you're mom. Man, these niggas get bitch. Straight home, flat out, they sick. Play with King Bonnie, trip. Got away, stay next week, keep missing. A nigga diss me, won't do it again. I rob a nigga and do it again. I come to your block and do two of your friends. It's do or die, that you gon' run.
Turn me up, fine. Look, the good time don't never last forever. Sometimes I feel like praying to the devil. Sometimes I feel like laying down, but that'll never help me. Sometimes I feel like I ain't been rewarded for my efforts. This street shit not side up, we living in the devil. This shit not down now, we trying to get rich. I would've put my man down, but he ain't in the picture. All you other nigga man now that they ain't in the picture. Look, I can't walk around my pole, but I gotta deal with it. Came out of jail on parole, but look, I'm still lit. I got a big red phone that I might still hit. I got a couple old hoes, I might still hit my face off some rain shit. Block got me switch so I don't miss when I'm aiming. I'm the type for the drug side when it raining. Mix all the stuff and you wouldn't even understand it. You couldn't even change up. All problems, only people that want us. A lot of robbers, some hustle, y'all scammers. Every time I walk in the hole like you house. Every time I walk in the boot house, a new down. I make up every other week in my yard, a new film. I say every other week I'm a dog with a new dance. If I tell me, Nicki Minaj, trying to get me. You don't want no smoke with me right now. So when I'm post, I know this shit is going senseless. And I only want the bitches, she ain't dancing. You can't name a nigga play if we ain't trash. We might have the same car, but they ain't trash. Look, bitch, you ain't no even, I ain't out. I can't do no work for free, bitch, I hate routes. If you wasn't shit for cheap, then we try and snatch you. We try and snatch you. Look, whole lot of gold bottles. You know, Benjamin Franklin, my only role model. Grant Jackson Franklin, my only role model. Two blades in my phone shop. My phone
Blow them down. I'm the coach. Roberts, I guarantee you, we're going to do everything we can to get you down.
I remember traveling with that phone. Had no idea what I was there for. Just hit him, surprise me, broke his head, chased his dream. Like we can't come up, but we'll be, you know, keep your head up. From sundown to sundown, I'm up my block, gotta get my so quick and stop up. Yeah, at the market. The one that roll had no intention, enough attention. Yeah, like a religion. All too high now, but never flying out. Ain't a shelter, trying to grind it out without no shelter. Shit, kid, that you wait up. Indicator. Get to my
Gotta respond to yourself. Artist. Right from the edge.
Now we were trying, like Michael Smith. Look at that split. Yellow trip. Where you from? But this really got to ride with your we stole for the hawk, they got a trip on. We got the rims, the meat, and the tailbone. They need a drink, drink it up. They got to cut out, and you didn't spell out. Fuck up the jury, I paid the way out, and you a just show me a thing that's real. Strong as hater. Get the shot. We got it's all here. I know you clearly on your own and it's good. It's very whole top is in Hollywood. 34 is over here, it's more real. I'm in Village grinding, got a damn deal. Never talk just was lame. I was off my mind when the truck dog came to me. Everything was coming, and so, and most of my money, on California. I tried to keep my pressure, and let me hot. First trip, in my road, never without care. Turned out while I was trying inside there. And did I mention, which is the killer? In the killer. Get to try it on
More sports, more movies, less drama. Get features that make watching live TV even easier. YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply, cancel anytime.
Spectrum Mobile helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road, we can't go to bed without seeing each other's face. So that video chat powered by Spectrum Mobile keeps us connected and it's so important to our marriage.
All them Spectrum Mobiles out here saving marriages.
I don't know what notice your aid. My name, Rusty. Share it with me. They never take me. I'm getting high with my low five. Back on these suckers time to die. Even as a youngster, causing ruckus on the back of the bus. I was a fool on high school, kicking up dust for nail label as a troublemaker. Who can you blame? Smoking weed on me, take away the pain. So I'm hopeless, rolling down the freeway, swerving. Don't worry, I'm about to pass upon the curve. Cause my bitch was blood, baby, you don't gotta understand me. What should I do? I had to be my fucking family. What should I do? Go be a thug. I'm playing with the homie. me, but hanging with the bodies in the club. And my mind no ain't tough. I've been a stranger on the side. My face for the game, famous and blind by quality. At an early age, but so young, but still a victim of 12 age. I'm in my beats, I'm on the clothes. Mom for the shit dogs. And now I'm going to the court. So fuck what you doing. I'm drinking in the sea, running from my enemies. But I'm gonna be short. There's so much pain. Into that rock life, running from the fight. And throw a touch with a knife, and never try from the prisoner. Walking out some predators, see your paper moving chips are down like a fucking predator. Get in trouble every day in school. And the food, until I had to break the food. Showing off for the bitches, cause I had the mad breath. So I had to wipe my back when it was time to step. From the Grammys with love for me. Pop, pop, it's on the chucker up above for me. And yo, come and see you passing me by. But I didn't died off to the back and started selling clothes. And now the money's looking lovely. On the drop top and now the bitches wanna bother me. Keep the meat in the toilet, slim, I keep it back, yo. Keep them slack, yo, and now they label me the match, yo. People take it, making fun of the bird, man. Get a couple shots in the block in my head. Yeah, but for some reason stick. My biscuits, let's get your ass twisted. So a dollar, me and my man got a plan, keep the major done. Take your own nigga, look for the gangster bus. I like to put you with the street thing. It's a cute thing, but my mama always cries and there's so much pain. Got me mobbing like a float, and ready to get my slug on. And I load my clip and slip my motherfucking gloves on. I ain't scared of flats, don't eat suckers if they catch me. Shots, I got my block, I'm ready to big rescue. Punch for motherfuckers with it. Dance, you better fuck a time, don't you win it. Dance, you know I'm drinking in the tea. And keep them high on the step on my don't wanna die, tell me why, cause you better keep me down. I'll play for you, cause the place for my play time. What can I keep on being thrown until I'm getting drunk? I keep my rain on the page. Sorry, back and forth, keep it in my sleep. I'm really cannot see it every day. This fucking shit, I'm only getting nothing. Falling. Don't let them make you worry, clean every sucker see you worry, I was gonna race. And I'll make them from the good with the mother. I get these dressed up, ready to cross, I'm on the scene, say to me. I'm trying to kill me now because of this life. I know you feel me, there's too much pain.
File free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do It Yourself by February 28th, no matter your tax situation. Get the TurboTax app now. Playing on iPhone? Now you can play unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls. For even sweeter battles. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
I can't know it, I don't think that's a sin. I won't give us a thought. I'm giving a back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole fool like up. Get up, come on, get out and some. Think you got the feeling. Jump up towards the ceiling. No fit for no jump. Someone jump, I'm busting it out. I say I'm tough, get it. Oh shit. So now I'm getting got no to the joke. Show no fire, from the tricks on the whole from all of my past. I can't make it down, I can't make it down. So get down, you see, and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump on, jump up, and jump. I'll show you what's like your take your arms, I came to drop on. I got more rhymes than the body's not sung. And just like the body just sun, I'll return. And it's open in me, you'll get burned. Cause I got burned, but you ain't got none. If you come to bottle with a shotgun. But if you think you're a fool, yes I do. To the down, trying to step to make you take your last breath. I got the skill, come get your bill. It's when I shoot the kill, I shoot the kill. I can't make it down, I can't make it down. So get down, just keep and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 I'm the cream of the crop, I'm nice to the top. I'm already done, it's okay for the pop. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm all sorts of notes. Trying to play me up like this is my mistake. But I'm ain't no fun, bitch. I can feel the sky, I want to switch to I'm up to the bump up, yeah, I'm gonna get my I'm coming to get ya, coming to get ya. Spitting out the whole turn me out, get ya. I can't make it down, I can't make it down. So get down, just keep jump around. Jump around. It's fucking way, jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 just jump, jump, grab your phone track. You said you wanted a little getaway. This is not what I match.
Adventure deepens friendships, overcoming these heights together, sharing this new straight bourbon whiskey from Tin Cup. Rocky Mountain water every sip. Create memories as tall as mountains. Tin Cup Bourbon, your partner in adventure.
It's for all my low life thug niggas. Yeah. Living their life as it is. You know what change when you hear the look calling you, and you don't respond, you're falling in your own too. You get them soaring like that, big houses and cars, $1 million money cars, the benefits from love. And this fake stars, but the spirit won't come up. Sipping out his half, pint about the light of his blood. Just reminiscing about cheers, debts and tears. So many volunteers, I never thought I'd see the year. Swallowing the beer, hope the rain, hot tears. I pray to God I ain't scared. If they bust, I ain't hit. And if they bust, I ain't shit. I won't believe it, cause I know I'm a child of God. The cute passion for his kids. That's my life, my family, my habit, every minute to me. You should recognize the game when it's all in your face. You should choose the line, 5 minutes and you fall in your face. And I'm free to leave, so I call.
My life get boring. Even when it gets me calling. My life get boring. You keep on sparking.
I'm getting monsters like Tabby. Don't fuck shattered dreams. Gotta think about it. Hope you heard how to keep your ear up. It's not the milk is flat. You were the bar leg and everybody's fucking first. And if you get to the ass weapon bar, when you last test them all, you ain't fit to live a day here. Best to keep you eating, hold your bush, you want to stay here. Just show the white hook, ask them why I stay so high, stay so high. So high, don't irritate my mind, and I ain't got time. If it ain't about it, I'm the first chase, scratch chase. Let's get rich with low notes. It's on my check and bust. Speed chase, getting laced with slugs and stuff, stepping off the plane. Duct tape, drugs, I'm trying to live my life to the fullest extent. You lost one click, now you know what the bullets just made. It's hard, hit from the bounce and up in the bar. Smoking something, niggas ducking, talking about it like it's hard. Shit, cause we want to live, make something gotta give. I don't care who you are, like a devil store. Like there's only one time, swap me hate one time. Trying to live my life under the sunshine. That's where I live, and if you deep, I hold my flat in this moment. You lost me by the death. I said I never could picture me dead. Could only see my life is lavish. It's out it's like a gig, so I gotta have it. And you can live your life forever scarred. And I'm a bar till I'm gone, living life as a little star. Billy keeps many mentions like Snoop and Watts from the rock. Being out to speed, both blocks. All the time I got, they spit, they on some hood shit. Break my feet to break the day on some good shit. Still looking for me, for some blood for the club. Man, crying hard, can't talk. God help us. You open in the time of this man. They know he's sucking on the sea, chasing dollars and fame when they're in. The pain and the questions of life come at once. And the only remedy is some tracks. It's returns, the Lord knows. We're growing wrong behind closed doors. Stupid behind the light, old folks and cold folks. Catch you at your mama house, slip it. Get away from the game. Rob when it's time to dip. Feel tops. Fuck they law, they ain't arresting me like a chair without balling. They have stars, my guess.
My life get boring. Even when it gets me calling. My life get boring. You keep on sparking. Give us the sun. Give us the sun. My life get boring. Even when it gets me calling. My life get boring. You keep on sparking. Give us the sun. Give us the sun.
You find your guilt up here. One to really pay your home shit. Shit. No drugs, nigga. I thought that shit was lame, nigga. I should have got I got life in this shit, it ain't no timing. If I get caught with this dick, they gon' hang you. All I want is paper, gave a damn I being famous. I'm a Corleone, the only thing that I been claiming. Self-made nigga, how I feel is amazing. They tried to wet me up on the real like I was baby. I had a talk with Satan. He told me, boy, you ain't gon' make it. I told him something, I think it's dropped that hate. Check my miss turkey on the shirt, that was my hate shit. From the turf to the dirt, my feelings hurt, this shit crazy. Now my future looking bright. All these real niggas shit. Holy God, life fuck, nigga. Only real nigga shit. Man, I told you got only real nigga shit. No parole, nigga. Only real nigga shit. Man, I told you got only real nigga shit. No parole, nigga. And since we speaking on that real shit, let me speak on all the shit I had to deal with. While niggas turn off the same as I used to chill with. Thought when I made it to the top, I'd be the one I get the meal with. Call label on the edge, I need to feel quick. I got these voices in my head saying kill shit. A symptomatic to this pain, I don't feel shit. The one I carry on my shoulder, that's a real chill. Every time I'm in the nodie, that's a field trip. I told my mama I'm a soldier, but she still trip. She told me son, don't let them do you like they did milk. That's why the daddy got bored on my damn hill. Only real nigga shit. And that's all they got. Only real nigga shit. No parole, nigga. Only real nigga shit. And that's all they got. Only real nigga shit. No parole, nigga. For real, man, this shit 24 dead, nigga. I came out of womb with a motherfucking line, nigga. Guilty, nigga. I never really did it, man. I appreciate it, man. You know, furlough, nigga. I'm a wetter.
Let us say girl like 1, 2.
Hey, pass me in, coach. Woo! See that though? Get you fucked up. See that though? Get you fucked up. Can't do no business with no pussies on the real. Time my partner got stuck up. In the hood, we got tough up. Sleeping at my auntie house with my cousin getting pumped up. She think he ballin', he got pumped up. I heard a dog be fucking hoes. How the fuck you think you pumped up? You fuck nigga living fucked up. I did my time up the road for 4 years. I went and busted up. I came home and shut it up. I took the goats out my mind. BBS is blood up. How you a G if you gon' suck a punch? I'm from the city, one of them don't know your name, but they don't know. Jumped out of school for a drink, and then he stumbled across a club with the trees, so he bled the blood. He bought a heater, he was extra hot. He told him nothing in the clipping in the time, but I extra shots. He popping Perkins and he banging pop. See that reaper, I got slow now on the side, the homeless saying he pumped me up until he fall apart. His phone ringing off the chain, he doing his thing, so he got spot. A week later, he went off the lot. Took a trip to tell it game on the same brain, get the what? $500,000 nigga off a pop. Sent this bitch off to college with his wheel when they bought some stock. They went to Hayes, so I dropped the top. Set the shit on the back to the city when I sparked the block. They battle fit cause the nigga hot. I hit my partner on the city, said no real game from the spot. They think I'm real, but they really since all you niggas get to who the hell really fucking shoot. They told me slipping at the toilet stuff. Cutting balls and bitches, I get they told the shoes in the truck. Move to the people on another spot. Nigga rushing their keys with that motherfucking phone and stuff. They shit pussy, you know, huh? How about that? You know, motherfucker, no, but it's too fucked up. Can't do no business with no bus on the real time. My partner got stuck up. In the hood, we got tough luck. Sleeping at my auntie house with my cousin getting crumped up. She think he ballin', he got pumped up. I heard the dog be fucking boys. How the fuck you think you pumped up? You fuck nigga living fucked up. I did my time fuck the road for 4 years. I went and fucked it 2 years ago, you know what you're talking right now. Like, he's young. You dream your thoughts, nigga. Y'all already know, man. Trying to be the ball, man. Get to the in front of the wheels, man.
What if you could taste the music?
We turned that idea into an $11.3 billion business with Wix. One movie night, we were craving this chocolate cake that we saw on screen.
And we said, how cool would it be to put on an event where people are able to eat what they see on screen?
For the first event, we're literally cooking like baby cakes out of an oven in my apartment, and we're running like up and down all night. It was wild.
Seeing how successful it was, that's when we realized that this is a real thing. Now we need a real platform to actually sell tickets on.
Our Wish website is the core of everything that is Fork and Film. It connects this huge community of movie and food lovers.
Our events are an immersive cinematic dining experience, and we wanted the website to capture that magic. When planning an event, I'm more focused on the creative. So I will watch the movie a bunch of times and plan the menu and the visuals of everything.
And I'm more on the operating side, so I deal with contracts, finance, and expanding. Our last location that we opened was Portland. We started with 1 or 2 events to test the waters. And when we saw a few spike in traffic from the area, we realized this was something bigger. So we launched 2 full months of events. They sold out in 2-3 days. So we love it. That was a big story about who we are as a company and who our customers are.
We literally built this business with our own 2 hands, and it's really cool to say that we are the owners, but also the website developers.
That's a moment helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road, we can't go to bed without seeing each other's face. Or that video chat, outside social mobile, keeps us connected, and it's so important to our family.
What are the spoken movies out here saving marriages?
Rookie, Pro, and All-Star. I'm gonna track all of my stats with the all-new Peacock Performance View feature. Bucket! Boom! Level 2, Pro. Braun, this is for you. Let's go! All-Star. Come on. No! Peacock NBA Mondays, Coast to Coast Tuesdays. This season is gonna be wide.
It seems like they on the love you. All the charges on you. What the fuck you kill? Know what the fuck, dirt? No cap, real round. This shit not rehearsed. I can see my mother crying, look at the hair. Okay, so I'm getting in my bed like a Louis purse. I take a hand on my chest like a Louis shirt. I love you, I love the rain, and I love the cut. I'm just giving really haters to the birth. One look, can't stick that shit, baby, hurt. Man, they thinking like BT and turn. Trying to ease all my pillows, so I'm pocket hurt. I love to be fine, you just don't forget it. I'll be broke from the sins, I'll be from the churches. I'ma be the bigger man, it's my decision. I love you. So you get off on these ones. When it's new,
My nigga Twink on the beat. Hey, I go by the name of Tutu, you feel me? I know somebody knows somebody about that Tutu, you feel me? I'm from a city called Mono, you feel me? That's why I live out here, like real. Hey, I love my city, and you can bet that this ain't the last time I'm a rep on the track. But where I come from, everybody like it, you gotta go hard and I pay like that. You need to play ball, rappers sell cut, and when we get money, we love to blow rap. We come from nothing, we don't know how to act, so we be tryna slide in the club with the gap. Pull up new shit, new truck, Cadillac, 28s out the gate, they go off for 20 stacks. Mama getting word, her purse getting fat. Give her another rat to keep her mind out that. Them boys at the bayou, probably in all black. I pull up, good face, let me get a stack. My city show love, I you up back. I don't give a damn about putting my hood on wax. I wanna let you know that I be loving that. And when I do it big, I gotta give it back. Y'all be fucking with me, what I'm a poop cat. If I'm a fuck nigga, tell me what a poof at. Nigga, see we love to stay fresh, everybody got flex on dick, nigga. Everybody a beat, so don't be running through. This shit sweet, nigga. 16 goes, let me go, and when I blow, get the twitch up. Yeah, that's my home, and I'ma hold it down till I'm gone. Ain't nothing wrong with East Side, ain't what that be by. Cause we getting money, y'all crackers couldn't keep by. Drop 6 goals, now they harassing me by. 4 little bricks that appear to my Levi's. Never mean wings, so I got y'all me size and said, hey, I'm headed to my auntie high. Went to the store, grab meat in the garage, I'm trying to eat. So honey, hell, can that be mine? First time, I'm on deep fine. Fuck y'all crackers, can't get that sign. Y'all slicked up and let a nigga shine. See my nigga finish, that ain't a long time. Come down here, oh, let's ride. 26 is a better, we call it don't ride. Driving someone, and in a verse slide. Do my nigga Spider, bro, start wise, for real. See, we love to stay fresh, everybody got to stay so damn, nigga. Everybody a beat, so don't be riding through, but that shit sweet, nigga. 16 rows, let me go, and when I blow, get the picture. Yeah, that's my home, and I'ma hold it down till I'm gone. My city pumping though, so I can keep it with me. Everywhere I go, I be a lot of them. Ain't got a lot of money, so when I slide through, I'm showing all goals. Rolls up, yeah, ain't really thugging so skinny. We don't stop, foes. Doing new things while I be on the road. Having a damn good time, that's what I do it for. Me and my nigga, we be coolin' on that hot shit. Pull up to the mall, feeling good, wanna buy shit. We go on the mall when we come up on the right nick. I get green, but yeah, on the mic, bitch. Lil Rob, I just get it, he won't run this shit. I can bite to a motor like Mike Dick. I'm feeling fucking Corleone with a white bitch. Hey, don't feel this shit like I ain't right this. Still we love to stay fresh, shit, like sex over there, nigga. Everybody a beat, so don't be running through, but the shit sweet, nigga. 16 goes, let me go, and when I blow, get the picture. Yeah, that's my home, and I'ma hold it down till I'm gone. Nigga, fatigue ain't gonna die, man. We're gonna be in here in the city, you know what I'm saying? It's either get what and get down here, you feel me? I'm from a small city, you know what I'm saying? My name Tutu again, in case you didn't catch that. You feel me? Where I live, I mean,
It's hungry. She's on the ground like a dummy. We don't have any dummy slam back. On the 5 sign for the 5 bucks games. One game's rewards now.
More sports, more movies, less drama. Get features that make watching live TV even easier. YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply, cancel anytime.
Spoken walls and although I want to bear, said I want to spend words kept.
Celestials are the left on very survival. You are humanity's last hope. We are the defenders of Leiden's future, and we will fight for the words of this.
This is you. You are exceptional as is I. Get 0.9% APR plus current eligible non-GM owners get $22.50 purchase allowance on select Buick Enclave models.
Ford was built on the belief that the world doesn't get to decide what you're capable of. You do. So, ask yourself, can or can't you? Can you load up a Ford F-150 and build your dream with sweat and steel? Can you chase thrills and conquer curves in a Mustang? Can you take a Bronco to where the map ends and adventure begins? Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. Ready, set, Ford.
Come, got the money, 70 inch, yes, I want you to be, yes, the trend, yes, the friend, yes, I know you how to be.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Ranger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Ranger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back! Right snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke into it. First snack. Snack wrap is back.
I'm so happy, 'cause today found my friends in my bed. I'm so lucky, that's okay, 'cause all of you, you're this Sunday morning. It's every day for all I care, and I'm not scared. I'm not careless in our days, 'cause I found God. I'm so lonely, that's okay, sure. I'm not sad, just maybe I'm to blame for all of it. I'm not sure, I'm so excited, I can't wait to reach you there.
So that's okay, my way is good. I'm so happy, 'cause today I found my friends. I'm so happy, that's okay, so are you. Broken on years, Sunday morning. It's every day for all I care. I'm not scared, I'm not careless. In our days, 'cause I found God.
This holiday reminds me of giving you incredible gifts and savings you'll enjoy all year. Switch for new iPhone 17 Pros, no trade-in needed. That is right, online for just $25 a line, and an amazing iPhone 17 Pros for everyone. Save big this holiday. Visit Verizon today. It's a fun for you. 5 months for free line identity line. The time to change your 5G and 4G LTE. So the big for the rest of the condition you to find with the see Verizon.com for details.
All along together, think I should get all first. Think you want to more. You put out the blowtorch. It's a me, heaven see. Let me clear during rains. Let me take a ride. Cut yourself. Want to know. Here's myself, got to run, haven't told, promise you, haven't true, let me take it right, cut yourself, want to know, here's myself. Every street outside, as we do the time, she's a really nice for you. Even me, haven't seen, let me glance, during rains, let me take a ride, cut yourself, want to know, be myself.
Got to know, and I don't promise you, and I true. Gonna take a ride, got you said, want to know, be myself. So, all the songs are back. Sweet love, sweet love. It's me, I can see, let me get dirty wings. Let me take a ride, got you said, want to know, myself, got to know, I don't promise you, I'm not true. Let me take a ride, got you said, want to know, myself.
One-a-day women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health, so you never miss a beat. Another email, no big deal. A quick workout? Yes, strength starts from within. When it's apron on, you're making dinner with your little sous chef. You show up, and One-a-day is here to support overall health, including immunity and energy. Shop today. One-a-day, the one for you. Skincare can start in the laundry room. All Free Clear is the #1 brand of laundry detergent recommended by dermatologists for sensitive skin. And it's free of dyes and perfumes. For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, wash your laundry with all Free Clear.
Take a smile, let me see it's back a child. Go on, I'm the heart with the skin.
Ranger knows if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Ranger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why shopping and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Something. Yeah. Something away. Something. Yeah. Something. Yeah.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worth ours. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the conflict down. We expect a return. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Do not let the conflict down. We expect a return. No matter who, we profit. Do not let the conflict down. We expect a return. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Do not let the conflict down. We expect a return. This time. No matter who wins, we profit. Do not let the conflict down. We expect a return.
I calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Two people. I have an extended supply of goods for your place. Take his food.
It's gonna fail 6 times because my fucking debit card won't work internationally. I finally got it.
It's just something.
I can do it right. I want to be rich. Wishing for more money? All you need is your phone.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlock.
Do you have the time to sit to rewind about nothing and everything?
I remember all them bitches cooking on me. Right now, all them bitches rapping on me. I remember all them niggas with my homie. Window poking tired, it's them macaroni. I remember they ain't care about my music. Now these niggas claiming they related to me. I remember when I ain't had no friend. I remember each every part of me. My mama told me do it, you can't get scurvy. I'm gonna give you the world, ain't no silver turn. Legacy never works, got this picture first. I get up on the floor, I hear with the purpose. Got these words, over fight, but I get nervous, got my mama's word. And it's studio I'm on, and I'm just a first. Not even like you go, they get to serve. I remember all the bitches playing on me. I remember all the bitches on me. I remember all the niggas with my homie. Ain't no fucking tired, don't mess with me. I remember they ain't care about me. That's the niggas playing, they related to me. I remember me, I don't need no money. I remember just giving me for the moment of time, I was oi, there's no money, just now with the change, I know all they have no money. To the exchange, to the back and forth, where I'm from, I'm for the same, you know where to go. What? They must be niggas, they took some joke, they got on my name, one more fight, they know my too long to go, niggas say believe it, name, this my Mr. Creeper, they be trying to buy my seat, I was at his feelings, I'm in some feelings, they see I'm arrogant, say I'm so perceived, I'm really happy, I was blind last year, it's still nightmares, I'm a girl, you don't dream, I would dream when I would itch for that money, how you feeling, my dog, somebody feelings, for my stomach, scared scream, you know I think I want some fun, come on up, believe, Billy King, Michael Jackson, nigga beat it. I remember all the niggas are playing on me. I remember all the niggas with my homie. On the fucking time, back for burn. I remember all the niggas playing I remember playing I was your bro. I remember every part of it. How'd you open here? I also here. Choose from shared types across devices.
It's a twist. We have a tight schedule.
as you might do to me.
Games on. Go with on.
It's rough.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again. My directive?
I'm trying to walk the fucking dog and hit the queue at the same time, bro. I'm trying to fucking
Stay surprised.
You are gathered here for my entertainment. I made to prove it.
If I had to kill the circle up to one nobody, getting when I was right out here in the block. Yeah, no good, you were thinking you're gonna stay on the block. You see, and I stay trying to fly. I'm my nose talking out pieces and I'm soft. Find love, and I'm trying to go for life. Yeah, I'm still had to give it all I got. Yeah, just working all the time. Just want them to the heart. But ain't no nigga like me too long. So I'm in the car. I just want to be one shit. Kiss my circle love for one nobody, one I will fight up in the wall. Grab one for the talk, you would keep me from stay on the clock. You want to never stay on this clock. Jesus never soft. Keeping love. And I've turned it up a lot, let you quit. I'm scared that you can keep it out of the God. You try to see too long, and don't try. It's taking down, no jokes to get you out. Word out, you should get it faded all wrong. Everything I'm a huge, you get 40 years home. Yeah, it's damn good. I usually get to this feeling, but wait till it's strong. I need the AIDS. I should have done the pain. So, it's trying to come between the train. The job will leave you home now. What's what you need? And don't spray out this time of song for canteen. I'm loving it. Kill my circle up, for one nobody, with one out, fight out in the bar. Grab one for one and let me go with double park. You were thinking we're gonna make stay on the car. You never be home, and I stay trying to drop. Oh, doing up, talking out, Jesus never saw. Finding love wrong, and then I turned it up a lot. I had to quit, I stepped and had to give it all I got.
Oh, selfish. This just means more entertainment for me. This just means more entertainment.
I did not expect this outcome.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for you.
No, now you I did not expect this outcome.
So close. This just means more entertainment for you. I see you the strongest mortals are. For now.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090J. Man, I'm rocking with y'all, and y'all rocking with me. For this one, we're going to be talking about some new paperwork that just came out alleging that Kodak Black dropped 2 bands to get Wisdom cleared. Now, this video is going to be centered around this guy right here. This is Sigmund Brown, otherwise known as Liberia City. He's a rapper. And him and another rapper named H&T Trey have sent mad disses at Kodak. They dissed Wiz, and then they all got indicted.
Police say a violent gang is now off the streets and behind bars. 5 men going before a judge Wednesday facing 33 counts. Closes, 8 murders and 12 attempted murders in Broward County. It all began in January after the shooting death of 17-year-old Terrence Barrington at a Plantation Best Buy.
There was violence, Terrence came up, Terrence failed.
That's 4 people shot, including 2 customers. Police now say Sigmund Brown, Devarius Johnson, and Gerard Charles are responsible for the teen's death. A fingerprint lifted at the scene led the Broward Sheriff's Office Gang Task Force to one of the gang members. 10 months later, 8 arrested, firearms confiscated, along with stolen credit cards and ammunition. Trayvon Key, the Devarius Johnson.
This is the other main guy here. This is H&T Trey. So he's the main rapper along with Liberia City. And like y'all just saw, they were using big guns. I read through the paperwork. When they killed the 17-year-old, they hit him with a .223, a 7.62, and a 9mm. And as y'all can see, they got switches on their Glocks, Dracos with drums, ARPs. Like, these boys are really sliding. And it's crazy because if you go on Reddit, they're down in this group. Like, this group is just claiming bodies that they weren't doing, and they weren't sliding, and they weren't this and that. But the police are alleging now they were really out here whacking shit.
It's Johnson charged with the shooting death of rapper Wiz the Wizard, or Wisdom Johnson, back in September of 22. Johnson also accused of the shooting death of Antoine DeBar. He was shot at a laundromat in Pembroke Park back in April of 23.
They started just unload. We just started firing.
Johnson also is accused of murdering Ronaldo, Donner, and Terry McKenzie, both shot and killed while driving on 95 in Fort Lauderdale, May of last year.
Second victim has a gunshot wound to the back of the head. 2 level 1 trauma on the Broward.
We have Sunrise Boulevard completely shut down westbound. They are walking the ramp, looking for evidence on this roadway right now.
Tavares Johnson and Raha Roll facing yet another murder charge, this one a week after Terrence Harrington was killed, this time... Johnny,
the switch is going off. Y'all hear that shit? You going? Yeah.
Time. Johnny Henderson shot and killed while driving in Miramar. Those 5 in court yesterday. The other 3 will appear tomorrow. If convicted, they do face life in prison with the death penalty.
So we're not talking about a little play gang, a little rap clip where they're talking about bodies and not doing it. These young men are getting shit done. They're clearly dropping bodies back to back, hitting shit with machine guns. They're not fucking off. But the thing that's weird is, how does Kodak come into play? Because this same group has this Kodak in songs. So where they pulled at one point, did they fall out? We're gonna get into it. Now, like I said, this video is gonna revolve around Sigmund Brown, aka Liberia City. And this is just, again, gonna run through the 10-month investigation that began with a fingerprint and all of these shootings. Now, Brown is the suspected leader of the Dania Hot Boys, otherwise known as Grand Mafia. So they're saying he's in charge of the entire group. And the main murder we're looking at is the first victim, Wisdom Williams, aka Wiz the Wizard. Now I have to obviously read this, but this is the song Righteous Reapers with Kodak Black, Wiz the Wizard, Lance Spin the Band, and Psycho Bob. The original video was taken down for whatever reason, but here you can see
Wiz, Kodak, all of them, right? Together, rapping. This Psycho Bob, he's in the feds right now. Y'all know his mom got killed recently. A whole bunch of craziness has gone on. Oh, Wiz and Kodak were very, very close at one point.
I still with the same niggas. Oh God, I still with the same niggas, man. Can't hear that bitch.
And I can show y'all countless videos of Wiz and Kodak together, but eventually it went bad. It went sour, and it turned into this.
And Chopper 4 was over the scene of a death investigation in Hellendale Beach. Police say they got a call this morning about the body of a man found near an abandoned house on Northwest 6th Terrace and 10th Street. Investigators are trying to figure out what happened and have not released the victim's name. If you know anything about this case, call police.
So Wiz ends up dead. The internet goes crazy because there was rumors he was found with his head cut off, all type of shit, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to look at the paperwork. And I'm not just going to show y'all the paperwork. I'm going to show y'all how to find the paperwork. We're going to read through it together because these are some serious allegations. I don't want you thinking I'm making this up. This is on the actual court site leading from a police investigation. So this is the Broward County Clerk of Court's website, and this right here is Sidney Brown's case. Now I'm going to skip through this to make sure I don't show any addresses or any information that could potentially F up the video. Now if we come down here to the filed defense motion to set bond, this is going to explain that he had an Arthur hearing in which he's trying to bond out of jail, right? And it's going to go through the history. Brown is charged in a 33-count indictment with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 8 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 1 count of racketeering, 1 count of conspiracy to commit racketeering, 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, 3 counts of unlawful use of a two-way communication device, 1 count of shooting into an occupied dwelling, 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree with a firearm. The murder, attempted murder, accessory after the fact, shooting into an occupied dwelling, racketeering, conspiracy to commit racketeering, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, counts allege a gang enhancement.
You can make serious money streaming with Rumble Studio. Here's how. Start earning on day 1 with Rumble. Keep up to 100% of channel sub profits. Rumble Studio is packed with powerful streaming features that make going live easier than ever. Start from scratch or connect your existing setup. Launch ad campaigns and start earning real revenue. Monitor every chat, all in one place. The only thing left, go live.
You've been great, but your voice doesn't match it. This one gives you over 150 live-free real-time voice changes and if you want to speak with a realistic
Battlefield radio voice.
Now this is the thing, when you add on a gang enhancement, the charge punishment automatically goes up. You know, how far up does it go? Let's read. The state has filed their notice of intent to seek the death penalty should the defendant be convicted on any of the first-degree murder counts. Now this is the same exact thing they attempted to do with YNW Melly. We're going to use the gang narrative, the gang enhancement, and forget the conviction. We want death as punishment. We want to sentence you to death. So this is a legend. If he gets found guilty of any murder, they want to put him to death. Now this is a largely circumstantial case built primarily on cell site location data and text messages between Mr. Brown.
You know that you've been begging us to update our plays absolutely suck in class. Not perfect. We're then going to check this box to create an icon for our healer, our puppet. partners important pets, but I don't really care about seeing my... In the nameplate auras tab, we're going to whitelist our most important debuffs. As a rogue, I want to be tracking my Rupture and Hemo Dot, but I don't really care about seeing my poison or this Master Poisoner debuff. To fix this, I will go to the whitelist tab and add the spell ID of both Rupture and Hemorrhage, and then check the first two boxes to only track my own debuffs while making them bigger and easier to see. Filtering your debuffs is enormously beneficial for most specs, and it will increase your damage if done right. Of course, manually adding these filters one by one is going to require a ton of research. But if you want to save time, SkillCAD members automatically get a comprehensive filter for every class and spec. And when you are installing our UI, you can even select options to show combo points on nameplates from the menu if you prefer using the drop-down menu. One suggestion we have is to increase these action bars, which can be points. And if you want, this add-on is simple and adds buff timers directly onto your action bars, which can be useful for players who experience tunnel vision in Arena. You don't have to adjust any setting here. And speaking of which, we're going to need some Arena frames, and there are a few to choose from. Unfortunately, at the time of making this video, Gladius has not yet been updated for my copy of our Gladius profile, even though this add-on is the layout you prefer using the drop-down menu. One suggestion we have is to increase the size of the enemy cast bars, which will make it easier to land interrupts. Oh, and if you plan on playing BGs, definitely get Battleground targets. This is basically the S Arena for any Battleground content, and we recommend moving it to the same location as your Arena frames. Anyway, now we have our unit frames set up, let's optimize them for PvP. Even if you are the person who hates add-ons, there's absolutely nothing to hate about big debuffs. This is one of those add-ons that makes life much easier by increasing the visibility of key buffs and debuffs on different parts of your UI, including your target and focus frames, and also your raid frame, which is incredibly helpful as a healer. Yes, CCC on your partners, especially your healer. Out of the box, you will need to change some settings, like increasing the buff limit. If you play a hot-based healer, you definitely shouldn't play without this simple setting enabled. You can then adjust the priority of buffs. Here you can tailor the add-on to your individual preferences, but we suggest making sure CC has the highest priority. Our big debuffs profile automatically includes all of these settings and syncs up perfectly with our better blizz plates by showing CC on the right side of nameplates, separating out key. Information dramatically reducing tunnel vision. Next up is Buff Overlay, which is so lightweight and useful that there really isn't any reason to play without it. All this add-on does is add a simple buff overlay of any major defensive cooldown directly onto the raid. Since it only tracks defensive, you really don't have to do much configuring and should be safe playing with default settings, but feel free to disable anything if needed. Again, we don't suggest playing without this, especially as a healer, since you're already looking at raid frames anyway, which will make it much easier to spot when your DPS uses their major defenses. If you are an advanced player, we highly recommend playing with Omni CD. This add-on will allow you to track your party's cooldowns, which is really useful no matter what, especially if you're playing without voice. As a DPS, you will be able to see when your teammate has CC ready, allowing you to line up your burst and assist with cross CC too. If you're a skill cap member, we've automatically configured this add-on for you. But if not, we're going to teach you how to set it up anyway. For most players, tracking cooldowns in CC will be most important, especially in MOP, where coordinated goes are a huge part of setting kills. We also suggest tracking interrupts too, if you plan on playing without voice chat. Feel free to be selective on what you track, but remember that balance is key. You don't want to track too little or too much, which is why our profile is set to only track the most important information. As far as location is concerned, we suggest anchoring Omni CD to the left side of frames, once again to keep more space open in the center of your screen, while preventing it from overlapping with your focus frame if you are using our UI layer. Of course, Omni CD adds a lot of additional information to track, especially with everything else going on in your screen, which is why we're considering Omni CD optional, better suited for more advanced players. Now we need some of our other heavy hitters, starting with Omnibar. This is another S-tier add-on in PvP, allowing you to do the impossible by tracking enemy cooldowns. This means being able to juke interrupts, play around upcoming defensives, and even predict upcoming CC chains. If you are serious about Arena, you need Omnibar. However, many players make a huge mistake with this add-on, thinking it's immediately good to go once installed. Not only is there a ton of trash you don't need to be tracking, but every cooldown will be clumped together in a giant mess that is impossible to quickly read at a glance. Let's fix this. Step 1 is to actually create different bars to track different types of cooldowns. We will devote one for interrupts and another for crowd control, and we suggest putting both of these somewhere near the taskbar. Then we will make a third bar for major defensives, and finally for extra credit, we will make a fourth bar for any spell disruptions, like Grounding Totem and Spell Reflection, but you could definitely throw these into interrupts too. If you are a skill cap member, you can even use our pre-configured add-on profile, which has done all the work for you, including the next step, which is to filter out all the junk you don't actually need. If you want to keep your UI as clean as possible, you don't need to be tracking smaller cooldowns. Bans. We worked and if you're missing a buff or if you haven't summoned your pet, you will get a reminder in the center of your screen. This section will also display any active defense cooldowns on your character. Then on the left, we included tracking for trinket and cloak procs, which are super important in MOP. Then we have an optional personal resource display if you are used to it on retail. If you don't want to play with this, you can delete the weak aura or uncheck this box in the look and feel section of our installer. We know that clutter is the #1 complaint for modern UIs, which is why everything we include perfectly fits together in the center of your screen, minimizing clutter and allowing you to keep your focus on the action at all times. We then handle enemy cooldown tracking with 2 auras, one that is only active in Arena and the other which is designed for BGs. We've even got some extras like this Party CC weak aura, which shows when your partners are stuck in crowd control. There's also another one we've included that alerts you when the enemy healer is drinking, and finally one that will automatically obviously not here, so feel free to disable anything you don't plan on using. Now let's get everything lined up on our screen. If you want to be perfect here, make sure to get any working align.
You guys see Hard Rock Bet has new promos dropping daily? Did y'all say my name? Oh, no, we were saying that Hard Rock Bet has new promos every day. Oh, cool, no worries. A lot of good daily promos, actually.
I know I heard my name.
Bet $5 and get 1 50 bonus bets if you win.
I'm popping perks trying to get a scar. I just wanna fly away like a fucking star. Man, I know you went from one hand, my fucking car. They ain't believe, look at sick, the boy, fucking star. Suicidal, remember time, I wanna take my life. Oh, every time I get to the oh, what you said it did to me, you can't take it back. I cut off so many girls, I wasn't stopping by. I saw some kind of just get up and fly. She fought my brother, but I still got away. My sister's passing, but I'm getting rich the same day. I remember I used to play everything in notice with the hated face. And now my boxes lay away on my make away. Kobe Bryant with no love, shot it fade away on your mom. Peeing out my chest, trying to hide 5 bodies and 2 money that was falling. I can tell the curtain, I don't know a lot of trust. I can tell sure no, a lot of pictures. My best friend say love, but it really creep. No hard feelings, swear to God, I'm let it be. And through whatever.
never ride, still living in Tyrese. I'm trying to bust it all here, the 223. I'm trusting not for the off, running from the car. The sun ain't even rise, and I'm trying to beat the block. 2 hours of FN and the stolen clock. I feel like a bartender giving all these shots. Everybody think I'm gonna leave me alone. Remember when my own fucking went to telephone? Ain't nobody give me shit, I got it on my own. Since instead acting different, I might be a clone. My feelings dead, I'm spread. It seems like hell on the lawyer when you want the shirt. His own motherfucking killed or what the fuck. No top, real real, this shit not rehearsed. I can see my mother crying, looking at him. Okay, so I'm getting in my bed like a Louis purse. I'm tailing on my chest like a Louis shirt. I love breaking, I love the color. Ever told that different from you, ever since we birth. One look, hands on this, that shit make me hurt. Me and Ellie thinking like a G turn. Trying to ease all my pillows on. This feeling can be fun to
Fuck! All tabbed on accident. Fucking keyboard sucks dick. Fuck.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls for even sweeter battles. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
Introducing Smart Search from Homes.com, a new way to search the way you speak. Built for every search, from basic to voyeuristic.
Whatever you're looking for, find it with Smart Search.
Forgot about that. Force the thing themselves.
How many hits did we get so far? I couldn't hit you, snatch them up quick. If you scream, I'ma put them out. So I can dig them out. When this pops and got the cash, it's a big amount. They're cold in his eye. Without fear, the funny speech, I explain the voices I'm here. You ain't really have to kill them, all you moving. But I lie is that 6-stick up turn homicide. So that's the way I'm I'ma die. You swim me on the slide. So it's slim.
Energy like they play the devil. Perfect solution. It's nigga who ain't lasting us forever. Desperate, on the envy, no place to go. We gave it back to the movie, struck up everyone we know.
All of mine, people will rise when we need each other. All of mine, people will steal from the mother. All of mine, people will kill.
Sound like we a fucking silent. My heart's getting beat. I'm paranoid. Every face you see, I think after me. Hopefully, we was supposed to be getting work from this large town. Since you know where you're resting, oh, sun front so hard. Heard he had 100 G's alone on his go card. Had white show me mad cash in a blouse.
You say he had the mad stash at the house.
Couldn't pass up a jokes like this any day. Anyway, on our way there, I'm feeling bad vibes. Don't say that. That's when we both had the click that we stuck way back up on Atlantic. The way them niggas working hard, they drop man friends. Smell like I jump back and bust my still ain't shield, hit the tip of my steering wheel. This is what I feel. This nigga kill what I want. Wait and chill, we got bigger fish to fry. 2 L's later in a bed, 5 elevator. Got on the 5th floor. School range, off the head, just sounds like you see, I'm sure what the nigga 4-4. He tried to run in, reach for a knife, shot him in the leg.
Just think about your life.
Tell me where the leak's at. So with the spider pit, catch down, snitch spider stairs to the basement. And in some way, he had to walk door the face. Locked him with the gun, kicked him out the way. Had to really survive. And here come the bitch talking about a share the wealth. So we put her down and we went down.
All of mine, people will rob from each other. All of mine, people will steal from the mother. All of mine, people will kill.
Yo, fucking came over. The man was playing himself. He got all this money. The king was speechless with his fear. And we got this place so much dirt shit we did. It's hard to show our face. So we bounced out of town and went down to Miami. Most those cats we crab was like spam. Now me and you deep and I can't be true. It all started when all we had was just me and you. Now we're whole different persons when I'm starting to see you. Remember when we had the new Lex with the 2 texts from the duplex drinking style? Thinking about what we gonna do next. We used to work tight, half basketball down and dirt bikes. Hoping everything will go right with the snow white. And the number spots that blow all night. Up to this day, it was all tight.
Fuck that, you only new brother, we came out the same pussy, but I'ma kill you, you feel me? You fucked up my money.
The money fucked you
Trying
up.
to say the money changed?
What you think? I'm your brother, you got a gun in my face. See how one tiny mistake make you wanna erase me.
Fuck that, you could've signed deal, that's why they ready to block.
Now how the fuck I'm supposed to know the undercover wasn't put down the gun and said it's bullshit. Nigga, I'm telling shit, you kill me.
Fuck that, nigga.
You don't gotta be this way, man.
Why, nigga? It gotta be this way. It gotta be, nigga.
Yeah, go ahead and pull the trigger. Go ahead, you ain't going to. No.
All of mine, people will rob from each other. All of mine, people will steal from them. All of mine, people will kill. Nobody to you.
Here, Zero for Microsoft API. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $22.50 purchase allowance on select Buick Enclave models.
My directive is to serve.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
You destroyed the enemy cruiser. Enemy battleship flagged.
Before our enemies can get to them. Will keep the ancient power here, out of the Alliance's hands, no matter what, for the Horde!
I'm rich because I invest in my health. Like Marie, who suffered from anxiety, now faces her new reality. Miss Amore, who couldn't stand her knee pain. And Mr. Black, who suffered from a pain in his heart. Health is wealth, so don't wait, act and excel.
Let's unpack how I gift like Santa. Wooden toys. Just like a little black dress, they never go out of style. Oh, we thought they made a bridge. This is my favorite kind of block party. Toys that don't need 6 batteries. Thank you, Nate. To the defenses! Push them back!
Come back and move forward with Purdue Global at purdueglobal.edu.
My directive is to serve. My thanks for your patronage.
It is too sandy. Staying supply of fruits. Where am I going this?
Today, your cries of battle and the clash of your weapons will be heard by the great Lord, and the fallen will join them in the afterlife.
And the power of love. And all of it.
The cool one must be different. You continue different.
I got many copies of it here, right? Good fortune to our friends.
All friends of the drummers.
People Funky here. Today I got the world's best recruitment talent build for season 3 of the So, as for the gear, let's check the web of Astral Gladiators instantly. It's just bonkers, 3-power exchange, okay? Because of Unified, not barely that automatically procs. And as for its third PvP talent, he's playing Blessing of Stank. Blessing of Stank is insanely good if you use it on your healer, okay? I don't need to explain you why this is good. You CC from your healer can heal you. It's that brain dead, essentially. And what you can do with Blessing of Sanctuary,
Well, looky here. Our main attraction finally showed up. Oh my god! I think that well said everything. Well, I think that well said everything.
Extended supply of goods long beyond this. The directive has been fulfilled.
is if you know you're gonna get stunned, silenced, feared, or foiled, anything in the next like 5 seconds, what you can do is you actually use Blessing of Sanctuary on yourself before the CC actually lands. If you can predict it, you use Blessing of Sanctuary, it reduces the CC by 60%. So instead of having, I don't know, man, a stun that stuns you for 5 seconds, it's going to stun you for like 1.5 seconds, which is great. I know now that you guys the full burst rotation. Keep in mind, you're reckoning into here.
Do you want free internet forever? You got it. We're offering free fiber-powered internet when you switch for mobile.
What's up, guys? Wayne here. Today I'm coming at you with a video on the live realms. We are taking a look at the Templar Strike build. So some of you asked me after my last video to play the Templar Strike build in Arena. And I made it pretty clear last video, at least I think I did. The Templar Strike is just not the meta build. It can work in VGs. It can do decent tunes, as I will show you guys right now. But ultimately, it doesn't do enough damage, and it also requires too many talents to make the ability worth pressing. And then also, it's just not a melee range ability, so it's literally your last cryo full power generator, even with taking part of the Crusader. It just doesn't deal that much damage, and it's just awkward to play. And I want to talk about ways that we can maybe improve it going into the future. So the first thing that I'll talk about here is I feel like it really can only work in twos when you're not trying to cleave any targets, because you can remove Blessed Champion and put 202 points in Heart of the Crusader as Herald of the Sun, and then you're not really sacrificing too many important talents. Like I tested out not playing Holy Flames, I tested out not playing Burning Crusade, tested out not playing Burn to Aft to add that additional point to Heart of the Crusader, and ultimately really didn't do enough damage unless I have 202 Heart of the Crusader. If I was in the melee cleaves here, and I ran Blessed Champion and 1 point Herald of the Crusader, or Heart of the Crusader, I simply didn't end up pushing Templar Strike enough because I was too busy hiding away from the melee cleaves when they were attacking me. So, I mean, it's not really, you don't really gain any benefit into cleaves, unless you're not the kill target, in which case you can kind of stay in a little bit more, but then at that point you're missing out on 1 talent point in Heart of the Crusader, and you're missing out on 10% of Templar Strike's damage, if not more, because of the ability cleaves. So it's really difficult to make work in PvP. I mean, there's a couple different ways that they could fix this. I mean, the first one would be just simply buffing the abilities to make it deal more damage. You know, I mean, my philosophy differs from Blizzard's at this point, but I always thought that active abilities should be better than their passive counterparts. And I feel like that's a little bit counter to what Blizzard does lately, because they're trying to make the game simpler, which is I think interfaces should be simple. I think utilities should be scalable, and you know, best thing not necessarily the capabilities. For example, Crusader just got a 30% buff recently, and Templar Strikes did not receive any compensation. At that point in time, Crusader Strikes was already the default better talent, mostly because it frees up globals for Hammer of Wrath. And I think that's another thing that Blizzard has to look into going into the night is, do they want Hammer of Wrath to be a killer spell, or do they want Hammer of Wrath to be an execute? Because right now, at least in PvP, people have started to not take Vengeful Wrath, and it really just feels like a dead killer spell that occasionally crosses your next week. Giving can be just as good as sharing. Check out these must-have gifts for everyone under. The Therabody Theragun Relief Shotgun is perfect for those active people. The scientifically proven percussive therapy offers fast and effective relief from all those aches and pains, and the triangle design gives you those tricky spots. Therabody Smart Goggles 2nd Gen are great for people trying to beat that holiday spirit. The compression massage, heat, and vibration help you achieve the relief. The less blessed next. For those outdoor sports, check out the Joe Tracks C4. Don't get more fighters. She's got the C4 right. You can since Blessing Launch Sheet, Blessing Launch Sheet has a more than a 50% so that's like a 60%, not that down, 8%. So you can do it in the meat. So if you do and that's just so it's really fun to just get this program. Not the only one, but I also know that this is definitely trying to make a big range of melee and only the aspect of the knowledge. The idea to range repellent and even the changes is that also. Thanks to Hammer iteration of Shadowlands Power, those were two of my favorite gameplay styles for Rep. I really do like the Rep's rework as well, but it does feel like now we've kind of shifted into a 40 range class rather than a, the other range classes. And I think one of the ways to establish could be that's how these ones, because when moving through games, I have a straight spine to the shape of things. And there's more than a couple reasons for that. One, it's like unpredictable holy power, except it is predictable holy power. You can get a weak orb to track every other auto attack. And then that makes the gameplay feel a little jarring. You shouldn't have to have a weak orb to track every other to min-max perfectly your globals. That feels disgusting. Obviously, you don't have to do that, but a lot of people do feel like, that. I personally don't do that, but some PvEers do that, which in my opinion is crazy. The other thing is Crusade Strikes. It's I don't buy it. You actually like the Strikes because people Crusade Strikes has just been the heart of Red Allen and some Dragon Flight is so great, especially same with some of the others that Crusade Strike and a class fantasy ability to power in again. One way that Templar Strikes could be improved would be making that second charge never fade. I'm not quite sure why we have 5 seconds to push the second charge, because in PvP and in PvE, mobs kite. Mobs move away, and that makes it super detrimental for Templar Slash. If all of a sudden you just don't have access to the ability, you're missing out on that ability. The other way that they could make this work would be making Templar Slash or Templar Strike something like Raging Blow, where it's like a two-hit combo, the quick 2 strikes, 2 holy power, or I don't know. There's too many spells for Red to have in the rotation. So I can't remember that. There's 2 charges of Blade Guns. It's only 2 charges. 2 strikes of Templar Strike. Which is a lot. Holy power. And yet, even when we are playing hardcore, the crusading strikes occasionally have awkward down where you didn't get hardcore and stuff, and you didn't turn on the attack. So even though it's passive, it's a ton of holy power, you're just like these awkward get opponents. So it's really that. And I know they're about the game strikes, but emphasize all the abilities at the same time. It's running it's very difficult to run Templar strikes into situations where you feel like it would be decent, such as into a melee cleave where you're cleaving the Templar strikes. Because of those, intangible situations where you have to kite away from the melee, or the melee is kiting you, or whatever. And then, your Templar slash falls. Obviously, in these games, we're making it work. So clearly, if you really wanted to play it, you can make it work in twos. But, the entire time I was playing these games, I felt like I was at a clear disadvantage. And I also felt like there was just no advantage. I did get a couple of decent hits. I did first like the Templar Slash. The following one was like, 1.2 million. And then, it does an additional 600k dot right there. So that's not horrendous. But it's just like, if you throw 2 Hammer of Wrath and they both proc your mastery, then that's dealing more damage anyway. And then Herald has, Luminosity and Second Sunrise and Sunseer that all go along with Hammer of Wrath. And none of those bonus, none of the Herald talents affect Crusading Strikes or Templar Slash. So there's just not much synergy with Templar Slash in the majority of the red kit. With Templar it's a little different because each slash of Templar Strikes gives you an additional second on Shake the Heavens. But in PvP, Shake the Heavens has a 12-yard range, and it's really not dealing that much damage anyway. It could be different in PvE, where you do...
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a formula, and neither do you.
Who knew that dancing with dogs could actually become a career?
Planning ahead.
I knew that the experience was going to start when people go into the website.
Or playing it by ear.
Pretty much always have that uptime with Shake the Heavens, but in PvP.
Well, wish me luck, boys. Wish me luck. Going for it. Opener denied. Let's try. Nice, insane 1 point guinea. Alright, here we go, boys. We've had enough of these noobs. Gonna bubble, bro. I'm not playing around with this. Hey, we am down. I've had enough of these noobs. I've had about enough. I think I just did about as much damage as I did my Fury Warrior. Like, actually. Nice. I really cannot believe that we're fighting the same team again. That's insane. Definitely am just below me. Might be dead, we'll see. I mean, I could just fake him instead of popping him, but that's what you gotta do when the time comes. Red Paladinis! Oh. Thanks, man. I'll tell you one thing, we are not going anywhere near the smoke now. Coming over here. Let's kill that guy. We're gonna get this guy the full red paladin treatment. We are a range class, or we're gonna play like it. Right? Thank you. Oh god. There we go.
sorry. Yeah, that's not gonna work out a macro. We were arranged last, and they're playing like you do. Did you the caster? Not playing around with that guy. Well, these guys, man. I'm probably sick of it. Is it the same team, though? It actually might even be the same team. Oh, he's not having anybody there. I didn't necessarily want to bubble, but it's fine. I'm gonna take my own dots off when I do that. I'll just put this on and call it good. Probably explode at some point, just killed him. Like, blind here would be good, right? Are we in the thing together? I can't tell if he's in the bomb. Okay, they kind of banished me. None of it. So, gotta just kill one of them. They're gonna be. Good job, Passion Filler. Kind of. Oh, dude, we should be totally stone falling off those roads. Definitely. What do we even do when there's a healer on the enemy team? How am I supposed to deal with this? Bossy team wants to do bad things to us. Oh, he's going ham. Up the back. Okay. I think it's time for me to leave. Bye. It's time for me to leave. Time for me to die. He's continuing to go ham. I think just kind of bubbled up, then what? Still doing Syndragosa moves, but... Are we afraid of that? Yo, I got dots out. Do I? Oh, you know what I should do? I should be like blind in that school. That's a cool down. These pesky little DK coolies. Oh. Okay. He's thinking something there. I feel like I'm probably overcapping on holy power. Like, that's one thing I usually do. Oh, we're gonna play these guys, so this is not good. Oh, this is not good for them. Oh, deep. Oh, what is he making a deal to? Wait, Templar's burning is like probable. Holy physical. Here you. It's a big butt, dude. It's a big butt. Get sliced up, Chief. Deal with it. You want it? Hey, come out. Well, we're almost as high as my warrior retreats. This is not good. This is not good. I'm a little bit spooked about this, but I think I'm going to incorporate the same strategy that I've been doing. These guys got engineering goggles on and stuff. Oh, these guys are serious. We're toast.
I'm hungry.
Don't worry, we've got enough for everyone.
You should tell me growl like a bumble. The Rudolph everyday value slam is back. One of the 5 slams starting at $5 only. Going Yenny's rewards now.
There's only one tropical rainforest in play. Right here in Puerto Rico.
It's like another world. Or, as we like to think of it, our backyard.
Oh, we're toast. tank doesn't do anything on that. Uh-oh. Get off of me. Not running a hurricane, man. But, right now, just a second. So we can stop this over and get that, guy's down. It's good for us. Slice it out. Nope, we're going over here now. I gotta figure out how to get Gotham, dude. I think we gotta make it better. Casting probably small. It's got popping off. Let's get a little bit. What's this do? Snap, okay. Eternal flame, okay, nice. Got him. I remember all my he's not in stealth? I think it's stealth. Is he a cloner? He shrinking that, alright. Now, let's do the boom thing. Wait for this little rascally rogue. Here, you. Yeah, I'll chill this one with you. I will.
Today, your prize of battle.
We only take it. No, it's not good. I'm just trying to rogue. That line. It's short, probably breaks too. Be a master. That's a bad tweak line right there. Did I repress my stun? Oh no. Oh my god, the triple Templar's burning. The burning disease. Got him. Oh, much better. There we go. Much better. You guys run the healer? That's what I'm talking about. He's trying to pop on. Go. They're going for it, man. They're going for it. That's respect is bad. I like that. Time stop, dude. Oh my god. A lot of respect for that. Potentially even too much, but I think that'll be fine. It's safe, probably just physical CC. Maybe. Yeah, a little bit of movement. Yeah, actually don't think it's slice and all that. What is that? Thank you. Let's draw That's rude. Like I did say I hope this guy sucks. But what are they supposed to do, you know? Just run it out. Unstoppable. Yeah. Save. The Rabby Bands. Oh, jeez. Where's not this guy? He has got that PvE mod, dude. He's fucking sick. Scoot away from that cap, though. Leave me alone. I'm going on this guy. I'm doing it. Through wall and all. We'll see what his little priest is done there. I have so many hammers that throw this guy. Gotta check my hammers. Get out of this. I'll check the almost like that guy then. How about that? Bang, bang, bang. Hey, come back. Oh, nice, thanks. He gripped me into kick him, now he's dead. Nice. Grab his hands. Living up to his name there. Grab me. Good looking out, Chief. Needed that one. Sometimes need a helping hand. DP's got my back.
No time to grind gear in WoW? The Turbo Boost event is live. Quests are uncapped so you can farm easily and upgrade without limits. Wanted that Biz item? Now you can have it with dinars. Earn them from Mythic bosses or Mythic plus 12 runs. But good luck pegging if you don't have a guild. That's why we're here. Up to 50% cheaper. Save money. Go with Blazing.
We're watching the full greens for now, but it's soon, man. Soon, all these PvEers are coming to get us. Yep. Get him up, bro. He needs the help. He needs it. Oh, I gotta flee this in here. Where's that tree at, dude? You're great, bro. Yeah, that one. That is definitely complete. Make this interesting, huh? It's fine, really. It's fine. We got the tree. Maybe they're creeping on me too. Good. Dude, I'm dead, man. I bubbled. That's not what I wanted to do. We needed to land hands back there. Brothers. He's doing some weird little weird stuff. Thorns? We care about thorns? I don't think I care about thorns. All rain, holy damage, right? I see your shield explosion. I'm gonna raise you my shield explosion. Oh? This guy up too. You know here, man. Back it up. Oh no. There's gonna be some stuff. Oh! You breaking it? Okay. I was gonna do to you in the beginning of the game. I got you. MC! Oh no! Don't leave me like this. Land hands, baby. I got your back, bro. I got that fucking press. Just gotta remember it. There we go. The gameplay's a lot longer than you. If you want to play like a dig at meta spec, know this rating, they're probably bad. I'm a great example of that, right? You know, on the Paladin. Which is good. It's okay though. Healthy. Safety. That's not pop off. Pop off. That's real. I always must be my breath. I mean, I'm not even I mean, I can still throw a holy hammer. I can't Templars for. You can build warcraft, but you can't spend it. I'm bringing him to the danger zone, dude. Bringing him to the danger zone. What the heck? He's going ultra instinct. kill. Flying this guy a bit. I like that. Here's his head off. Yep. Okay. Hit him. I'm trapped. How dare you? What's this with this guy? Light him up! Oh, Jesus, fucking. Do Archer, don't do it, 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 Archer, don't do it. We got him, dude, we got him, Archer. We got him. Alright. Archer was about, he likes to come up behind my desk and put his little hands on his arm and go, don't do it. Don't do it. Nice. This is the reasons David for holy power abilities as far as holy power abilities. Probably this is the still all green, farming up some stuff. Trying to go make some purple purchases here. There's that guy. Interesting. Okay. How's this? Is this working for them? Is this working? I feel like no. Actually, I can't.
Calibrated our prices to be
I
reasonable.
would have kicked, but sorry, I would have spent. Sorry, I thought I had. Out of there. Are we dead, bro? I don't be dead. Not for these rascals, but I think we might be. It might be. I do have land hands, but it's gonna not feel. Well, it is here. Oh, they have Guardian Knight. Let's go get them. Not currently in CC. At least let's talk to my guy. Oh, no. They won't be doing that, I'm afraid. Come here. Oh, that's super front line. You know what? You're a target too, Buster.
Let's unpack how I gift like Santa. Wooden toys. Just like a little black dress, they never go out of style. Oh, we thought they made a bridge. This is my favorite kind of block party. Toys that don't need 6 batteries. Thank me later.
The union works the building, mostly cash seizures. We got to get that big was turned over 20 months. This is so much good. Well, that's something we can get. Before this was really bad. Living on this money. I don't know. There's no one who's dying ever. I think it's terrible.
You're a target too, buddy boy. We got him, boys. We got him. Oh my gosh, they're in. I should not be here. So it's saying doesn't give people out of line, man. I think we're kind of dead. You guys are popping off on us a little too hard. What am I doing? I don't care. You guys are going 2 hand for me. A little 2 hand. You gotta walk it this way. Away from there, guy. Just waiting for this guy to proc and kill us. That's all we're doing. No bueno. You think his healer is the weak link here? I'll walk into this again. I know this is the arc the road does. think mysteries are pretty good though. Okay, he trained with that. Hodge isn't a spell this done. I think it's good stuff. Guy is going quite ham. What all we do at this point? Seems like there's a vault this. You can vault some of those, right? Oh, okay. Cool. That's the RP. Gotta fear that rap's over pretty soon. For this kind of behavior. Time to cleave. Unstoppable damn on both these fools. There you go. Could bubble if they wanted to. I think we're okay for now, though, right? He's setting it up, though. This guy was coming in for the kill, huh? That's what you thought, huh? Surprise. You're dead. Oh, he thought he was coming in for the kill, baby. He thought he was coming in. Nope. Surprise. It's you, bro. Surprise, it might still be me. Oh, crap. Wanted to glare that fool. Oh, the killing spree. It's coming hot. Should we fake this guy? You can layer. I died in the killing spree, so I could do. Oh my gosh! Insane!
body.
It is too silent. Stand supply goods home builders. Real people.
All that you reveal. Stay vigilant.
Let's the best team win. Oh, who am I kidding? Give me a good shot. It's time for the show. Don't disappoint me. Mr. Green was the same Oh, interesting. I did not expect this outcome. So close. This just means more entertainment for me. I see who the strongest mortals are. For now. With more entertainment, I see you the strongest immortals are. For now. I did not expect this outcome. So close. This just means more entertainment for me. So close. This just means more entertainment for me.
For me. This just means more entertainment for me. Interesting. I did not expect this outcome.
Well, Dad, 2 hours. And everyone else. Score up to 50% off top police brands and win Christmas with Academy.
Hey, co-pilot, you see my portfolio? Help me write and fire.
Absolutely. Jen is known for her dynamic blend of brutalism and vibrant colors.
Stop it, co-pilot. But keep going.
Jenna's designs are a dance of structure and whimsy.
I like that.
Marksman, yes. I should have swapped my talents. What? What is well done?
Oh god. I know you use Bob. How do you look? What is that, lad? Oh god.
I'm incredible. I'm incredible.
The Turbo Boost event is live. Crests are uncapped, so you can farm and upgrade fast. Earn dinars for...
You got a classic, right? You make time to work on it. Even if it's during your busiest season. And to do that, you need tools you can trust. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My things.
It is too soon.
My directive is to serve. Return.
I have an extended supply of goods for outsiders. My directive?
Good morning, afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thanks for tuning to another Super TV video. And the midnight beta has been going on for some time. Blizzard are going on holidays, so I'm not anticipating like a ton of class changes over these next coming weeks. So I wanted to do a bit of an update as far as the performance when it comes to the melee DPS specializations in a PvP environment. Do note that this is likely going to change, but I do plan on updating this as it goes along, but I expect that this will be like the most concrete form of an estimate for their power based on my experience so far, whether it's firsthand or offhand from observing or playing against these specializations, to give you an idea of what to expect as far as reliability, strength, complexity, trying to take everything all-encompassing tier list basically for their performance when it comes to PvP. And if you want to make sure you're staying up to date with news related to World of Warcraft, educational and entertainment content, then make sure to smash that subscribe button. Your support, appreciate it. So let's get started on Warriors. First of all, for these melee DPS, Warrior is indirectly benefiting a lot from this expansion. Basically, every knockback is being removed, which is a benefit to every melee DPS. A significant portion of root effects are being removed, as well as removing the third diminishing return of crowd control. So you're not going to go 3 polymorphs, 3 roots, 3 clones. You 2 polymorphs, maybe 1 root, but clearing a lot of them, 2 clones. So crowd control reduction in general, I think, benefits Warrior the most. And you are retaining a lot of your essentially beat everything. It's doing quite a lot so far from the testing. I think it's the video a little bit more so harm to they're usually the cover echelon, I think. There's medium medium, I'd say, as far as the issue. I think for Fury right now, that's on the do you know the off the bottom, so don't suspect, but also not sure that the spec is also because the theater, but you just better than that, but I want to do. I feel like it's stronger, you know, not just across the field, about being strong. That's just like a part of Arms Warrior, basically ranges and I think it's a pretty good patient for money not over the top, just kind of solid. Some situations is very hard. I say like we went through George and stuff with the problem of ours, but I think this is what you guys want to do. Those are those ways that are so you guys are just solid. Even Enhancement Shaman, I really like what they did with the rework and the ability prune. Those feel really good. But as far as like performance, it feels like it doesn't have the numbers to back it up against a bunch of the other classes. So while the mechanics of the class feel a lot easier to play and understand, and less convoluted, you just don't have the numbers. So for me, it's a really big performance issue. But I do think it's a lot easier to play. The complexity has been brought down significantly. But for me, I'm going to put it on C tier, which might be harsh, but I think that it's fair. Damage output is just very low. And it's making it very tough to compete. You can make one in the beta right now if you get access to give it a go yourself. I'm probably going to play one actually again pretty recently here to just make sure that I'm right about this assessment. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about this assessment. And enhancement is struggling a lot more than other amount of DPS. Feral Druid, very similar to Enhancement Shaman. They've done a phenomenal job of simplifying the class. They've added new abilities like Chomp, which gives you the ability to use it with low energy, which feels really nice. So as far as like the mechanics of the class, it feels really good. However, they are removing fast cyclones. That's going to negatively impact you by a lot. It's very hard to get cyclones. And the diminishing return changes as well. You know, like 3 clones, although maybe that doesn't affect Feral as much, because I don't think Feral really is worth like triple clones on people very often. You just lose too much damage. Maybe not really a big deal there. You do benefit from not getting stunned 3 times in a row. If Feral Druid is notorious for dying in stuns in PvP situations, probably less likely to happen. Which does help you out, more sustained oriented, more focused around dots. So given the number 2 in the future, I kind of expect Feral to be good. But at the moment, I think its damage is just not really there. I think it's probably a bit better than Enhanced most of carries the fact that it's Mortal Strike to reduce healing, which is very prevalent at the moment. Current pace of the game. And maybe its mobility is slightly better as well, but damage output on both Feral and Enhanced, I think, feels much lower than some of the upper tier classes at the moment, and that's just a tuning knob away, really. Like Feral and Enhanced, I feel like they're just a tuning knob away from feeling awesome and great on release. Unlike maybe some specializations which feel like they like lost their core identity or a lot of mechanics of their spec, these guys are just a tuning knob away from being really phenomenal and fun. But right now, this is where they're slotted for being the beta. Unholy DK is easy auto lock up here. They've been reworking it quite a lot. They've added a bunch of new modifiers to the game, which basically enhance the damage of all of your pets to the target. It's just scaling really out of control. So you just do a disgustingly high amount of damage. They've also introduced new PvP talents that make Death Strike kill for a significant amount, which feel good, but it's a lot. On top of the fact that they run you over like bulldozer, and now they heal for a lot as well. My concern with them in this position is that mechanically, I feel like they feel pretty cool. I like them. With the rework is one of my favorite reworks. But numerically, I feel like you guys are going to get sledgehammered eventually. It's inevitable. Like you guys are just, it's way too good right now. You're going to get sledgehammered, and I don't know if you'll come back from, depending on how hard they decide to sledgehammer you. So like these guys are 1 tuning knob away from feeling really good. You guys are probably 1 tuning knob away from going to the abyss at the moment. When you're making a character on the beta and you want to feel really OP, that's the spec. That's the spec you want to go for. Frost DK, mostly this is secondhand from other players. I've heard that it has a really good kind of burst window. That's what you kind of expect for Frost DK. But I don't think it's going to compete with Unholy DK. I don't understand the Death Strike talent they introduced for Unholy. I don't think it's going to work for Frost because it has to do with your lesser dudes. We don't have that as Frost. So I don't think you're going to get the same Death Strike benefits. But I think it's actually pretty solid other than that, from my understanding. So I'm going to put it could be B. It could be between B or A. I'm a little bit more skeptical with this one. But you are completely outshined by Unholy at the moment, though. Maybe it's actually safe to put it here. I'm going to put it here for it. Could be wrong with this, but I'm going to put it down a little bit lower because it's going to get weird when we get to some of the other specs. I think if I put them directly next to Frost DK. Havoc Demon Hunter, when it comes to dueling, one of the best specs. You can compete with that, but I come very close. could be in the Death Knight. But there's some other range specs that the Infantry I think that are better than me at the moment. In 3v3, really tanky, really durable, and much like Feral, dying in stuns is a lot less likely. And that was the main weakness for having people to repeat the situation was dying in stuns. So if dying in stuns is no longer a viable strategy, you're going to feel really strong. You have a lot of self-healing, a lot of sustain. They've really simplified it. It's very easy to play now. It's very, very easy to play. I'm tempted to put it up here with Unholy, but Unholy is obviously better. So, again, left to right, Unholy is better, but I think Havoc is actually really good at the moment. Given all the crowd control changes as well, it's one of those classes that can get CC'd a lot and die in stuns. It is the two components that are being removed. So, as long as the numbers are there for you mechanically, Demon Hunter, I think is something that could be very extraordinary. Retribution Paladin, this is one that's probably a hot topic, given how good it's been throughout the war thing, and even Dragonflight, right? I think it's a solid option, but you are going to hit pretty hard as far as crowd control is concerned. So Repentance is gone, it's not an option at all. If you want to take Blinding Light, it means you can't get Searing Glare, because Searing Glare replaces Blinding Light. So you're basically Hammer of Justice plus Searing Glare, or Hammer of Justice plus Blinding Light, and then that's it. Those are your only two combinations of crowd control. As far as damage, it'll feel pretty much exactly the same. There's a little bit of ability reduction with Judgment transforming into Hammer of Wrath, so maybe it is a little bit simpler. And given that you don't have the option to CC, you don't have to worry about the skill development in that regard whatsoever. You just run around bonking people. But as far as like overall performance, I definitely don't think it's as good as Unholy or Havoc. Do I think it's as good as Warrior? Is now the next best question. It's probably pretty close. It's probably pretty close in performance to Warrior, but I don't know if I'm going to say it's all the way there. I'm going to be more safely put it on B tier for right now. I think the crowd that you get really most, that given the current number to me, I don't think you feel as strong as these guys, and you don't have more strategy. And given the fact that they're removing add-ons, even things like Sanctuary, you don't become a lot more challenging because it's harder to see if your healers and crowd control. So you can like slow down. Numbers are okay, like they're solid, decent, but these guys are definitely outshining it. Survival Hunter, really good damage. They've simplified the class a lot though. And a lot of the damage is front-loaded in the home state. I think once people figure that out, might have a hard time as far as performance. But I definitely think you guys are a solid pick at the moment. And it's way easier than it was. So events reduce significantly. But if you like the utility, I kind of, much like Red, you're losing, like I've always expected. Havoc's losing Fell Eruption, but you can figure it out. So if you can get some high inventory, we'll take some of it back. And Survival just fly like losing Scatter, losing Root. You're kind of more like a Warrior that doesn't really, I guess Binding Shot, maybe you got like a little bit of a stun. But it feels like your lockdown is a lot less. But at the same time, I think Freezing Trap is really effective. Given so much crowd control from other classes, it's coming down. The Freezing Trap is actually very strong. But I also think Marksman and BM outshine you at the moment, which will make you feel worse. So maybe I should put this on B tier. It comes across me kind of all maybe B tiers, and it's the saver spot for it. So you really, if you play BM, you will feel the power. And if you really play Marksman right now in the day, you will feel the power. So maybe B tier is a bit of a saver option for it at the moment. Windwalker Monk, I think it's definitely A tier. It has a really good damage profile at the moment. I don't know if it's going to get nerfed because it's a little bit burst heavy, and I don't know if they want burst heavy damage, they want sustained heavy damage or not. Maybe they'll get nerfed in the future.
You want to become a millionaire? Invest in your 401k. That is it.
If you're good educated, I'm glad you made it. Allow me to unfold my knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from a hood brother's point of view to all of you. Here's the nephew here. Check me out. Once real rapper K Flock, whose real name is Kevin Perez, was sentenced to 30 years in prison Tuesday. Perez was convicted of racketeering, attempted murder, and more charges back in March. Prosecutors said he was the leader of the Sam 5/DOA gang
based on East 187th Street. Kevin Perez used violence and fame to fuel fear and intimidation across the Bronx, U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton said. Perez and his gang members carried out a string of shootings that struck both rival gang members and innocent bystanders. Perez also used his platform as a prominent rapper to celebrate his violence, threatening his rivals, bragging about his shooting, and taunting his victims. And they got all this information by his rap videos, his Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, all his social media. Because every time they would put in some work to do something, they would get on social media and brag about it. And the FBI, state police, sitting there listening, eating popcorn. In one instance, the gang was involved in a shooting in June 2020, shooting that left several people injured. And within days, Perez put out a music video bragging about it, authorities said. Perez taunted, celebrated, and created a culture of violence, Judge Lewis Lemon said at sentencing, adding the harm Perez caused was permanent through his whole career. This boy right here was talented in rap. I mean, although, he rapped that madness, rapped about killing people and disrespecting people and stuff like that, but he had talent. If he could have just, did something else with his rap capability, this boy right here would still be out here. He would still be free, counting money, buying cars, houses, with his mama, his family, taking care of people, everything. But he threw his talent all away, all due to gain. All because he wanted to be tough. All because he wanted to live his rights. In the cold-blooded part about it, I just don't understand. How do you rappers continue to see this over and over again, and y'all continue to do it? And what I'm talking about is this right here. You a rapper slash gangbanger, or gangbanger slash rapper. Y'all go out there and slide on somebody, shoot or kill somebody, or shoot up the block or something like that. And the first thing that you think to do, in your backwards thinking, I'm going to get on Instagram, and I'm going to tell everybody what I just did. I'm going to tell everybody what I did. I'm going to tell everybody what my homeboy did. I'm going to tell everybody how we got this set up. I'm going to tell the whole lick to the world wide web. And so we got to understand, when we're talking about the world wide web, we can't exclude New York police. No, we can't exclude them. They like Instagram too. We can't exclude the FBI. No, because the FBI, they love Instagram too. Listen to me, y'all. These guys,
Eon Williams is a former federal inmate and shot caller for the DC Blacks, the most populous and violent African-American prison system. Eon came of age in the late 1980s in Washington, D.C., which was, at the time, the most populous in the country. When he was just 16 years old, he was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 15 years to life inside the federal prison system. Because remember, in Washington, D.C., every crime is treated as a federal crime. Eon gives fascinating insight into who the D.C. Blacks actually are and how they exist as nomadic prisoners inside federal penitentiaries throughout the country. The stories are insane. From the infamous Norton Penitentiary, which was known at the time as the Killing Factory, to understaffed private prisons where he and his gang rioted against the COs, to finally fitting in the major leagues like USPs like Lee County and Lewisburg, Eon has seen it all and done it all. Today, he's an accomplished author of urban fiction. Check out his books at EonWilliams.com, as well as his YouTube page, DC Blacks. Links to those will be in the description of this episode. And make sure to check out the Patreon with Eon, where he talks about what he did after he got out of prison. Turns out he's quite the accomplished drug dealer. That was a fascinating chat. patreon.com/the show. All right, guys, this was an odyssey, so buckle up. Eon Williams, right here on the Connect with Johnny Mitchell.
Tell us about DC. Tell us about growing up in DC during that. You know, that's a good way to start off, right? You know, start off, start off in that era to skip childhood. Tell us about that then. Tell us about, what kind of family you did.
All right, that's perfect. All right, I was born in 70. I'm 48 years old. I was born in 1977. I was born to teenage parents. My mother was 16, my father was 17. So I can't tell you much about the 70s, other than me and you was just talking, and I know a little history, but I can't tell you anything from memory of the 70s. My memories go back to at least the early 80s. In the early 80s, I told you my mother and father were teenage parents. My father went to prison when I was probably about 4 years old. He went to this cold loop. I still didn't give me that. And my mother's had, both of them had drug problems, although they was in the streets as well, back in the day. Even if you had a drug problem, you still might have ran the streets, or if you ran the streets, you still couldn't have a drug problem. Drug of choice at that time for inner city Washington, D.C. was heroin. And my mother ended up having an OD from heroin at about 6 years old, so that's about 2 years after my father went away. And she passed, she died. My mother died, and that was a tragedy in my life. Man, when my mother died, I was 6 years old, and I didn't fully understand what she died from or how she died, so I can't really speak to that. Of course, later in life, I did, and I can speak to that. But I had a southern grandmother. It's from North Carolina, from the South. It's why we spoke a little bit about D.C. here, kind of like a southern state. A lot of people don't know that a lot of the black people that came to the District of Columbia migrated from the South. They went to other places, just like my grandmother, for example, which is my mother's mother. Had 16 siblings. Those 16 siblings from the Sherman family migrated to D.C., Baltimore, New York, Cleveland. I'm leaving one of these cities out, but those are the only ones that I really remember because I visited those people there. So anyway, to make a long story short, to go back to the childhood, how my grandmother raised me and my grandma. I was born at Howard University Hospital. Howard University Hospital played a big role in my life and a lot of black people, period, if they had been there for a couple generations, like myself and my family. And then my grandmother stepped in at 6 years old and began to raise me. And but I told that part of that story out of prison with the kids. When my father went to jail, my grandmother basically took over because my mother was still running around. My mother was at the prison and stuff, and a few little studies just went along there. My grandmother actually died 4 months before my mother, which adds a whole lot of conflict to, life and what was going on in the household at that time. But my aunt, which is my mother's sister, still made a bunch of tragic, life-changing mistakes without her. I mean, I don't know, I like to believe that a lot of things are predestined, but just to speak on a human level. Like, my aunt, I don't know if I would have been dead or definitely or some other type of situation, because as much as I was morally messed my life up with certain mistakes that I made as a teenager, she was always there to help me then, help me while I was in, and help me get back out, and help me transition from, being a more educated criminal to, you can go to the feds and you go to prison, not just the feds, when you go to prison, if you survive prison, even if you change your life and you become rehabilitated and you find a new purpose, I think unless you got a mental problem, you're still a better criminal because you learn things. So she helped me even a transition out of that stage too. But what happened to your father? How long has he been up for? My father did, during the time of my childhood, my father had to do at least 6 years. I'm say from like 81 and like 87. And that was more or less for armed robbery, nothing, no major organized crime stuff. Like I said, my father was a teenage parent to me, and different little hustles and stuff he was doing. My father was a good hustler, good gambler. On average level, I'm not saying nothing to make it bigger, but when I was a kid, I was growing up after he had done prison and he had come home. I met friends of his, and I met a lot of his friends when I went to prison, sadly, too.
So you missed, wow, you lost everybody by the time you were 6 years old.
Everybody in the house, except for my aunt.
I mean, she's the one who raised you and saved you. Now tell us about, because
you were young and youthful. I never heard nobody say it like that. But saved is a good word. Yeah. I hear people say that prison just makes you a better criminal. If you choose to let it, but everybody's got a choice. And that's what you said. It is a school for crime if you go in there like that. But I'm not so sure that if you don't choose to put yourself in it, sort of like self-defense, I don't think it's going to, if you say, I'm not going back to that, I think you can avoid it. Do you agree with that? Yeah, because you made the pretense of what you're saying if that's what you want to do. But remember when talking to me, although I agree with it, but remember when talking to me, I went to prison at 16, and I'm talking about juvenile. So whatever I chose to do right or wrong, I was still very impressionable. So sometimes I speak as if other people understand it. And I forget that some people go to prison for 40 years or 30 years old. They're already adults. They've already been paying mortgages, rents, and tuitions and things like that. When you go to jail as a kid, which I went to jail, I never referred to myself as a kid when I was a kid. But you weren't. When you go to jail and you get a 15 to life sentence, and that's how short of to say a life sentence is technically that's what it is. But I was thinking about things we might talk about, and I just wanted to get specifics while I was talking because a lot of people may see it and may not understand. And when you get a life sentence of any sort as a kid, I don't personally believe it has the same effect as it has good or bad, more severe or less severe for an adult. But to go to jail as a kid when I'm 16 years old and get charged as an adult, you don't really know what's coming your way. And certain things, when I say certain things, I'm speaking specifically about violence, right? Certain things you're going to have to learn just to survive. So, I was speaking from that aspect, but by the time I think I took control of what left in my life was to take control of while in prison, it was at an early time. In a point in time there, so I'm not sure how much you or some of the follower platform may know, but the Supreme Court is not agreed with science on the development of the brain. I'm sure if you're aware of all